The races.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. These two meetings have been publicly noticed as the State Loan and Investment Board and the State Board of Land Commissioners' regular meetings. We will start with the State Loan and Investment Board agenda. And first on the list, we have some matters from the Wyoming Business Council. So I would yield for that.
Very good. Director Durrell, good to see you.
Great to be here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board. Today we have for you a project, but before that, we need to take care of the minutes from April, which is April 6th. And so take care of those first, if we could.
Okay.
Have a motion to approve those minutes.
Thanks. You sound like Chopped or something. Today we have for you. I would entertain a motion if there are no corrections. If there are corrections,
Mr. Chairman, I talked a little about this when we had our briefing, but on the February 2nd minutes on page 7, it says on the McGinley project on Treasurer Meyer's motion, that Superintendent Schrader seconded. I don't think that's possible because he wasn't a member. And so I don't know if it was Superintendent Degenfelder, if it was somebody else, but somebody seconded it, and it definitely wasn't Superintendent Schrader.
good catch.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chairman, those minutes were approved in April, and so I'm a little procedurally challenged on how to change those particular minutes that were approved in April. So we might need a little help there on how to go back on that.
So these would have been approved by?
By this board
Yeah.
in April. That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, if there's a correction to minutes that have previously been approved, I think the board can make that correction at this time, just to make sure that the minutes accurately reflect what occurred. So it would be a motion, I guess, to amend the minutes that were previously adopted or by this board.
Mr. Chairman, wouldn't it be a
Treasurer.
motion to reconsider the previous action of amending the minutes, and we vote aye on that, which is undebatable, it's an up and down, and then we're back into the process where we can essentially say we don't approve the minutes, and then we can amend them and then approve them. It's like a 3 or 4 step process if you're actually going to follow the rules, but it's
Treasurer, I think either way works, but why don't we go with yours? I'll accept your motion.
yeah. Mr. Chairman, I move to reconsider the minutes of April, was it?
Mr. Treasurer, it's February 2nd.
Okay, move to reconsider the amendments of the Business Council on February 2nd.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Okay, the minutes are open for amendment now, or
Mr. Chair-
correction.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I guess I would, because we're reconsidering that motion, I would ask to approve the amendments and ask that the committee vote no.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to
So
follow your,
Yeah, you have to, because right now, we're back to the time when we had just
so you're saying the minutes are before us.
right, the minutes are before us, but they've already been passed, so what we have to do is have a motion on the minutes to,
Okay.
at the reconsideration,
All
we
right.
vote no, and then therefore before us to amend.
So the motion is made. Is there a second?
Second.
And seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
No.
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 Okay.
Okay,
And
Mr. Chairman,
hold on.
the floor would be
I have-
open now for
Mr.
Secretary.
Treasurer, I only have 2 votes on that.
Oh,
right
okay,
now.
I'm
So-
a no.
So you're a no, so that's 3. No, okay, we're there.
Okay, now the motion is before us as it was before, and Secretary Gray may amend it appropriately.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask, because we mentioned this, did we ascertain who in fact seconded the motion on the recording?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. I did go back and look at the recording, and it was Superintendent Dagenfelder.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so, Mr. Chairman, I would move to strike Schrader and insert Degenfelder, obviously with superintendent before it.
Okay, has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Now, Mr. Chairman, we can have a motion to approve the minutes.
Right. So,
I would so move, Mr. Chairman.
thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Has been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries.
Okay, we're done.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for all that procedural gymnastics. Now we can move on to the minutes from April 6th, I believe, if we could.
Right.
Thank you.
Are there corrections or additions to minutes from April 6th? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve the minutes from April 6th, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. It's been moved and seconded by the treasurer, moved by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Board. So again, today for you, we have prepared a one project. It is with the City of Mills, and so we'll talk through that. But before we do, I wanted to quickly walk through what we call the economic growth flywheel for everyone, and just kind of make sure that we're taking a look at this from a systems point of view. And one of the things that the Wyoming Business Council looks to do is to really kind of create unique economies across the state and have the economic development activities ultimately be done by the local communities. We want to enable that both with the knowledge that we have about economic development and the state's resources, but also we want to do that with the investments that we make in projects like these. And really, if you take a look at this flywheel, understanding the challenges that a community faces is a big deal. But then having some level of a project that's going to address those challenges and then gathering the right resources together and then doing the project, those are all really key components. But one of the things that makes this flywheel work and continue to move forward are projects like these because they build that local capacity. And that local capacity is important because if people understand the process by which they can address problems in their economy and be able to move toward those, that's a big deal. But then if they have the resources to do so, that's also an important component. And as the state's agency on economic development, we want to be an investor in that portion, and we want to be an educator in that portion. But ultimately, we know that the local communities know best, and we know that they have the ability to do these things. And so as you look at today's project, I think you're going to see this flywheel in motion, and you're going to see a project that really builds that local capacity and enables a community to continue to move forward on their own economic development plans. Now, this is also an interesting project because it's so close to other communities in that area, even touching those communities. And the thing that is also important to us is to take a regional approach, if you will, and make sure that the communities are working together and that they are working toward a common goal and not duplicating efforts, but really collaborating on those. And I think, again, you'll also see that today as well. So in a lot of ways, this is a pretty exciting project because it accelerates a flywheel that has been started for a little while and is moving along, but this project can really accelerate that. So I'll turn it over now, Mr. Chairman, to Ms. Reed to go through the details of the project.
Ms. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Noelle Reed, and I will be presenting the BRC project that we received this quarter. As you can see from this, the request is a $15 million grant and $5 million loan. We currently have about $64.7 million in BRC funding. If this project is awarded as requested, we will have $44.7 million remaining. The City of Mills is requesting a $15 million business committed grant and a $5 million loan to construct an approximately 69,000 square foot manufacturing facility and a 15,000 square foot paint and blast building for Project Smile. Smile is an existing manufacturing business in the community and owns approximately 47 acres. About 22 acres of that is surrounded by dense trees and underbrush, houses a portion of the Platte River Trail system, and provides access to the North Platte River. If the project is approved, Smile will transfer ownership of the property where the facilities will be built to the City of Mills. Additionally, Smile will donate approximately 25 acres to the city for future community development projects. The community and state benefits of this investment include the retention of 111 jobs and the addition of 50 jobs paying well above the county median wage, increased capital expenditures and tax revenue, further development of the manufacturing ecosystem in Natrona County, increased export sales across the United States and into Canada and Mexico, and the land donation and revenue generation for the City of Mills to use for future economic development projects. The company will retain the 111 jobs in the community and plans to create 50 new jobs over 5 years. The company also currently employs 29 subcontractors, with 75% of them being there 6 months or longer. Those subcontractor figures are not included in our analysis, so that's just additional jobs that they employ in the community. Wages will be 83% higher than the county median. The average wage at year 5 will be $37.22 an hour. Natrona County's median is $20.35 an hour. This is also well above the state and national industry averages. And the company will provide benefits including health and dental care, life insurance, 401k match, paid time off, overtime pay, as well as other things. The company also has deep roots in the community. Smile has Wyoming roots dating back to its creation in 1938. In 2007, the company was acquired and is now part of a worldwide operation with headquarters in Perth, Australia. Recently, the company has reorganized processes to reduce expenses and increase productivity, which has led to the need to expand and update operations. As the company has been planning for this operation, other communities outside of Wyoming have offered large incentive packages to encourage the company to relocate outside of Mills. The company will invest over $10 million in capital investment over 5 years, and the company is also contributing over $7 million into the facility as part of the cash match. Finally, the product is substantially exported out of the region and the country, bringing in outside dollars to the state. The community is well positioned to help this company grow as well. A talent pipeline exists between welding programs offered at Natrona County Schools, Casper College, and trade schools. Smile donates steel, time, and supplies to support welding education and bolster the workforce pool. The company also has connections with the Wyoming Welding Academy. In 2017, the community created a comprehensive plan that reviewed the community's existing conditions, identified the building blocks for growth, and outlined implementation strategies. Mills has been actively working on this plan and has demonstrated progress, including the creation of an economic development program, working with local businesses on growth strategies, and finalizing a riverfront restoration project. Furthermore, the community is very supportive of this project. There are several letters of support included in your materials. Finally, there is potential to expand the region's manufacturing ecosystem. This project is another building block for their economic development. Not only are they working on their previous goals of creating community areas, but they are also working on their BRE components and expanding their manufacturing ecosystem. This project is a business retention and expansion, or BRE project. BRE is an important component of economic development, as about 80% of all new jobs and capital investment come from existing businesses. And the strength of the workforce located in Natrona County can be highlighted by the average years of commitment per employee: 9.6 years for manufacturing staff and 15.6 years with the engineering design team. And this supports the Wyoming's economic development strategy by activating new economic sectors and opportunities. Time to recoup BRC funds is 6.1 years. This is kind of an overview of how we got to that 6.1 years. The economic impact of the 111 retained jobs, and this is annual impact to Natrona County, is $2.3 million. And then the 50 created jobs, the annual impact is 1.2 million per year. Oh, sorry, I'll go back a little bit. The revenue recapture for this, the revenue will be recaptured via lease payments to the city of Mills with the option for the company to purchase the building at year 5. The BRC program will recapture 25% of the net proceeds along with the loan and interest payments from the city. And then Mills will recapture the remaining 75% along with the 25 acres of land. Mills plans to reinvest the recaptured funds in the community with other economic development projects as they are presented. And Mills has included some provisions in their agreements with the company. One of those includes workforce measures. That is, if the company fails to meet the anticipated numbers, an approximate $50,000 per year payment for each position that was not filled will be added. We did, as I'm sure a lot of you recall, most of the time when we look at revenue recapture, we like to see a 5-year recapture to the BRC funds. As I stated before, this project has a 6-year recapture, so we did look to see what it would take to bring that recapture to 5 years. It would lower the grant amount to $12.5 million. However, when staff looked at the recapture back to the BRC account as well as the recapture back to Mills, we felt that a higher recapture went with our goals of creating that local economic development capacity in communities. And so we felt that, along with all of the other aspects of this project, was well worth having 1 more year of recapture back to the BRC funds. So really, the compelling items for this is the job retention and creation. The wages are very high for this project. The capital investment and cash match from the company, the land donation, as well as the revenue recapture for the city of Mills to use for future economic development products or purposes, and the fact that the product is substantially exported out of the region and the country. So staff did recommend funding as requested. The Business Council Board is also recommending funding as requested. We did ask the board to waive our BRC rules for the maximum amounts for the grant and the loan, and they did that as well. So before you is to fund as requested. I am happy to answer any questions that you may have, and I do believe there are members of the community here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. First, let me ask if there are any questions from the board here for the staff. Mr. Treasurer.
First of all, I want to say I like this project. I was just curious what the loan percentage interest was on the loan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer. It is a 20-year loan at 2% interest rate.
Okay,
Thank you.
Further questions?
No.
Okay, thank you. If there are members here who would like to address the board about this project.
Mr. Chairman, board members, thank you for having us today. Turn
Yep,
that on today.
there you
Okay,
go.
I'm on now. Mr. Chairman and board members, thank you for having us today. I'm Sabrina Kemper. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Mills. I'd like to introduce those who are with us. We have Mayor Juarez, who is our mayor at City of Mills, our city administrator, Mike Coleman, and then with Project Smile, since we haven't said the name yet, I'll go ahead with that, but it's Johnny Greer, who is the general manager here in Mills in Wyoming, and then Rick Reynolds, who is the lead engineer.
Very good.
And we're happy to answer any questions.
Ask if there are any questions. Otherwise, Mr. Greer is approaching the podium. And thank you very much for making the trip down here, sir.
Thank you very much for taking this into consideration. I'm here to answer any questions. If anyone has any, I'd be glad to.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Greer, just wondering if you could give us a little bit of information on, the companies looking at other states, if this project weren't to go through, if you could give us a little bit of information on that potential.
Okay. I was tasked with looking particularly in Texas, near the Port of Texas. And Conroe, Texas was one of the communities that was targeted for us to pursue some time ago. I had to present to the board reasons why we felt staying where we are is the best solution. So I think I've got them on board with that. We've got talent here that is invaluable. The business friendliness of the state and the community that we're in. There's a number of reasons that are pretty compelling. So I believe that, you know, especially if this program gets funded, that we'll win the, you know, we will remain in Mills, Wyoming. If it's not funded, I don't know. I hope that that's behind us, you know, as far as exploring other areas. We have in the past shipped from Casper, Mills, Wyoming, all around the world. Once we were acquired by our parent company in Australia, we built facilities in other countries to support other mining sectors of the world. And it's been primarily North America for us, but we have looked at, since we shut down Colombian facilities and Peruvian facilities, supporting Northern South America and Central America. We have some customers in Panama, Colombia, and as you know, Brazil's got a lot of mining activity as well. We have in the past also shipped from here to West Africa. So we have a strong presence with our product. We ship a lot from Mills up into Canada, some down into Mexico. We're very centrally located for North America, but our support for Northern South America, Central America, and West Africa is less than what it used to be, I would say. So if that helps, I'm a little long-winded, I'm sorry for that.
Oh, yes, please.
Just follow them. It's safe to say that your board has explored other options for locations for this facility. Is that correct?
Yes, they have.
Thank you.
Hey, Superintendent, Mr. Treasurer.
In the international market, is your competition China? Oh, I know that China is really competing with Caterpillar and, you know, excavators and dozers and things like that, but I'm just wondering where your competition is.
We have, in North America, we're very strong. Our competition is generally Caterpillar and Komatsu, the major OEMs. We have unique specific designs that we build, so it's easy to compete against the larger OEMs because they have an off-the-shelf product.
Mm-hmm.
So our engineering designs have really catapulted us to the top within North America. Now overseas, we have strong competition in Australia, a couple of different companies. We have a couple of different companies in South America. One of those companies out of Australia has recently opened up in Mexico. There's, like I say, they're very strong in Australia. They're targeting North America now. So we know that's coming, but right now don't want to be boastful, but we own the market at the moment in North America.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Treasurer, Madam Auditor, I see you reaching.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Talk to me a little bit about what your experience has been finding talent in Natrona County and how you feel about being able to procure what you need for these jobs that hope to be added.
It's definitely been a challenge. And it's a worldwide challenge for our company. Labor shortages are prevalent everywhere. And that's a big reason we're pushing to work with the Wyoming Welding Academy, Casper College, a lot of the, trade schools and start from the beginning. Historically, we wanted to bring in experienced hands. We're going to have to focus on bringing on green hands and training them. So that's the direction we're moving to fill that gap.
Terrific. Further questions, comments? Well, I really appreciate you being here. Appreciate the commitment you've made to Mills, and it has been fun to work with you. I think over the last few years, as you've been trying to move, I can remember when I was treasurer, you had big dump beds that were going to Utah, and for some reason, we made it very difficult to get out of the state. I want you to know that WYDOT is completely committed to helping you get that stuff where it needs to be. And I hope that you'll recognize that this state wants to work with you in every respect. that we can to further your business. We want to be the manufacturing hub for the middle of the country. So
We very much appreciate that.
thank you.
Thank you.
I do have online Pat Sweeney, former Representative Sweeney. I'll give the floor to you, sir.
Thank you, Governor, Chairman. I just wanted to, Governor, you'll remember I introduced you again to Johnny at the Boys and Girls Club breakfast, just to put a name with this understanding this coming. I also believe you've got a letter in the Business Council's packet. I left the Advanced Casper. They send you and the board well wishes. But I think this is a strong economic retention piece of the puzzle. We certainly don't want to lose these this great business that's been in Mills for so long. And so I urge the board for support. And I know it looks like a lot, but it will pay huge dividends to the state. And I appreciate, Governor, your comments about the shipping aspect, because I was in the legislature at the time, trying to work with YDOT and to maintain some of those shipping channels on our interstates and roads. So they are a strong economic driver, I believe, in a unique industry, well placed for the country and North America, as Johnny has stated. So thank you for the opportunity, strong support, whatever that means in my capacity anymore, but definitely appreciate the board's support. Thank you. Thank you, Governor and board.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. And I have Kevin O'Hearn on the line as well. Kevin, the floor is yours. You're muted at this point.
Thank you, Governor. Yeah, Representative Kevin O'Hearn, West Casper, and Olive Mills. We are definitely behind this project. It is the purpose of the Wyoming Business Council to generate and fund projects just like this. And they've been here. I moved to Mills in 1964. Remember the big buckets down there at the end of the road? And I want to continue to see those. They've done everything they can to make their manufacturing work in Wyoming. And we definitely approve this project. I'll stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions? We're letting you off the hook, sir. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
One last question, and I don't believe we have anybody else. Man, tell me if there is, but Mr. Greer, one question I have is the advantage of the trade-free zone for Nadrona County. Is that a value? And are there things that we can do to make it more valuable?
Thank you for that question. And that really brings kind of to light part of the reason that we're having the challenge we're having is the U.S. steel industry, with the protectionism that's taking place the last few years, has made it very challenging for us to be cost effective on the world stage out of the U.S. and exporting. I did look into the free trade zone benefits, and unfortunately, anti-dumping duties and Section 232, Section 201 type tariffs are excluded from the advantages of the free trade zone.
Phooey. Well, thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Further questions, further comments? Don't see anybody online, Mr. Bump? With that, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Mayor.
Oh,
Oh,
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I appreciate your time and your consideration, as well as the Wyoming Business Council and everyone that's helped us along with this project. I really appreciate it. Obviously, I'm here to advocate for the city of Mills. To keep it brief, though, I will just touch on a question that you had raised, Superintendent. I've been working with the CEO of Austin and developing a relationship. Obviously, you're all aware that they're based in Australia. So I just wanted to answer that question, and I guess the question that one of you just had as well. And I'm going to read from his letter to me. This is from David Singleton, the CEO. We undertook a review of potential alternative manufacturing locations within the American Free Trade area, but determined that remaining in Wyoming was the best approach. We reached this conclusion because you are clearly a business-friendly state, and our people and their knowledge live there. The shell of a business is its facilities, but its heart is always the people, and we know we could not ask for more dedication and determination from those that have been there for many years. I'm really hoping that the funding can be approved so that we can push the button on the next phase of expansion and modernization that will ensure Austin remains a part of Wyoming's manufacturing base as it has for the last 40 years. To touch on the Ms. Auditor's question as well, as far as the labor shortage goes, I think what's interesting about this project is that they're utilizing the modernization of this industry, which means that we need less hands to do the work that we would have 10, 15 years ago. And so I would also stand for any questions if you have any. Thank you.
thanks. Questions? Questions? Very good. Well, thank you. Thank you for serving and thank you for advocating for your community.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Anything else?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
I would have a motion to recommend the funding as requested, and ask staff whether or not we have to have approval of the waiving of the project amounts, or whether that's, so we don't need that. So I just recommend the funding as requested, and I believe that's a $15 million grant and a $5 million loan.
Thank you. Is there support for the treasurer's motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor, and then I see the superintendent.
I would just note that I think of all the people who had to sit through virtual Zoom meetings during CARES, I feel like Sabrina would probably get the award for being on most of those and having to put up with us. So I'm so glad you all get to be here in person and that the roads are good. So thanks for coming down, and I'm really excited to support this project.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to note I am going to be a yes on this project. I think it's a great one. I really appreciate the partnership with Pathways Innovation Center and the school district. Just wanted to note on that topic of waiving rules, I have expressed consternation of continuing to waive rules and just that premise in general, but did in the last week kind of do some homework on an AG opinion and work with the business council that is permissible. And so appreciate the support and making sure that my comfort level was okay there. And we'll look forward to updates in the rules so that may not be an issue any longer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you,
Madam Superintendent. Just in response, and I think it's a very good point you make. When I became governor, I told the board that one of the big problems, having had some experience back in the 1980s and with the business, well, at that point, Amendment 4, Business Council came about because we just sort of squandered a bunch of money. And the Business Council was supposed to bring some intelligence and discipline to the way we invested. And it has been my concern that we find ways, and I like the flywheel concept that you're talking about, we find ways that we can build catalysts in communities as opposed to fund things at a marginal level, particularly if the people aren't invested in the community. And that's why I think this is such a good project. So I really appreciate you bringing that up. And I do think that the Business Council is evolving, and I look forward to this board, which I think has a singular mindset about making sure our economy works better than just building nice things in communities. And I appreciate your help on that. Any further comment? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Nays? Congratulations. See, it works when you come down. Thanks very, very much. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Appreciate your work and consideration of this project and your approval. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
That concludes our business.
Hey, all right. Thank you. Sure, yes.
You know, Mr. Chairman, I do want to comment on the waiving of the rules because I haven't been a big fan of this in the past and did vote aye on this one because I think it's a really good project. But I do think that, you know, if we're going to have a continual waiving of the rules, we need to have a procedure in which that's going to occur and an analysis of what meets that threshold. And I think that this one did. Some of the ones in the past, I don't think did. I would not just delete the cap. I don't think that's a good way to go. I think it would be an evaluation and when it would go higher. And so if you're looking at that, that would be my one comment. And so I think have that balancing concept there. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Secretary, thank you for that comment and I agree. Thank you.
Thanks. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the State Loan and Investment Board meeting agenda is approval of the meeting minutes from August 3rd of 2023.
Members of the board, you've had a chance to review the meeting minutes from August 3rd. Are there corrections or comments? If there are none, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve the August 3rd minutes.
Thank you, Madam Auditor, or Madam Superintendent. Is there support for the superintendent's motion?
Second?
There's, Madam Auditor seconded it. Thank you. That motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I would note that the next item are the reports that are listed under item B. We've provided the board with these reports. They're the usual reports that we supply. We don't have anything to add at this time, but we would stand for any questions concerning these reports.
Are there questions on any of the reports? Any questions? Thank you. I would say at some meeting when we don't have as much as on it as we have, I would love to kind of have just an overview of the various projects on the clean water and or safe drinking water and so on.
Meaning you want to know how many we have, who's dispersing, who's in repayment?
Challenges that they might be having, things that we see. So I don't want to do that now.
Okay,
obviously.
I just wanted to get an idea of what you were.
Yeah, thanks, Ms.
asking for.
Blackwell.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we've provided the materials for this meeting in advance and have briefed each board member individually. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a short consent list if the board would so desire.
That would be fine, please.
Okay, the following items listed on the October 5th, 2023 agenda appear amenable for treatment on a consent list. F1 and F2, G1 through G2, and J2 through J3.
Members of the board, you've heard the proposed consent list, F1 and 2, G1 and 2, and J2 and 3. If I would entertain a motion if there.
Mr. Chairman, I would move a consent list of the items F1 and F2, G1 and G2, J2 and J3.
That motion's been made for a consent list.
Well,
Is-
same thing.
And is that a second?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary,
Mr. Chairman,
is that, just a second, was that was a second, okay. So Treasurer Meyer seconded, yes, discussion. Mr. Gray.
Yeah,
Secretary.
I didn't see this yesterday. I mean, the future, I think it'd be good if we had these consent lists ahead of time. These interest rate reductions, I think these are the ones I had questions on. Yeah, F1 and F2. And then G2 is the loan request. I'd like to remove F1 and F2 and for some questions on these interest rate reductions.
Okay. Is that objection? Is that okay with you, Madam Auditor and Mr. Treasurer? Okay, those are removed. So we have G1 and 2, J2 and 3 on the consent list. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? We have a consent list. I would now entertain a motion to approve the items, approve the director's recommendation on the items G1 and 2, J2 and 3.
So moved, Mr.
It's
Chairman.
been moved by the auditor. Thank you. Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Is that an aye or a nay? Aye. Aye, okay, there, aye. Formality, are there nays? There are none. Motion carries. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item on the agenda is under Policy Matters, C1, which is to consider final adoption of the regular rules amending Chapters 11 for the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and Chapter 16 for the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. These have been out for public comment. The public comment period closed on August 31st of 2023. The proposed changes are to conform with changes in the federal regulations and to allow OSLI to administer the new IIJA funding. And with that, I would yield to Ms. Blackwell to take the board through the proposed changes.
Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, how are you?
Doing well.
So some of our proposed changes is we redefined, updated the definitions of additional subsidies, special program requirements, and added a definition for emerging contaminants and lead service line. We also added policy for the supplemental emerging contaminants and lead service line funding. We updated the additional subsidy eligibility, so eligibility for principal forgiveness by updating the scoring model. And we are requiring an assessment schedule when their application is over a year old. And one of the items that came about through our public comment period is we had 2 comments, one from Protect Our Waters Jackson Hole, and they liked what we were doing and were in agreement with our items. The second came from DEQ, our technical partner in these programs. They recommended adding a definition for disadvantaged communities under the emerging contaminants section under both chapters, because we had to have that definition in order for the state to apply for other grant opportunities to fund emerging contaminant projects around the state. We have made the suggested changes to the rules, and we recommend the board adopt them as they are presented.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Questions from Ms. Blackwell? If there are none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move the director's recommendation that the board adopt the DEQ amendment and the attached regular rules for Chapter 11 Clean Water State Revolving Fund and Chapter 16 Drinking Water State Revolving Fund of the State Loan and Investment Board's rules.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there support for the auditor's motion? Second. It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Nays? That motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you for your work.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to the D matters, which are the state investment matters. I would yield to the treasurer's office.
Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have with us today our Chief Investment Officer, Patrick Fleming. and he'll be joined shortly with, oh, there he is, Caleb Simpson. We're going to talk about the hiring the private credit investment manager, KKR, for the U.S. Direct Lending Evergreen Fund, and we'll also have material terms later. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn that over to Patrick Fleming.
Mr. Fleming.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Patrick Fleming. I'm CIO for the Treasurer's Office. Today, we are going to bring forth a private credit fund, KKR. Dan Petrusek is here. Caleb will do the introduction on that. Beforehand, first, I do believe Russell Reed is on. And Mr. Chairman, would you like to hear Russell's comments from the investment committee? And they did review this fund. It was a unanimous decision. And I'll pass that to you if you would like to hear Mr. Reed's comments.
Mr. Reed, thank you for making yourself available. I know it was short notice. Appreciate it. So we'll recognize you for comments.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the Slib. The manager, KKR, is familiar to the members of the IFC. They are a quality manager, and we reviewed the recommendation from staff. We concur with the recommendation, support it, and believe that this would be a appropriate and risk-effective solution for the plan. So we unanimously approve, and can render that recommendation to the Slib for your consideration, and we'll turn it over to Patrick and staff for further details.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Just one quick question for you from me, and there may be some others, but KKR is an enormous firm. It's a great firm. It has a long track record, but sometimes very big firms sell on their bigness as opposed to their talent. Maybe there are some unique characteristics about this space that make bigness a great thing. But I just wanted to make sure you all had, looked at the value of a company that is that big.
Sure, it's a really it's a really perceptive and good question to ask, and it points to something that is a risk when it comes. Particularly, we've seen some areas where, such as in venture capital, where there have been certain firms, notably the most successful venture capital firm, arguably in the United States, is out of the West Coast, called Sequoia. And Sequoia had excellent returns, truly excellent returns for decades. They were so persistent, excellent returns. And they were operating with a few $1 billion in assets under management. Their latest fund, at Sequoia, is $80 billion, and raises this question, okay, if you were successful at several $1 billion, 80 is a big number. Can you maintain that? Now, what we're looking at here is not that kind of sector. We're looking at a sector that has more scale. So your question is an appropriate one. It's one in which we have confidence we are not subject to in this particular case, namely the different asset classes are subject to different sensitivities to scale. KKR is indeed one of the larger managers. I would say that they operate in spaces where it is scale friendly, and this is a scale friendly offering. So excellent question. In this case, we're confident that we don't run into that complication associated with scale.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Further questions? Any questions? Mr. Fleming.
Mr. Chairman, yes, just again, to let the audience know, this is going to be a very truncated version of the presentation. We've met with all of you individually and discussed all the merits of the fund, so you're very well versed with it. So with that, Caleb Simpson, Deputy CIO, will be giving a quick overview. Josh Keevan from RVK will be talking about the RVK's version. And I want to thank Josh for attending virtually. He's been fighting a cold, and so that has been nice that he was able to attend even virtually on that one. So with that, I'll pass it to Caleb to do the overview before Josh comments on RVK's view.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Caleb Simpson. I'm the Deputy Chief Investment Officer for the State Treasurer's Office. And it really is my pleasure and privilege to be here today to make a recommendation for the approval of KKR's Direct Lending Evergreen Fund. Dan Pietrzak and Andrew Clerico are here with us today, and they'll speak to the merits of this particular vehicle and why we view it to be best in class and unparalleled in this space. So KKR really comes down to their team and platform, and they offer top-tier exposure to senior secured direct lending. KKR has a team of over 70 investment staff, in addition to senior advisors, a portfolio monitoring unit, and a capstone team dedicated solely to direct lending. The fund will seek to invest principally in privately negotiated secured loans to upper middle market companies in the United States. KKR intends to provide corporate financing support to the private equity community in the upper middle market. This financing is expected to be utilized for acquisitions, management buyouts, and leverage buyouts for companies with revenues generally greater than $500 million and EBITDAs above 50 million. By investing predominantly in senior secured debt, KKR expects to reduce the risk of principal loss and deliver more stable returns to the state of Wyoming. Some of the highlights and defining characteristics of this particular vehicle and this platform is the fee structure. KKR is offering a flat management fee with no carry. This is unique in this industry, in this space, particularly in private credit, and will result in a significantly higher net return to the state of Wyoming. They have a very well-resourced platform. After joining in 2016, Dan has grown the team from 30 investment professionals to 70 dedicated to direct lending. The sourcing and access. This space requires an exceptionally large team and access to companies all over the United States. In addition to the 70 investment professionals dedicated to this platform, KKR has a team of over 400 private equity professionals that they can leverage not only for deal sourcing, but also for expertise with regards to underwriting these companies. Portfolio diversity. It's paramount that these types of portfolios are not highly concentrated in a handful of names. KKR will have over 100 positions with an average position size of approximately 1%, spread across 10 to 12 sectors. And since 2016, the team has delivered a loss rate of 7 basis points, which is exceptional relative to peers. They're protecting our capital and the downside risk. And finally, mitigating the J-curve effect. KKR has warehoused approximately $250 million of loans over the last few quarters to then mitigate the J-curve of allocating to private credit. So our day one capital call will be significantly larger than it would be with a traditional drawdown structure in the private credit space. And with that, I'll yield to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Are there questions? Are there questions? Hearing none. Josh.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'll keep this very brief, but as your advisor, we just wanted to note that we do concur with the staff recommendation to add KKR to your portfolio. And I'll just give you a few very brief highlights on what we like in particular about this strategy. The strategy you'll hear, and as Caleb just described, is at the larger end of the middle market direct lending space. And KKR is going to be taking what we believe, a relatively conservative position within that market. We think this is a good fit for what you have already in your private credit portfolio. You don't have this upper end of the middle market space represented with your current managers. So it's very complementary. And we think that the KKR team is a very good team to do this. As Caleb mentioned, very well-resourced, experienced team. We really like the structure. This is an evergreen structure, so unlike other closed-end funds where you have to continue to come back to the table to make new commitments, this is a space where we think a more evergreen approach provides a lot more capital efficiency. You're simply just going to be invested on a more consistent basis. And lastly, as Caleb mentioned, the economics are particularly attractive here. Typically for this space, you'd be paying at least 100 basis points in management fees, plus some performance fee would typically also be in place here. The absence of a performance fee and a very competitive management fee make this a very compelling opportunity. And from our perspective, we greatly appreciate the fact that KKR is coming forward to the market with a very client-friendly economic structure. I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman. Happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thanks. Are there questions for Mr. Keevan? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Now I will introduce two members from KKR's investment management team that have joined us in person today. We have Andrew Clerico. He's a managing director for the Client Solutions Group. In addition, joining Andrew is Dan Pietrzak. He is the global head of private credit for KKR.
Good. Thanks for making the trip here today.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, there's a.
There we go. Is this on? Hi. Yep. Yeah. Well, first off, thank you very much for having us here today. It's an honor and a privilege to be presenting to you all. Just by way of introduction, we're here from KKR to present our U.S. Direct Lending Evergreen Fund. My name is Andrew Clerico. I'm a managing director on the team. I oversee the client and partner group credit relationship management team across North America, and joining me today is partner of the firm, Dan Pietrzak, who's the global head of private credit. So we're going to keep comments brief. We know we only have about 10 minutes, and roughly want to keep this brief for questions at the end. But as the team had mentioned previously, we really see an edge in our size, scale, investment team, non-investment team resources, which Dan has built, and we'll get into that in a moment. But just a brief preview of the strategy. Our direct lending strategy really is focused on originating private loans across the corporate market and the upper end of the middle market. We view this as a favorable place to be. And what we're really targeting is a diversified portfolio where we come away with roughly over 100 loans at any given time in stable companies that tend to have EBITDA of anywhere between $100 and $150 million. We focus on durability of cash flows and downside protection. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Dan.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew, and good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here. What I was going to start with was just an overview of our credit platform, as I know you have spent time with KKR sort of in the past. So I'm just on slide 5 here. It is a $200 billion sort of credit business. I think credit is one space where size and scale really do matter. I think you need to be able to go out and source deals and originate deals. Just to level set on that, our leveraged credit business, the largest of that's where there's an existing relationship. Think about traded loans and traded bonds sort of there. On the right-hand side is our strategic investment area, a little bit more tied into our private equity business, more kind of pref equity converts, but more sort of equity-like returns, but sort of equity-like risk. And then what we're going to focus on today, what I look after is our private credit business there in the middle at $78 billion, where one of our main focuses in that is private corporate credit, and hence the fund that we are talking about today. Just to touch on the team, because I do think businesses like this, the team really does matter. 70 people dedicated to the space. You look at the middle box there, those are the individuals with myself on the investment committee. There's 175 years of industry experience there. I think we've been very mindful about building, the bench sort of well beyond that group. And I think we've also been proud about putting some specialized resources on the team. Caleb mentioned this. We have a portfolio monitoring unit that's, almost 20 people now. They're supporting the investment team, allowing us to monitor deals. Sometimes I tell the team it's easy to send the money out. You got to get the money back though, right? We've got a dedicated workout function. We have a dedicated capstone team, which I would think about as a turnaround consulting business if sort of any of these things sort of do get, into sort of trouble. So I think the team is important. And I think the team is important when you think about the strategy that we are talking about here, and this is on slide 7. We are focused on what we call the upper end of the middle market. I would think about that as companies, probably $50 million to $150 million of EBITDA. The average of the last fund was 102. We're doing that on purpose. These larger companies, what we have seen is they probably have a better CEO, better CFO, better corporate governance, maybe less customer concentration or less supplier concentration, just more levers to pull if something goes wrong, which is important. This is a downside protected, product in our mind. And I think the two other angles that have been important is, we are incumbent lender in a lot of names. Across the credit business, we lend to 1,800 names. Probably, a third to 40% of the deal flow that we've done in the past couple of years has been the companies we've lent to before. Right? It's always easier to lend to somebody that you've lent to before than just entirely sort of brand new. And then, and you've heard this point in the prior sort of comments, but we really do use the whole firm, right? We don't lend to KKR private equity portfolio companies. I think that's an important sort of point, but we do use our private equity professionals to help source, help underwrite, make kind of those, good investment decisions. And then just some of the key numbers that you see there. The AUM of the entire sort of direct lending effort is the $30 billion. The returns there are the returns of our last fund. I would note that is a levered fund, so it did use sort of a debt facility, but it also did invest in an environment where interest rates were mainly zero, which is sort of not the case today. And then down the bottom, just to bring some of these points to life, inside the last fund, the average EBITDA, as I said, $102 million. There was 109 positions. I do think diversification is quite important here. I agree with sort of Caleb on that. But these are companies where, our average LTV is in the, we'll call it mid to upper 40s. That's the 47% you see there. So that's, 53 cents of sort of equity dollars or other forms of debt subordinate to us. Now, just go to the next slide. This is the fund that we are sort of talking about here today, our new Evergreen Fund. We have been warehousing assets. We have been doing deals. This is the portfolio as of September 6th, so we're even sort of beyond, this today. But you can see some of these things coming to light. We talked about the larger end of the middle market. There's the second sort of to bottom row there. Average EBITDA 266, median EBITDA 200. Those numbers are higher than they will, normalize over time, but the capital markets have generally been closed. We've been able to take advantage of that. Average LTV 44%. But I think most interesting for this kind of risk, the average yield we're talking about here at 12.6%, sort of across the portfolio. So the intention is, and the expectation is over time, this portfolio will grow. I think you'll see, well north of 100 positions in here, but being evergreen as positions repay, sort of new will be added. Just, maybe two last slides here. One is just on origination, because I do think in a business like this, the capital base is important because you need to be able to speak for these size of deals, but you need a good origination footprint, right? So everything we're doing is directly originated. We're covering what I will call all the channels. We're covering 250, financial sponsors or private equity firms. We're covering financial intermediaries. So you can think about banks, debt advisors, law firms, and then we're sort of, we'll call it maximizing kind of the rest of the firm through our senior advisors, our client and partner group, or sort of other investment teams within there. But that origination you can see on slide 10, is just driving sort of number of deals that we're seeing. We're on a normalized basis, probably seeing 100+ deals per month. That's giving us the ability to be selective. You see the approval rates down the bottom there, 4 or 5%. I'm not sure that number matters that much. I think that what matters is we have the ability to say no to any deal, right? Whether it's 3 or 7, but that's, I think, important. You do see lower volumes in the first half of 23. I think the M&A market has just been slower. I do think that's an advantage for us as we're getting sort of additional returns on these deals, and we're seeing, pipeline activity pick up. And then just the last slide, is you think about origination, but then investment process in this kind of a business is very important. And while process at times can be viewed, maybe sort of a bit boring, we're very methodical in who we're covering, how we're underwriting, how we're screening deals, how we're taking deals through the investment committee process. And then, as I mentioned, how we're monitoring these deals post-close, how we're creating the portfolio. We probably have 15 hours blocked per week for things like investment committee process and sort of deal review process, where it's on your calendar. But, I think we're priding ourselves, have the origination, have this process generate, the results. So with that, I'll pause, but thank you again for having us here today.
Thanks very much for being here. Questions from the board? Questions? Well, great. Thank you. Mr. Simpson, Mr. Fleming?
No,
I'm
Mr.
looking
Chairman?
online to see if there are any. Hold on just a second. Got to do my due diligence here. I don't have any, so.
No, we thank you for your time. As we mentioned privately with each of you, with where we are in the cycle, we feel that the upside is limited and more of a flat to down market is much more likely. So with that, having a fund like KKR's fund, Stan mentioned, it's a very conservative fund. It's unlevered, and we feel in this environment, this is not the time to have a highly levered, volatile fund. What we're looking for is a very conservative portfolio, which Caleb is putting together. So with that, we would love your approval for this fund.
Okay. If there are no further questions, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I ask that the board approve and select KKR U.S. Direct Lending Evergreen Fund as a state private credit investment manager, conditioned upon approval of material terms and successful contract negotiations.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there support for the treasurer's motion? It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there nays? Congratulations.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you very
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your travel here.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So with that, Caleb will do a brief overview of the material terms. We have had legal counsel review these. And with that, I'll pass it to Caleb.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Just a summary of key material terms. I'll keep this brief this morning. As we discussed, this is an evergreen vehicle. The initial lockup period is 3 years from the first close, which would be in December, so Q4 of 23. So the 3-year lockup period would end in Q4 of 2026. After the end of the lockup period, we have redemption rights on a semi-annual basis with a 90 days notification. As we mentioned, there is no carried interest with this particular vehicle and a flat management fee of 65 basis points. With regards to investment guidelines, nothing that is out of market or that provides any sort of concern from a staff or consultant perspective. Point in case, investments will be limited to 5% maximum of the net asset value in a particular portfolio company. In addition, industry groups are limited to 25%, and sector classifications and concentrations are limited to 35%. Just moving on. Distributions, importantly, in contrast to some of the recent more opportunistic or specialty finance managers I brought before you, this fund does plan on distributing quarterly to LPs, so we will be receiving interest income on a quarterly basis. From a leverage perspective, this fund intends to be unlevered. However, the documents do provide for KKR, and it is allowable for them to employ up to 25% leverage. That is not the intent of the management group. That purely provides them flexibility from a capital call perspective to warehouse a number of deals to minimize the impact on our back office. So in effect, we won't be receiving capital calls on a weekly basis as they invest in these 100 portfolio companies. Furthermore, the standard of care, conflict of interest, most favored nations, sovereign immunity, indemnification, and exculpation have all been agreed to and are standard practice and standard structure and format. And with that, I will yield to any questions.
Are there questions? Are there questions? Well, thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think those are reasonable terms for the product we're getting, and we are trying to stay away from the leverage in this particular market for, I think, at least the next few years, with interest rates being, basically where they are. So, Mr. Chairman, you recommend that the board approve the material terms of the state investments in KKR U.S. Direct Lending Evergreen Fund.
All right, now it's been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Nays? Motion carries. Mr. Fleming,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board members.
are you planning to move off this right away?
Yes, go to
Okay.
to D3 for the performance with Josh, unless you had questions.
Well, one comment that I had. We are going to get a seat on the advisory board. Is that correct, Mr. Simpson?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, that is correct.
So in that advisory board, I'm hoping that this state will advocate strongly for fossil fuels and coal. I note that KKR has mentioned in their materials that they are a little bit concerned about coal, and I want to make sure that they hear from Wyoming loud and clear. And it is fascinating, Mr. Fleming. I remember when you and I were at Milken a few years ago, and is it E.J. Hiro, who was the chair of the Japanese pension fund, largest pension fund in the world, something like $300 trillion or something like that. And he made that comment that we will never invest in coal. We've got Kawasaki Heavy Industries here in Wyoming doing remarkable work. And if you remember that day, both Andrea and I stood up and talked about how stupid a move that was. And he came to us and said, you're right. So I'm hoping that in your work on the advisory committee, you make it really clear that coal has a role to play in climate solutions. Coal is a very valuable piece of our future. And I'm sorry for doing the rant, but I just wanted to make sure that, and a hero has just been quoted as saying there's an ESG bubble. So.
And Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and thank you for highlighting that. And I will very much represent Wyoming. I think it's important to note as well, I believe in 2021, KKR's private equity company merged with Purchase Contango, which is an oil and gas company that does business here in Wyoming. So they are very cognizant of that, and I'll continue to make them aware and raise that issue.
Thanks very much.
Mr. Chairman, D3 would be the performance review. So with that, I'll pass that to you, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. Mr. Chair, members of the board, if we can go to page 3, you can see just a quick snapshot of the asset values as of August 31st. 26.8 billion across all of the funds. And as you can see in the pie chart and the numbers below, Permanent Mineral Trust at 10.2 billion, Common School at 4.8 billion, Workers' Compensation at about 2.6 billion. LISRA has grown past the 2 billion mark, and the state agency pool sitting at about 5.6 billion, just some of the larger portions of your portfolio. We go to page 4. We've got total fund performance at the top, and this is the roll-up of all of those funds. So again, keep in mind, these are funds with vastly different purposes. So the number as a total can be less meaningful. We provide this primarily to focus on the difference relative to your indexes. It's a sort of bottom line measure of have your investment decisions, both manager selections and the allocations relative to your policy targets, have those added value. And you can see in the month of August, it was a negative month for markets. And this is very characteristic of your portfolio. It tends to outperform more in down markets with the way that your staff has positioned the portfolio with good conservative managers outperformed by 20 basis points in the month. And for the month of August, stocks globally were down anywhere from 1% to 5%, depending on the size and the geography. And bonds were also down. So it's another kind of the first month in a while where it's sort of shades of what we experienced a lot of last year with both stocks and bonds down at the same time. That has escalated into September, and you don't see these numbers here, but in September, stocks were down 5 to 6%, while bonds were down 2 to 3%. We've seen a big pickup in yields on the longer end of the curve here more recently that has driven some bigger losses in the fixed income markets. That's still, at the end of August, still in moderately positive territory for the new fiscal year. We're just 2 months into it, and it's essentially a good month in July for markets and a bad month in August, but up about 60 basis points there. In a market where stocks are up, anywhere from 0 to 1.5 over those 2 months, and bonds were down about 70 basis points. So in total, actually relatively good performance against that market backdrop. On a calendar year-to-date basis, this is the first 8 months of the current calendar year, a very healthy level of outperformance, 80 basis points, and over the past year, even stronger at a full 1.5%. The graphic on the bottom half of this page just gives you a sense for how you're doing on a fiscal year-to-date basis. So it's just 2 months. So probably of more interest is which asset classes are positive and which ones are negative. The best performer has been the MLPs, Master Limited Partnerships. They've continued to do well this year with high levels of income, as well as some recent appreciation in the commodity prices. US stocks have continued to outperform smaller and non-US stocks. And then if you look at the fixed income categories, your worst performance has been longer duration. You can see your long duration bonds down about 3.3%. But it's important to note again here that you only own long duration assets where they are specifically offsetting a longer duration liability. So it's sort of balance sheet neutral from the state's perspective. Some of the other categories that are more floating rate in nature or shorter duration in nature, bank loans and the transition low duration portfolio continue to outperform more duration sensitive assets. That will have escalated into September as well. And if we just go to page 6, just to kind of give you some of the underlying fund performance numbers. Fiscal year to date, I'll focus on fiscal year to date as well as calendar year to date a little bit. Permanent mineral up 70 basis points, calendar year to date plus 7.5. That compares favorably to 70-30, the simple 70-30 stock and bond index on a fiscal year to date basis, is a bit behind it on a year to date basis. For most of this year, we've seen very good performance from equities. Common School, 90 basis points on a fiscal year and 5.5 on a calendar year to date. As you know, you recently approved the allocations for all of these permanent funds to move towards a consolidated allocation. It's going to take some time to get there, obviously, so you still have a pretty big difference in how these funds are invested. Workers' compensation down 60 basis points. Again, this is where you have the long duration offsetting longer duration liabilities. On a calendar year to date basis, though, plus 3.4%. So from a funded status perspective, we would expect that the current year has continued to be a good one for the balance sheet health of the workers' compensation system. LISRA has benefited from its allocation to some longer term assets. As you can see there, the long-term portion of LISRA calendar year to date is up 12.4%, which brings the total LISRA to about a 5% return calendar year to date. And below you can see Pool A with similar results, 5% calendar year to date, and state agency pool up about 2.3%. So that's a quick walk through kind of what's been driving markets recently, as well as how your funds are holding up, which I would say is relatively good given the more difficult backdrop we've seen the last couple of months. I'll stop there and we'll gladly take any questions the board has.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Cuban. Questions? Questions? One question I have, Josh, and maybe it's for Mr. Fleming. I'm assuming private equity returns have not been reported yet, or is that report about to come?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, with the lag that, that they are coming through, and we should be getting them by the end of September. We should have, and potentially they press out to October. But Josh, have you seen, have we got the last ones in yet? For the June numbers, Mr. Chairman? Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if we have the final ones. It's right about now is when we tend to get the last private equity results for your portfolio. So we will be working to finalize the 6/30 performance numbers, and also at one of your next couple of meetings, we should be able to also put your 6/30 numbers up against the more select peer group of other US-based sovereign wealth funds.
Okay, thanks. And Mr. Treasurer, maybe maybe there are things that have changed, but I don't believe we have another meeting prior to budget. Would we have recommendations for spending policy at the next Slib meeting? At this one, okay. Yeah, thank you. Great, thanks. Very good.
Any other questions, Mr. Chairman?
If there are none, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a couple.
Okay.
On D2, Chairman had a really good catch here, and I think it should have come up in our briefing. I'd like to move a motion to reconsider on D2 on the material terms to remove this coal language. So I think that was a very good catch by the chairman. So I'd like to move a motion to reconsider.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there support for the motion?
Second.
It's been seconded. Is there, and which motion, to approve the manager or material terms?
The material terms.
Material terms.
It's on page 3.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Secretary. I think this is a very good investment. And I think the point that I wanted to make is that being on an advisory board and being able to make the comments that the state needs to make, that we are starting to see changes, and be able to have a firm like this be able to reconsider the way they're approaching it is going to be far more compelling than simply just not investing. So I would urge people not to reconsider. But the motion is on the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to, first of all, I think in our briefings, we need to have more of a discussion on what these terms are. And I would appreciate if we could just have a motion to reconsider, because I'd like to vote no, which I view as just if we're not going to be able to change this. And I've tried to be reasonable on this and, consider these things rather than do a blanket no on these deals. But this language is a step too far for me. And, the other way I've considered, just that we need a complete overhaul in our approach, but I've tried to be reasonable. But this, and I appreciate him pointing this out, but I would appreciate that we pass the motion to reconsider just out of courtesy, because that was a really good catch. And my feeling is we delete it. If they don't accept it, then it comes back to us. That's fine. But that's just, having that in there is not acceptable to me. So thanks.
Mr. Chairman, it's non-debatable. I call for the question on reconsideration.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye. This is now to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Mr. Chairman, so we can't ask a further question then?
It's a non-debatable.
All right.
So all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? No. That motion fails.
Mr. Chairman.
And yes, please.
Thank you,
Madam
Mr. Chairman. I appreciate, I wanted to ask a question before, voting on this, but I was just wondering if the treasurer's office or the company can mention on this second bullet on page 3, implications of that, and we can just provide a little bit of color on that before jumping to votes and that sort of thing.
Absolutely.
Mr. Simpson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Superintendent. And perhaps KKR can add some additional color in addition to what I'll kind of walk through here. So starting on page 2, it's, the language reads, effective as of the initial closing date, the fund does not intend to invest. And then that follows up with the chairman's point, in any portfolio company engaging primarily in or in properties acquired solely for the mining of coal or the production or distribution of coal-based energy. As I mentioned before, this is not a prohibition, it's an intention, and it's an economic intention. So if they look broadly across the space at the relative value and risks in the debt structures available to them to invest in as a fund, they do not intend, given the opportunities present currently and over the last few years in the coal markets. This is not an outright prohibition. As I mentioned, their acquisition of Contango in 2021, which does business in oil and gas here in the state of Wyoming. So they're looking out for the LP's best interests, not from an ESG perspective, but from a risk return perspective. And perhaps Dan can add some.
And I'm happy to add to it, and thank you, sir. I would separate the points a little bit because I do think this is a fund that's intended to be entirely focused on sort of downside protection, right? So, as a firm, Crescent Energy, it's a publicly traded entity. Contango is the name they mentioned. I think they have 300 employees in Wyoming. I think they're the 4th largest producer of oil and gas. I think they're actually capturing the CO2 as well to help on the oil recovery sort of efforts. But thinking about a private credit fund, this is all about sort of downside protection and stability. And I think what we've seen beyond even just coal, but things that are commodity sort of focused, you are in an investment structure that is illiquid. So when we make these loans, we have to believe that we're going to own it until the end when hopefully you get repaid. It's not a high yield bond that you can trade out of. So our general advice to folks is if you want to play, again, I'm just using energy credit sort of more broadly, you would want to be in the high yield bond market where you can trade it and it settles the next day, or you'd want to be in the equity where you actually have the upside. You wouldn't want to be in it in a private credit investment where the most you can make is your return, right? So it is a risk matter that's important to us because I think when we are talking about, I expect low defaults, and on those defaults, I expect high recovery rates. And things that are in that commodity space, I don't feel the same way. There are certain industries as well, which have nothing to necessarily do with energy that we would stay away from a risk perspective.
And I very much appreciate that. But noting that you already have investments in the only other CO2 pipeline company that we have in the state, and that CO2 is derived from carbon capture. And we have the largest carbon capture facility in the world here in Wyoming. And the fact that utilities are beginning to recognize that there is value. In fact, this administration is recognizing that there is value in having stable, deliverable, dispatchable energy 24/7, which has not been true with the way this is built out. And then when you look at what the costs are associated with grid infrastructure that has to make a quote green, clean energy approach workable, there's a lot of risk, I believe, in that as well. Already we have seen aging infrastructure that is not designed for intermittent flows of energy that have caused things like fires, which are now bringing costs up. So I urge you to look carefully, and especially if you look at performance of coal over the last year when other sources weren't able to achieve that. And the fact that, the reason I mentioned Chairman Hero's comments is, and the reason I talked about being big, I think it is sometimes easy to miss the detail. They're certainly bigger than anyone else in the world. And yet they were sort of swallowed up by this sort of fashion of saying we don't like fossil fuels. So forgive me for my moment of time, but it certainly is a wise choice to look broadly, it seems to me, across all investments. And private credit is something that coal companies may need as they are, you know, sort of savaged by not well-considered ESG policies. Mr.
And just, you know, as your intention isn't to do anything right now, but I'd like to draw your attention, you know, to a potential opportunity, you know, in private credit is that, and that's the export of Wyoming coal off the west through their west coast. And we've ran into some situations there where Arch Coal did reclamation on an aluminum smelter. They were going to do essentially a port and transport that coal to China. China's market has expanded greatly, as you know, as far as the number of coal-fired plants they put on. They put on 322,000 megawatts of energy since the Paris Climate Accords have been signed. And essentially, that's a huge market over there. And it's larger than the entire coal market of the United States, just what they put on in the last few years, between 2015 and 2022. So if we could crack that code to get Wyoming coal, you know, off the West Coast and wouldn't have to go through Panama, then that would be a moneymaker for the foreseeable next 20, 30 years. So that gives you that long-term investment window that actually has potential. It'd be a great service to this state, and essentially it'd be a great service to the environment of the world, because Wyoming coal is cleaner than Indonesia, cleaner than Australia, and cleaner than practically anything that they can mine in China. So when you look at the whole global picture, it's a win for the environment, and it's actually a win for Wyoming, and it could be a win for KKR and anybody that invests in being able to crack that wall down from the West Coast. And you may be able to do it through Vancouver, you know. So, but there's some opportunity there, and it'll take a team like yours that's got the capacity and the skill, I think, to crack that. But if you do, there is a pot of black gold at the end of the rainbow, I'd say.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Treasurer. I'm happy to, you know, have a separate call with the right sort of folks to understand that better. You know, we are involved pretty heavily in transportation and logistics businesses. We have a very large ship finance business that's a global sort of operation. We own a rail car company that owns thousands of rail cars that transport sort of, you know, pretty much everything throughout the U.S. I'm not sure they're the most applicable things, but as a follow-up point, I'm very happy to do that.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know we'll probably put this to bed as the motion to reconsider had failed, but I would appreciate that opportunity, because as I do read throughout, I mean, and I hear what's being discussed and said in terms of intention versus prohibition, but it does seem a bit suspect that coal mining is included with a list of tobacco, illicit drugs, pornography, that sort of thing. And so that just is a bit of a red flag. So I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I mean, I'd ask the other three members why they're not open to having a motion to reconsider. Are you not open to people being able to have informed votes? I mean, this is something that did not come up in my briefing, and I find very troubling. And I think if we're not going to be able to have good faith conversations with the Treasurer's Office about how they're going to proceed, then it's just a really troubling precedent. So I'd ask one of the members to consider changing their motion to
Mr.
reconsider.
Secretary, that question's been asked and answered. It's over.
Mr. Chairman, this is the second time the Secretary of State has disparaged our office as far as having good faith conversations. I want to make it clear today that every briefing that the Secretary of State is going to have will be on a Zoom call, and it will be recorded so we can put this issue to bed at last.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Secretary, let me be clear. These materials were provided, and everybody has the opportunity to read them. Earlier today, you pointed out a catch in the minutes for the Business Council. You cannot put that on the briefing. You have a responsibility, sir, to read the materials and understand them.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we read the materials. It's it's hundreds of pages brought the Friday before the meeting. So sometimes there's little things that possibly aren't caught. And I appreciate that you caught that, just as I caught the thing in the minutes, okay? Which nobody else caught. So it's a team effort here. Appreciate you bringing that up. I wish it was brought before the vote. And I'm going to submit in writing a request to change my vote. And because I don't,
I think the minutes, sir, indicate that you made a motion. It was seconded by the superintendent, that the motion be to reconsider. You both voted against it. The three of us voted to keep the motion intact. So I think the fact is that you voted against it, and that's the way the minutes will stand.
And in the future, Mr. Chairman, I asked the treasurer's office to not insert these kind of things in material terms. This is outrageous for this to be in a material term that the state of Wyoming is going to have with anybody. So thank you.
Sorry you had to come see that, sir. But thanks
my
very
pleasure.
much. We're a
Thank-
spirited board with lots of ideas, but I think the message here, really, quite frankly, and I say this because I think every member of this board feels very strongly, that if investment decisions are made for investment reasons, that's a good thing. If they're made for fashionable or philosophical or notional ideas, that's troubling.
Yep.
So,
And I would agree with that. So
thank you. All right. Mr. Fleming.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, that would do for the D matters for us, and I think you have the spending policy.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, this is the time period where we approve or deny spending policy amount modifications. And essentially, this is a recommendation. It's not an approval or a denial of spending policy. That is a legislative process, but our process is simply to make recommendations on what the spending policies are or will be in the future. Our policy, as far as our recommendation, is to leave the spending policies in the same amount in which they have been. As you recall, we put together a rather lengthy and with the help of the legislative process last year, some reserves that can back up the spending policies that we currently have. However, we do make a recommendation that a spending policy cap be adopted as constitutional amendments for both the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust and for the Common School account within the Permanent Land Fund. And frankly, the reason for that is, if we recall, a couple of years ago, there was a constitutional amendment that proposed a change in the definition of income in both the PMTF and the Common School Land Fund that would not have any cap at all and would allow essentially the corpus to be spent down to zero in 1 year if the legislature so desired. I'm sure if that would have gotten out of the legislative process, I think you had a veto pin ready for it. But I think that what we need to do is to, I think it's important to consider at a future date. I think some I guess changes in perhaps that income definition within the Constitution, but absent a cap that would make sure that the corpus was never drained. I think it's extremely important that we would support these constitutional amendments as a recommendation, so the legislature knows you know, exactly how the State Loan Investment Board's feels about making sure that the corpus is protected for the future of the citizens of Wyoming in both these funds.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. And the reason for my question before, you know, we have to present the budget, but we also are timed with the quarter lag on private equity. And I understand that we've made the changes that we have, and I know you and I have pushed to try to lower that spending policy.
Yeah,
So-
and I think that we do it at the sovereign wealth fund states. I think the range in the sovereign wealth fund states has been like from 4 to 6. And the one state that went up to 6, it needed a constitutional amendment to do that. And after a couple of years, they found out that they needed to lower it back down. So in that 4 to 5% range, I think would be the normal percentage range that we would be looking at as far as caps. So that would be the recommendation, Mr. Chairman, that we take that in consideration and ask the legislators to act on that.
Very good. Form of a motion, sir?
Mr. Chairman, I request the board accept the recommendations to support the adoption of constitutional amendment to establish a cap on the maximum spending policy for the permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund, as well as the common school account within the permanent land fund.
Is there support for the treasurer's motion?
Second.
Been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be voting no on this. I've always had some concerns with putting a cap on the spending policy as a member of the legislature. You know, the problem with this concept is that being able to be variable with the spending policy is important in times of crisis, monetary crisis, to potentially stop a tax increase. And I think that there needs to be some flexibility there, obviously within the current constitutional parameters, which are real. But I think the number one thing I've been interested in the spending policy is the allocations. The fact that I believe almost all of these funds should go into the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account rather than SIPA and the general fund, which are more discretionary accounts, I think is something that I'd love for us to recommend to the legislature. But this one, I think, increases a great deal the chance for a tax increase down the line. I think we need to be able to be flexible with that spending policy. And so I'm going to be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Good point. Madam Auditor?
Mr. Chairman, and just to clarify, and I think maybe this is a little bit of a question for you and the treasurer. My understanding is that the treasurer is asking us for our, you know, hey, this is generally the idea. Do you support it? But just to be clear, I don't think that's what the statute requires, right? I mean, this is more of you consult with us, but at the end of the day, you can recommend about whatever you want to the legislature. Is that accurate? I mean, putting it very candidly, is that accurate, or am I?
If memory serves, Mr. Treasurer, I think that has to be in consultation with the State Loan and Investment Board.
And Mr. Chairman, I think the $1 million question, which we have, what is consultation does not necessarily equal agreement, but it is consultation, whatever that means to.
Yeah.
each
And then it
member.
goes to the Select Committee on Capital Finance, and they do whatever they're going to do.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, it is like I say, it's totally a recommendation. You know, I'm just asking for the support of the Slib board to give it a little more emphasis. I certainly understand that the Secretary of State has the exact same, I guess, thoughts as Representative Harshman from Casper on that. And there is flexibility on this. It just sets a cap. Doesn't mean that you can't go down. It just means you can't go over. And we've lived with these statutory caps now for as long as I can remember, since the 90s. But the frustrating thing that I see is that people want to spend our future, which has been the corpus of the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, and which it's protected now. But if we went to a more of an endowment model on the definition of income and revenue, then there would be no protection. And so that's the hope that I would have, is that to protect, perhaps facilitate an endowment model that it almost has to have a cap, or you're essentially saying there's no bottom to the well until it runs dry. In both the permanent funds, I guess the definition of permanent would be loss. They would just be land funds and mineral funds rather than permanent funds. So as far as, the concept of putting into the LSRA or SIPA or the general fund, all of those, to the extent that it's their 50% plus one vote, all of those can be changed as far as what the legislature does, or at the end of the day. Essentially, the way they are now, Mr. Chairman, is that they allow you as governor to have a starting point in profiling your budget.
Right.
And so in that case, that's the only thing that would change, is where you start with your budget profile in either of those scenarios. But I'm not going to waste a lot more time on this. Vote it up, vote it down, but if you want to stand with Secretary Gray and Representative Harshman, then certainly vote it down.
And well, is it pertinent to this?
It
point?
is.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that was a little jab to try to link me with somebody else that maybe, I work with people from all points of view. I always have, and will continue to do so. This is an area where he wants to go a little further than I did on the spending policy, but this is an area that I have worked with him on certain portions of allocations for the spending policy, and getting more into the legislative stabilization reserve account, which I think is very important. Some things that were reversed by the legislature after we passed them in 2019. So I just think there needs to be, the accounts are already in violet. They're already in violet. And that's in the Constitution. If someone thinks that's not happening, if the treasurer thinks that's not happening, maybe he should bring a lawsuit.
So I want to make sure we don't get off in a sort of a tit for tat sort of thing. The matters before us, it is about putting forward a recommendation on spending policy. Is there further comment to be made on that material part of this? If there is none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
No.
Secretary is a no. That motion carries. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is the acknowledgement of the annual disclosure report. And so while it is under Section D, it's D5. And you all may recall that to comply with Wyoming Statute 6-5-118, the board adopted a provision in their master investment policy entitled Standards of Care, which requires the board, its staff, the treasurer's office, the treasurer's investment funds committee, and the consultant to reaffirm their understanding and compliance with the policies contained in the master investment policy. And that disclosure has to comply with the provisions of the statute, and it must be reflected in the minutes of the board. So in board matter D5, you'll see that all of the applicable persons have in fact complied and provided to the Office of State Lands and Investments their formal disclosure paperwork. And so we are recommending that the board formally acknowledge and have it be made part of the minutes that all of the applicable individuals have supplied their disclosure statement to the Office of State Lands and Investments and have satisfied the requirements of Section 3.4 of the Master Investment Policy.
Thanks. I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam,
I would move the director's recommendation that we formally acknowledge that we have received the disclosure statements from all of the individuals listed that are required to fill it out.
Thank you,
And
madam.
and that they have satisfied the requirements of Section 3.4 of the Master Investment Policy.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there support for the motion? It's been seconded by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries. Thank you. Madam Director, it's been requested that we take a brief pause.
Certainly.
So I'd like to stay back on task, so 5 to 10 minutes. How does that work? Thanks.
change consent list. I believe the secretary's intent was to take F2 and G2 off to consider the interest rates. Now, if I'm incorrect in that, we'll readjust, but I don't know if that's how the consent list actually came out.
My recollection of that, and certainly we can make a motion to reconsider, but my recollection, and Mr. Secretary, tell me, I thought you wanted to withdraw F1 and F2 off the list, and I think that's what the motion indicated.
Correct.
But if G1 is what we need to talk about, I'll suspend to be able to do that, so.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to confirm, we're happy to deal with
Yeah.
whichever matters the secretary would like, and of course, we just wanted the consent list to be correct as well.
Right. I think that was the consent list, but
Yes, you're
just to
correct
make
in
it
that.
clear, I'm willing to entertain so that we get the matter covered the way we should. Mr. Secretary.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think her point is, and I did say F1, F2, but I think her point is G1 interacts, right? Because it's got the lower interest. Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, F2 and G2 are related because they're both the lower interest rates in the program. So they're like the mirror board matters, but just in the different programs. Does that make sense? But G1 and F1 are the standard loans that, typical business as usual. But if you wanted to talk to or speak to any of those, the F1 is the loan to DEQ, which we've done before. And G1 has 2 applications, and Ms. Blackwell is here to talk about those. So we're happy to deal with whatever. But it was my understanding that you were interested in talking about the interest rate reductions, but just trying to clarify.
So just to make it clear, for the record, I'm going to entertain latitude here so the secretary has the opportunity to discuss the matters he wants to without objection from the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll take G1 off too. Thank you.
So we're talking about F2 and G2, is that correct?
I believe so, but I think F1, because I did take it off, we should probably talk about it first. Just to make it formal.
Okay, and the reason is I wanted to, this will give us a chance to discuss them. Let's just discuss them, and that way we can make appropriate motions. And unfortunately, if there is a change in either of the G matters, we'll have to go through the process that this treasurer recommended. So F1.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this has to do with a loan to the Department of Environmental Quality for the corrective action account, or for the leaking storage tank sites in Wyoming. We've done this several times before, but I would yield to Ms. Blackwell to provide more detail on that.
Mr. Chairman, board members, this is a request from DEQ for loan number 28 from the Clean Water Program. These funds are used to help fund the leaky underground storage tank program. The loans are paid back by the corrective action account. These loans are at 0% interest, and I recommend approval of this request.
Thank you. Any questions? If there are none, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor,
I would move the director's rec.
is there support for the auditor's motion? Second. It's been seconded by superintendent, made by the auditor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? You're an aye? Okay. Thank you. That motion carries. Matter F2.
Mr. Chairman, Board Matter F2 has to do with an interest rate reduction for requests for specific loans identified in the board matter, and this concerns the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. And I would yield to Ms. Blackwell for further detail.
Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, board members, if you recall, recently we adjusted our interest rates related to the SRF programs. We lowered our base interest rate from 2.5% to 1.5%. In doing that, we have allowed current borrowers borrowers that are in repayment or their loans are currently dispersing to request their interest rate to be lowered. The purpose for this is to allow those communities some savings, and hopefully they can take those savings and invest them into another project. Given the fact that costs for a project are 2 to 3 times higher than they historically have been, this is our program's way of trying to help these communities get very needed projects completed. So if approved, the interest rate would be effective as of today. It would not be retroactive on the loan. And the entities would have the choice between either shortening the term of their loan by keeping the same payment amount, annual payment amount, or they can lower their annual payment amount and continue with the same term of their loan. Today, we have requests from the City of Riverton, as well as the City of Cheyenne's Board of Public Utility. The City of Riverton has requested a lower interest rate on 3 clean water loans. The Board of Public Utility requested a lower interest rate on 9 loans. However, one of those loans is already at 0% interest, so it's not included on the table that it has recommended interest rate reductions. That's pretty much the gist of it.
Thank you, Ms.
And we recommend approval of this.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Questions? Questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move the director's rec that all the requested interest rate reductions be approved.
That motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by, I'll call the treasurer this time, Superintendent. Thanks. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Let me ask, nays? There are none. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that takes us to G2 unless the secretary was interested in discussing the G1 matters.
Wasn't in the motion, so.
Well, and if you want to talk about G2, we certainly can talk about it. If you have any questions or anything else, we can consider. It's fine? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That moves us on to the mineral royalty grant matters, the H matters. The first one is to consider one application for a Chapter 3 emergency mineral royalty grant for the town of Lusk, Wyoming. The town of Lusk is requesting $300,000 in emergency grant funding to purchase and equip a new ambulance. They currently have 3 ambulances of vintage 2003, 2006, and 2014. A new equipped ambulance is about $446,000 and change. They've requested approximately 67% of the project costs. I would yield to Ms. Blackwell for some additional color on this application.
Mr. Chairman, board members, the director covered the project. I will cover our analysis and our recommendation. We do not feel that this project meets the definition of an emergency as it could be planned for. Emergencies are situations that generally cannot be planned for. An asset at the end of its useful life that an entity failed to save for is not considered an emergency. Or has not been considered an emergency in this program. We do recommend that if the board, we recommend that the city, town come back and consider regular MRG funding for this request, as that's a more appropriate funding mechanism. Like I said, just assets at the end of their useful life, just don't qualify for emergency funding.
Ms. Blackwell, just a couple of quick questions. To your knowledge, not only could it be regular MRG funding, but would any of this fit within the transportation enterprise account potential?
Mr. Chairman, I am not sure of that. We have generally considered our TEA grants as people movers, so I guess this would be considered a people mover. However, I think the purpose of that program is to foster transportation in Wyoming for the general public. So
Okay.
this would probably be a better question for an attorney.
Okay. And then the other question is there any availability for USDA funds to help meet this?
I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman. However, we do have representatives from USDA here that if they would be willing to come and talk to us.
This is my way of introducing our new permanent representative.
Okay. Is this on? Yeah.
It is.
Okay. Hi, I'm Lillian Freed. I'm the new Community Programs Director from USDA Rural Development. So nice to meet you all. We do have $50,000 individual grants available for ambulance type projects, but that would be the cap of the grant. This is Lorraine. You all know her.
Great. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, please. You come on up to the, and then there's a little red button, and it looks like a guy sneezing. It does not have COVID.
Thank you, sir. My name is Mike Mayville. I'm the new ambulance director for the town of Lusk. I was made interim director back in late May and was given the position as of July 1st. I'm just a small town guy from Georgia that wanted to be a small town guy in Wyoming. So I've got a background in fire and rescue, and they approached me for the position. It is a part-time position. And I've got a lot of demographics about the county, but I think you guys are probably pretty aware of all that. I didn't know when I got this job that I'd be meeting with the upper echelon of state government. But I would like to add a little context to the grant. I think we might have missed the mark a little bit when we were discussing the ambulances. First of all, there are 3 ambulances. MS-55 is a 2003 model. I just went through our annual ambulance inspection with the state on the 21st of September. It was mutually decided that MS-55 needs to be removed from service. It is a Ford F-350 with the very problematic 6.0 diesel engine in it. There's quite a bit of history as far as the problems those engines cause, particularly in ambulances in the 2000s. Lawsuits, patients died. It's been a pretty big problem. I know there's still probably a lot of them in rural departments throughout the country. We have 2. But so 55 is out of the picture. It's a 20-year-old rig, and we just can't afford to keep it in service. So that brings us to 86, which is a 2007, which is the bus I would like to get replaced. It is a ongoing issue. The truck only has 56,000 miles on it. I would love to extend its useful life, but it has problems with boost tubes and EGR and head gaskets. And like I said, this is well-documented 6.0 issues. We have had the truck break down 5 times during patient transports. Fortunately, we've been able to manage those difficulties. The last one, and the only one in my tenure, was a transport from Narborough Community Hospital to Banner Health in Casper. They broke down just east of Glen Rock on I-25. I was in a city council meeting. My driver called, told me what happened. I immediately inquired about patient health. He was an elderly gentleman with a collapsed lung. He was stable. So I responded code 3 with our primary rig, swapped the patient and crew to the other rig, and sent them on to Casper, and I waited for the tow truck. The patient, luckily, was pretty good-spirited about it, said he'd have some nice stories to tell, and everything worked out in this case. I do spend nights awake wondering when we will have a problem that, results in some sort of complication to a patient. After that event, I took, I don't know what you would call it. I used hose clamps, turnbuckles, and bolts to try to correct the boost tubes coming loose on the truck. It's really not a viable ambulance. Like I said, it's got 56,000 miles on it. The average lifespan for an ambulance in the United States is about 4.8 years. This truck is 17 years old. We don't put as many miles on it, excuse me, as a larger department. So, I can see why, obviously 4.8 years is an average, but we are in a pretty critical situation. MS-54 is my 2014 F450. It has the 6.7 liter engine in it. I just had it at Laramie Range for a number of repairs, but it's, I think Ford worked through the issues that these older motors had, and it's a great truck. It's also 9 years old. So at this time, it's fair to say that we have two ambulances. The second ambulance I don't let get many miles out of Lusk. It's just not a viable piece of equipment. The town has been budgeting and saving for this, for a event. It's just with inflation and rising costs, it just kind of outpaces our abilities. And that's why we came to you with this emergency. We have $147,000. It was in a CD at Lusk State Bank that paid a fairly low interest rate, but of course it was purchased before the interest rates that we are seeing today. That CD matured, I believe, 2 months ago, and that money was moved into a Wyoming class account with an interest rate, I believe, of more around 5%. It's making about $700 a month now. So, we are prepared to participate in this, but we found ourselves in a bit of an emergency situation. And with your help, we can alleviate that for the residents of Niobrara County. That's all I've got if you have any specific questions.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, and you may not know the answer to this because you're just relatively new on the job, but the assertion from staff is that you guys should have been saving for these and looked at them and put in a sinking account. But I'm not sure where out of the county budget a sinking account would, where those funds would actually come from. And so I don't know if there's anything left over at the end of a budget cycle to actually save in Niobrara County.
That probably would be a little bit above my pay grade. I can tell you that we are also undergoing a massive infrastructure project in the town of Lusk. It's, I believe it's set to be in 7 phases. And again, it's not my department, but the water and sewer system is, I believe, about 50 years past its expected life expectancy. It is under all the streets, so they have for the next, I believe it's 6 to 8 years in phases. The town is upgrading water and sewer, which also means paving the streets, sidewalks, curb gutter, bringing everything up to ADA. So the town is financially, I don't want to say strapped, but it's, they're doing everything they can. Like I said, that project is stretched over years. The west end of town was completed last year. I believe they're on phase 3 now. I live on the west end of town. Fortunately, it looks wonderful. Everything looked great. Everything works. I think it's probably money well spent, but I think it's just about all the money the town can muster and through different grants. In that regard, this is kind of a separate issue. And, you know, it's near and dear to me. I used the service in January for a nearly fatal issue. And when we have to send a transport out, we basically don't have a bus in town for virtually the whole day, you know. I understand the question. I don't have a specific answer, but I can tell you, I sit in the council meetings for the last 5 months, and they are constantly trying to find money to solve the problems that they're encountering.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And I noted in your write-up that, or in the write-up, that there had been, they had approached USDA, and I think we heard today $50,000, which isn't going to get us there, but it could be a component. My assumption would be, Ms. Blackwell, could you, certainly understand the case that you're making. Our challenge here is that sometimes we stack up against, I can think of the town of Opal when all the lining of their water tank fell off in the tank on a day. I can think of the town of Claremont where their well that had been working for a number of years suddenly stopped working. I can think of, situations like that. And we only have a limited amount of these funds. So we really try to be thoughtful. And one challenge, I think, and I was hoping you could kind of walk through this, is the special consideration that's given to emergencies and why they can do things like jump to the front.
Mr. Chairman, board members, the difference between a regular MRG and an emergency MRG are drastic. An emergency MRG you can bring at any regularly scheduled SLIB meeting. You do not have to compete against other applicants for the money. You can also request up to 100% of the project costs. You can also use emergency funds to reimburse for costs that were incurred prior to the grant award in emergency situations. Whereas with a regular MRG, that application comes in and it's generally one of 20 to 30 applications that we consider. Those applications are sorted by project type. We then send the applications to our partnering agencies to review and to help us rank them. We then meet as a funding agency and we literally comb through every application and we make recommendations. So in a regular MRG meeting, an ambulance would be competing against a water system and a sewer system, maybe a hospital, maybe a fire truck or a firehouse. There's a lot of benefits to an emergency MRG.
And then when would that next MRG meeting be?
We will hopefully have funds left and in June of next year. So we would be expecting to have regular MRG applications submitted to our office no later than February 15th of next year.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, I think I know the answer to this, but Beth, are we able to just forward an emergency application onto that pool, or do they have to reapply or just tweak it a little bit, or walk us through that?
Our preference would be that they would reapply. Reason being is we currently don't have a pot of applications. Generally, when we deferred applications, it was when an emergency was submitted after the due date for the regular MRG, and we had a meeting coming up in the near future. So if we had a meeting in January, that would be appropriate. I think it would be more appropriate for them to maybe do some work with USDA, see if they can find some other funding and come back for a regular MRG.
Thank you.
Ms. Treasurer.
Can we, or is there a way that we can actually provide for a sinking fund? I guess what I'm looking at is that these, this one truck is about 17 years old, and I'm thinking that whether we could say that 1/15 of the price of this has to be, set back and aside into a sinking fund. I don't know whether we have any sinking fund requirements in other areas. I think that we've contemplated that in some of the water areas, and I think maybe the legislature has contemplated that in some regards, but I'm just asking it from emergency grant purposes or other purposes.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I do not believe that would be an eligible use of MRG funding to add to a sinking fund.
No, you misunderstand my question. Let's take, for example, that we front the $300,000 but we put as a stipulation that 1/15 of the $446,000 has to be set aside, each year for the next 15 years.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I guess you could do that. However, I don't know how we would verify that. That would be a lot of extra work on staff, especially after the grant was closed. We would be having to do that follow-up. I guess it's a question maybe for the AGs of, can that be a requirement in a grant agreement? But this is a difficult question. These are why capital improvement plans are important, because then they can take inventory of their assets, figure out how old they are, what condition they are, and plan to save for them.
I just understand some of these smaller towns, they don't have the critical mass necessary and the amount of people. And you can't use water funds and direct them, or electrical funds and direct them into other areas of government. They're only used for those areas. And it's, the critical mass necessary to, I guess, charge insurance companies for ambulance calls is not there. So it's like, there's got to be a way to support our smaller counties and cities, and I just feel that it's something that one size of rules and regulations doesn't fit Cheyenne and Lusk.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I would like to point to you in your materials with their application, they had to submit a vehicle replacement plan. It essentially says they're working on a capital improvement plan, and there will be a clearer picture of what's needed for revenue and expenses. So they really don't have a vehicle replacement plan.
So thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Ms. Blackwell, I would like to sort of figure out if there's an opportunity here for the transportation enterprise account, which of course, that comes up in December. It does not. November. So it comes up in November. Beyond that, you're pointing out an issue that is a statewide issue on EMS and how we sustain EMS. I think your circumstances are probably fairly indicative of a lot in my town of KC. I know it's it's not the Ford, but it's a very old ambulance. And we've been trying to figure out at the state level how we can maintain EMS services. And this is a challenge, not only for people that, like yourself, that serve, making sure we have people, but also the equipment that's appropriate to be able to do a good job. And I know in Niobrara County, and I guess the question I would have for you, where is the county in this equation? Turn your little button on.
I apologize, I thought I left it on. I'm sorry. We serve the entire county. We also have mutual aid agreements where we go into Northern Platte, Goshen, Eastern Converse, Fall River, South Dakota, Sioux County, Nebraska, Southern Weston. So, the county is served as far as revenue sharing. The county tends to be in a worse position than the town, from my understanding of their revenue and budgeting. I mean, we have about 2,500 residents. You know, and I understand, you know, there's lots of small towns in Wyoming. I completely understand that. But I guess I don't have a perfect answer for you as far as the county participation. I mean, we have been doing, the previous director wouldn't do hospital transports, which was a very big problem. It's a problem from a revenue aspect, from insurance reimbursement, and it was a problem for the hospital, because what that meant was ambulances had to be called from Campbell County or often Wheatland would come. And so there was also a big delay, and they weren't always available. That was one of the things that I was tasked with fixing, which we have been doing. But what it does is it puts me in a very dire need to cover the community when a rig leaves. And, you know, which brings us back to here.
Right.
So,
Right.
not trying to jump line on anybody or any other communities. This part of the process, I do extrication, I can run calls, I put out fires. I mean, that part of it, I'm your guy. This part of it, I'm learning.
Yeah, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, just wanted to double check. The applications have to be done in February, but that's for the June meeting. And so we would have to, I guess, roll the dice as a committee to say there's not going to be any problems that can't be handled with one good ambulance and 2 broken down ambulances for the next several months.
And I think that's true, Treasurer, but I think the other concern is that's also assuming that we don't have other draws that are more emergencies.
Yeah, we've got how much money left between the emergency and the regular mineral grants? That's the same pot, right?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, it is the same pot, and we have approximately $9.7 million available.
Yeah.
And that needs to last at least until June to address emergencies. So we still have to go through another spring runoff with potential of flooding, things like that.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess what's been the largest and what's the average emergency draw that was truly an emergency on an annual basis?
That would take quite a bit of analysis to let you know. Generally, our emergencies haven't been huge. However, I do have a spreadsheet pulled up. Give me 1 second and I can maybe.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. So first off, thank you for putting yourself through this, and hopefully it's a learning experience. I would like to kind of have an idea where, knowing that you serve Lance Creek and all the other places in between, and JM and everything.
Right.
I would really like to have a sense of where the county is on this as well. And some support. You know, the reason I'm hoping for the TA to have a chance to be able to look at this is maybe the opportunity to have another quick look at it with a little bit more, support. I mean, I understand this. The big concern here, it's an impending emergency. But we just looked at one for town of Newcastle, where they also approached on a similar situation. They hadn't cleaned their sewage pond for a number of years, and they were worried about imminent failure. That was a very expensive proposed emergency, which we did not fund. So.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, on the Transportation Enterprise Fund, those monies were originally derived from Senator Thomas's efforts in getting, when they shut down the railroad system, that Wyoming got a pot of money. And so that was necessarily to augment transportation of people. I think we would have to, look at the statute and look at the rules if we are going to open that up. And it was primarily, it was originally for just senior centers, and then it was opened up for, any other government, entity that transported patients or different things. So it was broadened significantly. But I think there is some improvements that can be made within that program, and another program that the Department of Transportation has to facilitate, I guess, the full utilization of those funds.
Yeah.
So, there may be room, to expand that. But I recall years ago that the only thing that the mineral grants funded were ambulances and fire trucks. And because that was, quote, under the thing of emergency. And then it changed, and I think probably in a good way. So those were two areas that were always considered emergencies, and
Mr. Drescher, I am incredibly sympathetic to this, but I also know that there are a number of ambulances around the state and EMS services that are in really difficult situations.
I think if you opened that up in this regard, Mr. Chairman, I think you'd have a run on the bank necessarily. But so I'm trying to look at some way to do this, but to put sideboards on it some way. I don't know if there's any loans available.
And that's a little bit the reason why I'm sort of thinking if there's a way to push this off a bit, but.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms.
Mr.
Blackwell.
Treasurer, there's a potential you can make a loan at 0% from the Mineral Royalty Grant Program for 5 years, if you would like to do that. Looking back at our numbers, going back to fiscal year 15, the most we have ever spent on an ambulance appears to be $171,039, and that was a regular MRG. It does not, Torrington, there's only ever been one emergency that funded an MRG, and that was to Torrington in the town of $65,000 in 2016.
Yes, Mr. Treasurer.
That loan program, can that be 100% loan at 0%?
Yes, sir, it may.
And we could do that today.
Yeah, and the only thing I want to be mindful of there is that constitutionally there are limits on how much debt.
Right. I don't get it.
Yeah, which is why I'm trying to be a little thoughtful about this. Mr. Miller.
Mr. Chairman, you are well ahead of me. Pat Miller, Wyoming Attorney General's Office. Yes, in order to grant a loan, the Attorney General's Office has to certify the legality of the transaction, which includes looking at those constitutional debt limits. And I know from our SRF program that that's going to be a challenge for this particular applicant.
Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, and just for the note, the treasurer had a couple of good questions. It appears they do have a sinking fund already for capital assets, but it just wasn't sufficient for the cost of this. And as you stated, Mr. Chairman, this board has been really, really good about sticking to this strict definition of emergency. And I so appreciate you being here. And the second you came on, you recognized that this was a problem, the issue, but however you stated and what's in the application too, it's, this was a long time coming. If this was a 2022 ambulance that was having the come aparts, that would be a different story because that's completely unexpected. And we've taken a lot of really hard no votes on these when they don't meet that strict definition. And just, I mean, since we do have a couple board members who have not gone through the June meeting since these funds have been gutted by the legislature, what'll happen at that meeting is we will have dozens and dozens of applicants that have held off from submitting these emergency applications because they're highly important, but they don't quite meet it. And for me, I really need to see that full slate of applications. And again, that's to me where we can be real creative. Like even just today, we learned you can go get $50,000 from rural development. And I know they're looking for places to give out money, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's a meeting where we have the opportunity to see everything before us and then make, I mean, it's never fair and it's never enough, but at least a more equitable decision about all our sort of similarly placed or similarly subjected applicants. And Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if you're ready for a motion yet or if you want to have.
Unless there's.
With that, I would really hope to see you back in June. I think this is, I think it's a critical request. I don't think it meets the definition of emergency that we don't like either, but it's what we have stuck to make sure we have money to scrape by. So with that, I move the director's rec.
Thanks. Is there support for the director's recommendation?
Second.
It's been seconded by Superintendent. Further discussion?
I think when they come back in June, I think we'll probably approve it. There's no guarantees. I don't believe that 300,000 off of 9.729 million is going to affect the ability for us to actually meet a true emergency. I do agree with analysis that at the current date today, it's not an emergency, but there may be an emergency an hour from now because of the circumstances surrounding the state of the equipment. Essentially, they've got one ambulance that's functional. I think everything the auditor said, though, is true, that, these circumstances were known for quite some time. And the problems with the engineering and the ambulances have been known for quite some time. But I think it's true that this community, irregardless of whether they were known or irregardless if they had got down to one ambulance with the other two up on blocks in a junkyard, they still would not be able to meet that funding requirement and for the safety of the community. So I don't know if this is emergency and public safety, or is it just emergency? What is the actual standard that we use?
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Further comments? I will make one observation. Knowing that Niobrara and the town of Lusk is also paired with Shoshone and with KC in the same ambulance district, it's nutty. That doesn't make sense. And so we are really anxious to try to figure out a more sensible way to work at these ambulance areas. And it's something that has to be brought forward by the legislature, which I don't think fully understands the direness of this situation. And so what I'm thanking you for is bringing this point forward. And please be engaged during the session, because it's places like Lusk, like Shoshone, like KC, even up into the basin area that are, really absolutely need to have reliable EMS, and that means equipment and that means people. So I thank you. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I want to highlight the importance, as you just were, of this issue. I'm going to present this to you soon. There's been a couple proposals. They're doing it in Iowa where they basically are crowd sharing response to emergency situations. So as an ambulance gets to, I don't know, my mic's not on. Okay. There we go. Well, Mr. Chairman, one of the innovations that Iowa's looking at right now is having an app where individuals can respond to an emergency situations as they're waiting for an ambulance. And that basically locates individuals that have volunteered in a certain area to respond to emergency situations. So it's sort of a partnership with EMS services, and I think it's something we need to look at for our rural areas here in Wyoming is to be able to. Iowa's doing it, and there's a couple other jurisdictions in our country that are looking at it, and it's one of the options here to help give response times to emergency situations in our rural areas.
If I may, it's
absolutely.
Obviously a different subject, but I would love to participate in any sort of discussion regarding EMS, EMT retention training. I don't know that most citizens, I think everyone expects to get service when they dial 911. I don't think they're aware of just how difficult it is to find people that will go through the sheer level of training to be a entry-level responder. And I will add that the state continues to make that more difficult. I realize that they're, reaching for standards that make a lot of sense on paper. But when you've got a community of 2,500 people and only 9 of them are willing to put the time in, it's a huge challenge. So I
And the
appreciate
average,
your
and the
comments.
average age is?
Yeah, I mean,
You're a young man.
well, I'm 56 years old today, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, but that's also the other problem.
Yeah, no, I'm probably the 5th oldest on the fire department out of 14 people.
Yeah.
Still one of the more active, but it's a huge problem, and I appreciate you mentioning that.
Yeah, thanks. I was trying to figure out if Betsy was here, who might. Betsy's back there. If you could talk to her and get your information, we'd love to catch up with you.
Very well.
Very good.
And thank you, Mr.
Thanks.
Treasurer.
We'll see how this pairs. Madam Auditor, I think the motion's been made. It's been seconded. Is there any further discussion? If there is none, all in favor signify by saying aye. This,
No.
no, the nays? 2 noes. I am an aye. We approve the director's recommendation.
So Mr. Chairman, can I get an answer to that public safety question, or is it solely emergency, or just is it both?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, so the mineral royalty grant, all projects have to be essential public services. To be an emergency, it has to be considered a direct and immediate threat to human health and safety. So the first hurdle you gotta meet is what you're asking for an essential public service. So the public safety part. And then it's the emergency that comes in.
Thanks. All right, next matter, H2.
Mr. Chairman, the next matter is H2, which is to consider one application for a Chapter 3 Emergency Mineral Royalty Grant for the City of Torrington, Wyoming. The City of Torrington is requesting $406,606 in emergency grant funding to purchase a sewer vacuum truck. This would be about 75% of the project costs. Their vacuum truck was in a collision with a semi-tractor trailer, rendering it inoperable. It's under evaluation to see if it can be repaired. The city has entered a rental agreement for a replacement essentially for about $12,000 a month, and I believe that contract recently expired. If their wrecked unit can't be repaired, or if the repairs take a long time, they would like to replace the unit due to the excessive costs of the rental. So they are seeking the emergency funds to purchase a replacement unit. And with that, I would yield to Ms. Blackwell to provide any additional color.
Mr. Chairman, board members, the director did a great job explaining the situation. However, once again, this project fails to rise to the level of an emergency. This is, I applaud the town for being proactive and trying to get this vehicle back in order to help save time and money when they're dealing with their water and sewer systems. However, as just like the prior one, this just doesn't reach that level of emergency. One of the items that I did suggest to the board is you could potentially help pay for a couple more months of rental while they try to figure their stuff out with their insurance. Or they are eligible to get a SRF loan from the Clean Water Program at an interest rate of 1.5%. So those are some options.
Great, thank you. Town of Torrington. Good to see you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Jeff Harkins. I'm the Director of Public Works for the City of Torrington. With me, I have City Clerk Treasurer Lynette Strecker and our Wastewater Superintendent, Tom Troxel. Basically, I have prepared a statement explaining the situation that we're facing and the options that we've looked at. We've discussed things with Ms. Blackwell, and if you would indulge me, I'd like to read that and explain our situation. Obviously, on May 23rd, we had an accident with our Vector truck, and it was basically wrecked and is out of service. Initially, our insurance adjuster informed us that the vehicle would be totaled, and everything was fine based on that. So we took this information, we checked around, we found that we could get a new Vector truck from kiosks in Colorado that would be available in a few months. So we put in the order expecting to have the money from the insurance company to pay for it. Unfortunately, for some reason, the insurance company sent another adjuster to examine the vehicle, and their determination was that the vehicle may be able to be repaired. So the truck was sent to Joe Johnson's in Colorado to estimate what it would cost to fix the vehicle. And that's currently where we're at right now. We don't have a determination from the insurance company whether they could still potentially total it. But now we're just in limbo, wondering what's going to go on with this, wrecked Vector truck. We've kept in touch with Keogh's concerning the delivery of the new truck. We were recently informed that it'll be ready at the end of October, at which time they expect us to take delivery of the truck. We did check with MRG and found out that Vector trucks were eligible for emergency funding. We submitted the application hoping to get funds needed to purchase the new truck. It has never been our intention to not repay the MRG when we either get money from the insurance company for totaling the truck, or if they do repair the existing Vector truck, we would turn around and sell that and take that money and repay the MRG fund. We are aware of the recommendation to not fund this request, as it's not deemed an emergency, and possibly look to SRF funding for the truck. So we did that. We spoke with Stan Miller on Tuesday, went through the process and timelines necessary to consider the SRF funding, and found out, yes, we would be eligible for funding through the SRF. However, we would need a public hearing after a 30-day advertising period, and that the SRF agenda for the December meeting is already set, and we would probably not be eligible until the meeting after the December meeting. So time frame wise, looking at the SRF funding doesn't allow us to buy the truck that we currently have ready for delivery in October, obviously. So we did check with kiosks if they would hold the new truck for us until potentially February, March. Obviously, their answer was no, because they've already had inquiries on this Vector truck that we have ready for delivery in October from other people saying, is that truck available? And obviously, the current market, the demand for just about everything is an all-time high, and to ask a vendor to hold something is fairly unreasonable. So our dilemma. If we get the MRG funding, everything's good. We can purchase the new Vector truck, repay the MRG when we either get the insurance payment or we sell the repaired truck. If we don't get funding today, but try to fund it through the SRF, we will be too late for the Vector truck that is already currently available. We checked with Kios, and the next available truck would not be available until July of 2024. And as you heard, we're currently paying $11,900 a month for a rental Vector truck. If we were to go until July of 2024, that would amount to another $95,200 out of the Torrington budget, which wasn't technically budgeted for in this current budget. If the insurance company decided to repair the truck and not total it, the repairs will probably take up to a year. And as a result, if we were to continue the rental, that would be an additional $142,800 to the Torrington Sewer Fund. In regards to the emergency situation, this Vector truck is basically used on an almost daily basis. It's used to clear sewer backups caused by tree roots and in the sewer lines. In commercial areas with restaurants, it's used to clear sewer backups caused by accumulations of grease. It's also used to respond and or prevent sanitary sewer overflows that contain raw sewage and can occur on land and in public spaces, causing public health and environmental concerns. As this threat is real and could occur at any time, we are of the opinion that not having a Vector truck readily available to respond to these issues puts the citizens of our community at risk to potential exposure and health issues. Both the mayor and council have deemed this as an emergency situation. And just to add that Mayor Doby apologizes he couldn't be here in person, but he had attorney business that he had to take care of today.
Very good. Well, thank you.
I don't know if you have any questions. I'm sure one of the three of us would be able to jump right in.
I'm sure one of the five of us will have some questions. So are there questions? Yeah, I've got a couple questions. Okay, question first the auditor and then Secretary of State.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Now I know that perhaps the prior applicant wasn't a good candidate, but what you have applied for doesn't contemplate any payback. That's not sort of the standard we use. However, my understanding is that you would qualify for an MRG loan at 0%. And I know that that does have to be approved by the AG's office, but I think that is maybe a quite favorable option here, particularly where you are going to get either insurance proceeds or a repaired but still valuable truck. Correct. So I'm wondering, is that, and it's 0%, 5 years, so that would be plenty of time to cover whatever, however long the repairs take, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just wondering if that would be a good option, because what we have before us today is just a grant. There's no payback contemplated there. So would that be a good solution perhaps?
That would be a good solution. Apologize for my ignorance. I did not know that the MRG loan was available.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Auditor. Mr. Secretary.
That was my question.
Okay. Further questions? So, Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's rec, but further move that we approve an MRG loan in the amount of $300,000. I'm sorry, wrong amount. I'm on the prior.
406.
406.
606.
$406,606 and subject to everything that the Attorney General's office may need to review and or approve. Is that acceptable? It must not be.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I think the statutory order requires us to do our eligibility before you can approve. So I think if we're going to go the loan route, my recommendation would be to maybe notice the special November TEA meeting to include consideration of the loan, and we will get our due diligence done in time for that.
And that meeting is the first week in November, so we're about November 2nd, so less than a month.
Okay, we'd have to contact the vendor and say that we will be on the agenda for the November 5th, 3rd, 2nd? November 2nd, Slib meeting, and for the loan, and technically, I think it seems will be received a favorable opinion at that time.
Great. Mr. Chairman, that would be my messy motion.
Okay, that motion's made. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the secretary. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Mr. Secretary.
Well, the other thing, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask, just keep us updated. I mean, if you can't wait that long, you know, we could call a special meeting, but it would be good if you could wait that long, but.
Yeah, after talking with Kios, we talked to them yesterday. They, obviously, the truck's not going to be available until the end of October. They said that they probably could, you know, wait a little bit, but not until, you know, February, March of next year. That's just unreasonable. So if they know that, you know, we're still going to take delivery of the truck, I think they'll be okay with that.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
If Mr. Miller is willing to consider that, I think the last request that we just dealt with before this for the town of Lusk might be appropriate for treatment like that. They may not qualify for debt limits, but okay.
Mr. Chairman, we will certainly receive the paperwork, but I believe we've already had to reject some capital construction loans.
Okay. Very good. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Mr.
Madam
Chairman,
Director.
That takes us to H3, which is to consider one application for a Chapter 3 emergency mineral royalty grant for the town of Meeteetse, Wyoming. The town's requesting $924,073 in emergency grant funding to help fund its 2023 water treatment plant and HAA5 TTHM upgrades project. The estimated cost for that project is approximately $1.6 million. So this would be 58% of the project costs, and it would be matching their Slib local government projects ARPA funding awarded to the town in the amount of $671,000 and some change. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would turn it over to Ms. Blackwell for any additional color.
Mr. Chairman, board members, the request in front of you is for matching funds to their ARPA application that was approved in February earlier this year. On that application, they had identified that their matching funds would be coming from USDA in the amount of $549,006. However, when USDA presented their funding option to them, it was solely a loan. The town decided that was not feasible and did not take the loan. Currently, rate information based on what the town has provided, their base rate is $46 for the first 6,000 gallons of water and $8 for every 1,000 gallons above that. Once again, we have shared this application with our partnering agencies, DEQ and Water Development. They do not believe, or they do not recommend funding this application as an emergency. Meeteetse would be able to come to the Clean Water SRF program. They would be eligible, I believe, for 75% principal forgiveness, so that may be an option for them. However, given the short time frame that is tied to the ARPA funds, it may be in the best interest of the town to maybe shorten or decrease the scope of their project and use the ARPA funds that have been awarded to them, because local government funding can be used at 100%. And that may be an option to address this. While they may not get the full project done, they will get a portion of it completed.
Very good. Questions? Is anyone here from the town of Meeteetse? Is there anyone online? I do have Angie Johnson. Mr. Bump?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm the clerk, Angie Johnson, the clerk treasurer for the town of Meeteetse. And I thank you for allowing me to present via Zoom and apologize for doing so. I had a prior engagement to be in South Dakota to represent for the International Institute of Municipal Clerks. So the project in Meeteetse is multifaceted with many components, but overall is essential for the efficient operations of our water plant and the distribution system. Originally, yes, I did apply for USDA grant and ARPA grant combination. And with the USDA grant, it was an additional $27,000 a year that we would have to pay in loans, which we already have a $25,000 payment for the installation of our water plant in 2000, and we're still paying on that. The essence of the emergency at this point in time is the fact that our PLC went down 2 weeks ago. And when it did that, it was due to a power bump. So it wasn't a power outage, it was a power bump. And then at that point in time, the plant was down for 17 hours with no call outs, and the transmission line was drained. With it being drained, there was no way that we could produce any water for any of the individuals on our transmission line or any of the individuals within the town of Meeteetse. And for that, then we had to contact our Paul Corp technician to reinstall the program. And it's due to the PLC and the SCADA system, of which is outdated, I suppose, is how you would say that. Anyway, I would consider that seeming to be more of an emergency type situation, because producing water and providing that essential service to our community is important. And so I guess at that point, I can stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Are there questions? Are there any questions? Hearing none, what is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation.
The auditors move the director's recommendation and the treasurer has seconded. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Ms. Johnson, thank you very, very much for appearing. We appreciate however you can be here. And hopefully we can be helpful in your plans moving forward.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to J4, which is to consider funding recommendations for Health and Human Services Capital Construction ARPA grants inflationary costs. The board may recall that in November and December of last year that they held special meetings to award ARPA funds for the Health and Human Services Capital Construction ARPA grant program. During the 2023 session, the legislature supplemented the funds in that program, which included a specific $15 million limited to projects approved in 2022 by the board for inflation-related costs, which cannot exceed $5 million per award. Then there were some additional projects that received funding in 2023. However, those are not eligible for this inflationary cost funding via the legislation. Today, the board is presented with 11 applications that we received, totaling $13,702,000 $1,013 for the inflationary related costs. Unfortunately, the applications, the supplemental materials we received to support the requests were largely engineering estimates and not actual bid prices. So at this point in time, it's difficult for us to know whether in fact the amount of each application is in fact related to ARPA related eligible costs. But notably, the board's already determined that these projects are ARPA eligible and necessary. So what we're recommending in an effort to get the funds moving forward, as the times are ticking for the ARPA funds, they have to be encumbered, I think, under our rules by October of 2024 and spent by October of 2026 in an effort to get moving. And we are recommending that the board conditionally approve each of the application amounts requested, conditioned on staff's subsequent verification that the inflation-related costs are in fact eligible for the funding under this program. We're concerned that this is a reimbursement program, obviously, we're concerned that if we wait until applicants are able to provide us each and every receipt, that we're not going to be able to get these projects moving, and they're not going to be able to have those funds to be able to bid these projects. So Ms. Blackwell, what have I forgotten here?
I think you hit it all.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure how you wish to address these. If you want to hear from the applicants, I'm sure some of them are here to speak to them, or they may even be online, or if there's further discussion or questions that staff can answer, we're happy to do that.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Just kind of a question or clarification. Am I to assume that these projects haven't been bidded? We let the money in 2022 and they haven't been bid yet?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that is very likely the case. That is the case on many of the current outstanding ARPA applications, because a lot of them needed to be designed prior to going out to bid. What you approved the dollar amount on was based on engineers' estimates. And so that's the other thing that is difficult for staff right now, is what is inflationary and what was just bad estimates.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I guess I'd say that the only thing that I see in this that I would have liked to have seen is and you probably couldn't give this because we don't have the engineering estimates on some of these, the total project costs. But if we had the total estimated project costs, it would give us an idea whether the amount requested was within the realms of what you would expect as an inflationary adjusted cost. But we don't have that. You don't have the engineering costs. And this is one of those trust me deals that it's a sophisticated analysis of what it could be. So, okay.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I think the problem with these is everyone had a different support for how they determine their inflationary costs. Some of these applications include, okay, their original application was to renovate and update an HVAC system. Once they got into the project, they now know that they have to replace the HVAC system. However, based on the definition of inflationary costs that the board adopted, changes in scopes, that's not an eligible expense that we can fund with these inflationary costs. The other thing is, within that definition, the inflationary time period is limited to when they first submitted their applications in August of 2022 versus now. Several of the applications go back to 2019 or 2020 for inflationary costs. Unfortunately, per the definition, those are not allowed. So those are other things that we have to vet through this process.
Sure.
So if there's a change in scope, are there any ARPA funds left for the people that had to do the change in scope to come back in and get their projects back on time and on track?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I believe to open up a new, more funding or what's remaining, I believe it's just under 3 million, approximately 2.3 or 2.7 million, I believe. We would have to open a whole new application period. So that would open it up to everyone to submit an application for that $2 million. So we would likely receive $100 million in requests for the $2 million. So it may not be an efficient use of staff time.
Well, probably the person that changed the scope would disagree with that, but.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
So just to be clear, the recommendation presented for us today on any of these projects, whether we approve them all at once or one at a time, OSLI, if we approve them, they're not going and cutting the checks for these amounts. We are just saying, okay, now that applicant is eligible to submit what they think are inflationary costs, and then there's a fine tooth comb to go through that. So in theory, and I'll just pick on, West Park Hospital District, they're requesting $237,000. You may decide, you know what, only 180 of that actually is meeting the requirement. Okay, so just to be sure, we're not, this is not a blank check that we're saying, okay, okay, great. Just wanted to make sure we understand what we're.
And Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, one thing of note is once these projects go out to bid, they have to submit their bid documents to us. At that time, we're going to review what was actually bid, what is the winning bid, and how does that correlate to what was originally submitted to the office. At that time, we would determine what dollar amount, and then we would execute a new grant agreement for the additional amount of money. So if there's any issues with any of these or the entity disagrees with our analysis, we would bring those back to the board for the board to sort out.
So Ms. Blackwell, it probably should go without saying, but I think to put a very fine point on this, simply because they're approved here today by this board is no guarantee that the full amount will be funded, that there is diligence that will be done. And if there is a variance from the original scope, that quite frankly is not allowed, and this board did not indicate that it was.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. The other thing is we cannot reimburse for soft costs either. So if their soft costs increased, those are not eligible for reimbursement either. The one thing that we do on every request for reimbursement, those requests are reviewed 3 different times by my staff for eligibility, technical reasons. So we not only will comb through the bid documents, but once it comes to requesting those additional funds, we'll also be looking at those invoices to make sure that they're appropriate expenditures to that grant.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
And I guess when I look at the change of scope, that the original scope on some of these projects would be a building that had an operational HVAC system based on the engineer's last estimates. And if an engineer in an original construct felt that they could use used parts to make that happen, and it was a lower price when they originally costed the project out, but in the end of the day, they said, no, we have to use new parts, then essentially the scope of the project is still a building that has a workable HVAC system. And that's the original scope of the project. Now, you may disagree, but from my perspective is that the original scope of the project would have been a building or a structure with an operational HVAC system. How they get there is up to the engineer and their specifications of what they think would be appropriate. And that's, at the end of the day, is what the scope of the project wouldn't change whether it was used parts or new parts, because the original scope was a workable HVAC system.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I think you're misunderstanding a little bit. When a project includes rehabbing a HVAC system, they would use new parts. Rehabbing a system is replacing those elements that are at the end of their useful life. Replacing a whole HVAC system is replacing the whole thing. It's not just repairing the parts that are at the end of its useful life. It's replacing all of the ventilation. It's a much bigger process, and it is a change of scope based on what work would be needed. So changing out an HVAC system, you may have to take it all out and put something completely new in. Where refurbing it, maybe I have to replace a couple parts here and there to make sure I extend its useful life. So for my purpose or my office's purpose, when we look at these things and based on the definition that was passed by the board, those costs are not eligible. The other thing to keep in mind is the footnote that funded the inflationary costs through legislature. I don't believe these funds would be eligible for that because they have to be related to inflationary costs, not a change in scope.
Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, and I think this is a useful discussion because that could be something that came back before this board. If you said, you know what, we don't love this, but here you go, board, you decide what your rules say potentially. So we would have the final say in that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and it's kind of like, I guess I put it in my concept that I'm aware of. I've got a piece of equipment and I can either replace the engine, the transmission, put new tires on it, new axles, and essentially I've got when you look at it, maybe you don't think you need to replace the rear end, and you look at it and it says all I have to do is replace the engine. And the engineers got into it and they said, well, we've got to replace all of this. It's cheaper in the long run is just to put in a new system. And so their estimate in the beginning was wrong. But at the end of the day, what you want is a finished project that works. And so, you know, I guess those are things that we don't know for sure, you know, but, you know, I think that whether or not somebody thought this was a way to upgrade the system, and maybe they didn't take a lot of different things into consideration. But those are things that we don't know right now. But to the auditor's point, I think that disapproval of these funds for any administrative action will probably come back before the board, and we'll have a bigger picture of it. But
and to your point, Mr. Treasurer, I think the term of art in zoning regulations is one stick remodel. So in other words, you leave one stud up and you completely build a new house and then you tear that stud down. That is not allowed, I don't think. Okay. All right. Is there further discussion on this? Further discussion? All right, do you want to take these one by one? All right. All right, so Madam Director, we'll go at them one by one.
Sounds good, Mr. Chairman. So the first application on the list is 1003, which is Riverton Medical for the COVID mitigation. They're requesting an additional $5 million, which is the maximum amount allowable under the program.
Ms. Blackwell.
Things of note on this application is they are using multiple years to support the 25% inflationary costs. They started the inflationary costs in 2020, and our rules only allow from the original grant application.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McGuffey.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and board. Thank you for listening to our application today. My name is Court McGuffey. I'm the board chair for the Riverton Medical District. I'm here with Vivian Watkins, one of our board members. We have a lot of our board members tuning in online, listening today. So When we were approved by this board in November, I was hoping not to have to come back to the board, but I'm very thankful today to have this opportunity. A lot of you know about our project that we've been working on for about the last 5 years. And we've spent some time updating the new Slib board members on our project, and we appreciate you guys making time for us. We are approved for a USDA loan, $37 million, biggest loan for the state of Wyoming that the USDA has provided in their community facilities program. We've been working hard to try to get the project out of the ground, and we thought with the grant we received last November that would be it and we'd be good to go. But this spring, as we were putting our design plans together and getting some preliminary budget estimates and engineering estimates, we learned that costs of materials and inflation had increased substantially from our previous estimates. Our total project cost that we put forward for our COVID mitigation project as part of our hospital is $20 million. Our engineering estimates that we provided the OSLI staff show about a 25% increase in costs, and that's why we're applying for 25% of that $20 million total project cost, and that's the $5 million that we asked for today. We have spent a lot of time this summer and spring making modifications to our design to try to be as cost effective as we can without changing the scope of our project to all the USDA people here, because when you change the scope of your project, it affects revenue numbers and you can't do that. So we have been as diligent as possible trying to make changes that we could to keep our project on budget and use this money the most efficient way possible. We have not gone out to bid yet. The USDA hasn't let us go out to bid yet. We want to get out to bid. It's our plan to get out to bid here in January and February. We feel like that's going to be the best time. That's when you get the best pricing from contractors, is at the beginning of the year when their plates are empty and they're looking for work to fill their schedule out. So we're going to be very happy to provide those estimates to the OSLI staff once those come in, and they will show the increases that we have seen in our construction budget. So we're still hard at work jumping through the last few USDA hoops that we need to this fall, but we're confident that we can hit the ground running when the weather gets good, hopefully here in the spring of 2024. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions from the board.
Thank you. Mr. McGuffey, questions? 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 Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Secretary, it's your request to go one by one. Do you want to go through each of these and then do a cumulative motion, or would you like to make a motion as we go through each?
Mr. Chairman, I was just responding to your question as to how
Okay.
that was my preference, to go one by one through each one. I think that's the better way to do rather than have these consent lists. I think that's when we get into issues, and we have these huge consent lists. And I also want to see who's here. I mean, I think it's important to see who comes and who fights for their project. And I think Riverton is certainly one of them. So with that, I'll go ahead and move the requested amount on. Or do you want to take it out to the Zoom, or?
Up to you. I don't believe we have anybody on Zoom. Do we have anybody, Mr. Bump? So.
Okay. I'll go ahead and move the requested amount on Riverton Medical.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you.
Mr. Chairman, the next application is application 1010 for Volunteers of America for their stabilization project. The amount requested is $565,226. The amount that has been awarded in 2022 is just over 2.9 million.
Mr. Steele.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to point out that within their application, they state that the cost of their project grew substantially due to both inflationary costs and an increase in project scope.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Sorry, I went out of order. Apologize. Heath, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Board. This is our project here in Cheyenne, Wyoming. We have broke ground, the demolition is done, and we are underway. So we have been surprised on the bids that we received in November of 2022 versus the final bids that are coming in. Some of this is regulatory through the permitting process. I know this board is aware from my testimony a month ago as to the challenges of the infrastructure lines between the property we own and the property we're looking to transition. And that is what changed in the scope was finishing a sewer line in there that had actually been collapsed after some pumping and some other things that has sat empty for a number of years within where we broke ground. We've also moved from a costing, particularly in commodities, on concrete, HVAC, and asphalt from about $320 a square foot to about $399 on the final bids. We went through a very aggressive value engineering process. I do believe we will see those numbers go down a little bit, but due to, I think three things, and I'm being a little assumptive here. I think there's a lot of work going on here in Laramie County construction-wise. I think we're bumping up against a workforce shortage of trade folks, and we're seeing that a lot of the HVAC systems are coming through the same providers and seems to be at the high end of costing on HVAC systems. The crisis stabilization facility that this board participated with in Sheridan is actually slated to be completed in January, and we've not seen the related inflationary costs that we're seeing here in Laramie County. And I don't know if that's multiple projects going on at the same time, or if the permitting and getting through the infrastructure part has just been more extensive. My hope today is to have your support in this project. We are underway. We do anticipate to occupy the building within the next 12 to 14 months is our hope, and is a much needed service here in Laramie County. And we do recognize there will be a need to justify our expense as inflationary and to walk through the changes there. So it's not a blank check. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Chairman. Yep, Mr. Secretary.
You know, this one, I get a couple questions on the application, and then maybe this is better for staff, but first we'll open it up to you. I'm just a little also perplexed on the motion, because the application says there's been a change of scope. It says there's been no cost attributable to that. In fact, I think the point is that it's actually an efficiency. And I believe the motion is just an amount. So I'm a little confused what Ms. Blackwell was saying earlier, that they've attributed that there's no cost change with the change in scope. The motion, I don't think, is attributing any change in scope in terms of what the Slib has done from their previous allocation. So I just don't know, unless we're confident that that's not accurate, how that would be outside of it being inflationary.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I was just making a point of information that was included in the application as to the fact that that is not an eligible cost, letting everyone know that this number may be it or it may be less.
Follow up? No. Okay. Further questions? Madam Auditor.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think maybe, and the Secretary asked a good question, I think part of it is we just don't know yet, right? And because this process of going through, and again, the folks who have been in the ARPA wheel longer, this process takes months. And so far, we have waited till we had all that information to give out these grants, and now we're a year out. So like time is, so I just want to make sure, is that sort of the understanding that I think those are good questions, and we absolutely can argue about scope when we know a little bit more. Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Treasurer.
I guess this kind of goes into, the definition of scope. I mean, I think you had originally planned you're going to have a facility that had sewage service. And then your change in scope was that how to get your sewage system was going to cost you more, but necessarily not because of inflation, but because of an engineering, I guess I would say, maybe the original engineer missed the collapsed sewer and assumed that it was there, and when it isn't. So you had a change in the engineering specifications as far as what was going to require to have sewage service to your facility.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I think that is a yes and question. Yes, we intended to have sewer, and we run into some challenges and concrete prices and new asphalt prices and excavation and diesel, and the steel rebar has all gone up extensively to be able to put that sewer where the regulations are now requiring versus where it used to go. And I'm really empathetic to the challenge here of determining this, but it's a yes and an and.
Yeah, so you also had a change in regulations that required you to relocate the sewer, or in a different place.
Again, it's a yes and an and as a relation to without getting deep into all the regulatory aspects of a DEQ well and testing and some regulations that have come up there. We're going north instead of west, but we're also the true costs of this project are climbing exponentially here. What we're asking Slib board for and what we're eligible to request, we have philanthropic partners that have had to pick up considerably more than we're requesting to be able to address the commodity costs alone. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Further questions? Okay, if there are none, what is the pleasure of the board? It's been moved by the treasurer. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, just assuming that when we're making a motion for approval, that it's approval of director's recommendation, correct? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Aye. That's an aye. That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you for your time today.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next project is for HealthWorks. It's application 1035. It's their hospital HVAC. The original amount awarded to them in 2022 was approximately $6.2 million. They are requesting $1,035,164. Beth, is there anything?
I have no additional color.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Please come on up. Good to see you. Thanks for being here today.
I think this might still be on. Good morning. I'm Tracy Brocious, Governor and Board. I have exciting news. So since our approval, and just to back up a little bit, if you remember, our project was to purchase and convert an existing business building into a new primary care medical home for the community of Laramie County and all the patients that we serve. When we put in our application in the very beginning, we didn't own the building. So that building is now purchased thanks to Beth and her staff. And it is, we are well underway. To address the issues of kind of the timing of these types of projects, this is well outside of our lane in healthcare. We are great at delivering healthcare, but we have had a fire hose of learning lessons in real estate and bidding and RFQs versus RFPs and all of the things that go with it. So currently, we're trying to be incredibly diligent and deliberate about how we move through this project. So we purchased the building first and then waited until we had the building in hand to hire an architect so that we would be able to do the full due diligence to enable the architects to give us a good plan for our building. It's only been 2 weeks since we selected our architectural firm, and we are in the process now of developing the interior plan, which then allows us to go out for hard bids. So that's a very deliberate process that does not necessarily align with the timeframes that come out of the OSLI office. So when we were approached, and we have been in contact very closely with the HVAC organization that we have been using to help us with our assessment of our current building and then the possibilities of our future building, it became very apparent that our estimation for HVAC, the economy is outpacing and outstripping, and I think you just heard it from VOA. HVAC systems are a hot item, and the prices are escalating. And so that is what it was, the one really hard cost that we had in hand at the time of the application deadline. I am more than confident that, unfortunately, the hard bids will come in this range, along with probably quite a few other increases in costs that due to inflation by the time we get through that process. So we are just incredibly excited to be moving forward. I am pushing hard. We plan to be in the building by the first quarter of 2025. So we're pushing hard to be in and have all the money spent. So I'm happy to answer questions about kind of where we're at in our process.
Thank you. Questions?
Yeah. Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you. You know, we weren't on the board, the two new members when this was approved. And I guess, you know, we've had a lot of discussion about the Treasury guidance and whether it's eligible or not. And I do think the current board at the last meeting took a little bit of or 2 meetings ago when we had the HHS, a little bit of a harder stand that we want to be careful on the possibility of an audit and these funds being requested back by the federal government. At the same time, you know, I recognize that this is an HVAC expansion, but which appeared to be a bright line that was allowed. So I'm just thinking in my head how all these things interact. The fact that something's been approved that, you know, is along a higher risk, and maybe this is one component that would be allowed, but maybe it'll just flow into one thing that is ultimately asked to be recovered by the federal government. So was wondering if you have any comments on that, any responses to that. I mean, I marked the ones that on the inflation end that have been identified as maybe higher risk. So thank you.
Chairman and Mr. Gray, I appreciate that. I have actually zero concerns about our project not meeting the criteria at the federal level. We serve the population that is very specifically addressed in the guidance. We serve an underserved and vulnerable population. These services are vital to primary care delivery and the COVID response. As a reminder, we were the provider that identified the first COVID patient in Laramie County, and one of our patients was the first death in Laramie County. So the HVAC system and our current facility is of top of mind currently as we are continuing and unfortunately this week starting to treat patients outside yet again. So I'm not concerned with the fact that we would have a lot of arguments against this project not meeting the federal guidance. And I will comment, we are incredibly grateful immensely grateful for this funding. This project would not happen without this. We've been working on, we've been working on finding this kind of funding for 20 plus years since we moved into the building we're in. This is the only way this would be possible. So this is a huge gift to the community, and we intend on making it very deliberate and an investment, and that's the way we see it. And we will be engaging as many of our community partners, contractors, and we will be celebrating with probably everybody in this room at our ribbon cutting, because it is that big of a deal for our patients.
Very good. Thanks. Follow up? If not, Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, and I want to reiterate, I mean, the superintendent and secretary are in a slightly more awkward position where they didn't get to, get down into the weeds on these projects initially. However, this one in particular, and I really agree with the secretary's comments about it's really good to see people before us. So Tracy and her team have not only been showing up, they marched all of us down to their facility and walked us through it.
My ear still hurts.
It was really eye-opening, and I know that the last thing Tracy needs is probably more things to do right now, but I bet you she would maybe give you a little walkthrough of the current location, because it was, like I said, I was shocked in both good ways and bad. Good in the amount of services they're providing, bad in the fact that they were operating out of a pole barn. A nice pole barn. And I don't want to take away from what they were doing with what they had, but I think if you have an hour to go see it, I would really encourage you to do that.
We'd be happy to host.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, with that, I would move approval up to the indicated amount, and recognizing this one may come back a little before us for a little bit of scope argument at a later date, but I would move the director's rec.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by the auditor and treasurer. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? The secretary's an aye. Very
Thank
good.
you.
Congratulations. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, the next application is from One Health. It's application 1050. It's for their behavioral health project. The amount requested is $1,458,438. The original award was for a little over $2.6 million.
Ms. Blackwell, and I see that we have a Colette Mild. Is that correct, Mr. Bump?
Hi, can everybody hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Thank you, and we apologize for not being there today. We made the trip a couple times previously, and due to other engagements, we weren't able to be in the room today. So I apologize for not being in front of the board. But thank you for the opportunity to speak remotely. Just as a follow-up and just kind of to give information that I think may be relevant, Tracy did such an excellent job of speaking to the FQHC model, and really appreciative of it, because she did an excellent job. One Health serves the same population in the northern part of the state. I would love to give anyone a tour of our current buildings. We actually have expanded over the years. We opened in 2015 and now have locations in Lovell and Grable, and hopefully soon to be Cody. But in our Powell site, we actually have expanded and have had to cobble together 3 buildings on Main Street in order to serve the over 3,000 people in the basin that are coming up to us for care. Like Tracy's group, we also had to see people outside for COVID. Our PAs, our MAs stood out there in October and November and December, testing people, making sure that they had the treatment they can. I think primary care, sometimes with the COVID outbreak, we didn't realize how much primary care was doing, because while we did not treat people in the hospital, we were doing testing We partnered with public health to provide vaccines as needed, and have done our best to serve the community. So, and that involves, as Tracy mentioned, the underserved, with a focus to the underserved and making sure they got the care that they needed, which is a big part of this ARPA funding. Moreover, our application was granted through the special funding outlined for rural health clinics and FQHCs. We're in a very rural part of the state, and we do have people coming from all over, from Thermop, from Worland, driving 2 hours to be able to be seen on our sliding fee scale. So we've made a huge impact in the basin, and we just know that having the additional space and the proper building built not for a lawyer's office, as one of our buildings was built for, or another office was built for just downtown retail. So having a building specific to being able to treat people is imperative for the work we're doing. And that includes behavioral health care, medical care, dental care, and school-based services. We also do substance use disorder services. So we really have a gamut of different people we treat throughout the basin. In regards to our current request on the inflation, we've been working on this building for a very long time. The architects gave us an initial estimate on what the building would cost. We are nearing finalization of our construction documents. That includes a funding package, which I'm grateful from the Slib board for the 2.6 that we were awarded. And in addition, we're looking and working closely with USDA to hopefully finalize some additional funding to finish out the project. But with that comes specific construction increases, as well as just general inflation increases on the project itself. So sorry, and I'm getting into the weeds a little bit there, but basically the architect, the bid that we submitted the original application with was architectural documents from almost a year ago, over a year ago, actually. And so now with construction documents from our architectural firm nearing completion, we used those to determine the inflation costs from the original application to the current amount. We had worked with Beth and her team to review the application and review the costs. We did have some soft costs in there that were removed. So we're hopeful that that this will be something the board can again encourage it and approve. And I would be more than happy to have anybody at our ribbon cutting as well, because I think it's an amazing opportunity for the basin and our patients and the group we serve in the basin.
Thank you, Ms. Mile. Are there questions? There's one caveat I would have. Thank you for talking about the soft costs, and I hope you would recognize those are very tough to fund. So to the degree that you can help us work through that, really appreciate it. If there are no further questions, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval up to the recommended amount with the standard stipulations and the director's recommendation.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded, moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. The treasurer did tell me he was an aye vote on this before he was excused. So what I'm going to say, all in favor?
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next applications are 1061 and 1062 from West Park Hospital District. Their priority 1 of 2 is the Central Sterile Department project. The second one is the AHU replacement project. The amount requested for the priority 1 is $237,162 for the second is $376,893. Was thinking perhaps West Park could speak to both at the same time.
That was my idea as well. So we have Kim Jacobs on, and Kim, I don't know if you heard that, but if you could address both 1061 and 1062, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Board. We'll start with the Central Sterile Project. This project is underway and about 40% complete. We expect completion by March 1st. The original equipment quotes submitted with the original quotes with the original application were updated prior to issuing POs, purchase orders, and our mobile sterilization unit rental, that it's a big trailer that we're using to sterilize equipment while the project is underway. That went up $148,000 for the term of the project. And then the necessary equipment to outfit the department went up by $326,000. We did negotiate with vendors and these were best prices. So we're asking for 50% of that, which is the $237,000. The second one is our air handler project. This project is currently finishing up the design phase. We're almost done with the design phase. We are set to put this out to bid at the first of the year. Our engineer provided the original estimates and went back and used the same process to provide the updates for this inflation application. He noted in some documentation that air handler units for 2023 went up 12%, and they're set to go up another, I think he said 5.3% in 2024, which is how he came to this figure. We are asking for 376 on the air handler project, which is 50% of the increase. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Are there questions? Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, more of a question for staff, and I think we can address this in time, but it's becoming clear that some of these are going to have some disallowed costs, and a few of them may need a little bit more money. The legislation doesn't restrict us at all from, say, in 6 or 9 months saying, oh, One Health gets $50,000 less. West Park actually needed another $40,000. Will there be that's a little bit of a premature question, and I apologize for that, but it seems like the legislation at least doesn't restrict us to one pass at these.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, not currently it doesn't. However, our rules require us to open a new application period.
Okay.
So that may be our one hindrance. I'm looking at Pat.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, as of right now, yes, the board could open up another round of applications. There is going to be money left over after this, but we also have to keep in mind that the legislature may choose to change what money is available.
So just to follow up on the auditor's very good question, if we opened up another round, we could limit it to existing projects. Is that
Mr. Chairman, it's already limited to a very small set of projects, and you could probably further limit it to just projects that submitted their initial inflationary application. We would have to do new rules for that, so you would be able to do it at that point.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval up to the recommended amounts for both priorities 1 and 2 for West Park Hospital District.
Thank you. It has been seconded by the superintendent, moved by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, that motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next application is 1064. It's for Sblc County Hospital, their COVID mitigation project. The project was originally provided $10 million for their project, and the amount they're requesting is $3,941,080.
Ms. Blackwell, any questions? We have people here from Sblc. if there are any questions. And could you push that little button right there? We're directly 5 minutes afternoon.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, good afternoon. My name's Dave Bell. I'm treasurer of the Sblc County Hospital District Board. We're pleased to be here today. This is 100 years in the making, getting to this point. We've been working on a hospital in Sblc County for about 100 years. In November of 20, the voters, by a 60% margin, agreed to create a hospital district, raise our taxes 1 mil, and begin work on a hospital. We have gone out to bid. We are under construction. We are about 6% complete. The numbers that we have in front of you are hard dollar numbers. They are based upon a final guaranteed maximum price from our contractor and all the subs. And so from a documentation standpoint, I feel comfortable and very confident that the numbers that we have will be the actual inflationary numbers. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Very good. Any questions? Any questions? Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I would just compliment you on the, it has been made widely known how good and solid your accounting has been. So I appreciate you putting the time into that to make sure that we know exactly what we're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Would like to approve up to the director's recommendation on application 1064, Sblc County Hospital.
That motion's been made. Is there a second? It has been seconded by the superintendent and moved by the secretary. Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next grouping of applications is for Southwest Counseling Services. It's application 1131, 1133, 1134. It's the Duran priority 1 of 3, Washakie priority 3 of 3, and the Ankeny priority 2 of 3. The request is for $471,980 for Duran, $92,272 for Washakie, and $161,359 for Ankeny.
Thank you. Is anyone here to address the Southwest Counseling Services? Is there anyone online? Do I see a hand raised, Mr. Bump?
Mr. Chairman, we have Melissa Ray Marchetti.
Ms. Ray Marchetti, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Board. This is Melissa Ray Marchetti, CFO for Southwest Counseling Service. And I want to go ahead and lump those together and let you know that our estimates that are presented before you do include, they're not hard estimates. We are in that category that was aforementioned that we do have to go ahead and still receive bid items. We did originally have some soft costs that were included in here that have subsequently been provided as amended to Ms. Blackwell. So we do not anticipate that we will have this high of the amount to request or to draw down from these contracts. And that's our current state. I'll yield for any questions you may have regarding these 3 projects.
Thank you. Are there questions? 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 Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would approve these 3 projects up to the amount requested per director's recommendation.
Thank you. Been moved by the superintendent, seconded by the treasurer. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the final application for consideration today is application number 1249 for Youth Emergency Services, their driveway and parking lot. The amount requested is $362,439.
Any commentary on this, Ms. Blackwell?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought in our briefing that there was discussion that the number was wrong.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, you were provided an amended board matter yesterday during executive session. The amount that they are requesting is $362,439.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sir, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Ryan Anderson, the Executive Director with Youth Emergency Services. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. We appreciate the opportunity to advocate for things that will provide support and services for our youth. We have, since receiving award last November, aggressively worked towards design and engineering, and did go out for bid and open bids on June 30th of this year, which is where we saw the inflationary costs that we recognize in our application. We've worked aggressively with our engineer and with the awarded bid and tried to value engineer as many things as possible. But with the increased cost of concrete, diesel, labor, those are all things that affected the price and the scope of this project. So we worked to scale things back in as many areas as possible, but to still maintain the original scope of the project. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? Mr. Secretary, and then I'll have the auditor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This one, the relationship of a driveway and parking lot to COVID-related costs, I've been struggling with that. And can you talk a little bit about it? I wasn't here and when I believe the initial allocation happened. And so, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. We, in our original application, we went at length to expand upon the fact that our deteriorating driveway and parking lot became much exacerbated during COVID. We, as an agency, never shut down during the COVID pandemic. We ran quarantine units to continue to serve youth across the continuum of care. And so not only did we see not a decrease in services, we saw a drastic increase in services. So the amount of bus traffic that we had going through our parking lot, and then the number of clients that we served went from right around 1,000 youth and families a year to well over 1,300 a year. And in the scope that we saw, this was something that we've known is going to be needed at some point in time. But with the increased level of services that we had to provide during the COVID pandemic, it just really was the final nail in the coffin for that. And so a lot of our community partners, including the school district, including behavioral health and other community partners, really does hinge upon having access to that. And while we do an excellent job of serving youth and working with families, we're not equipped to be able to say, well, we're just going to increase our prices because we need to put in a parking lot. A lot of those things are fixed based on Medicaid rates, DFS rates, and this was one area where we could access funding that would really help as far as improving the access to our youth and families.
Thank you. Madam Auditor.
I didn't have a question.
Oh, okay. I saw your light on. Any further questions? If there are no further questions, what is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
would move to approve up to the amount requested.
That motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor, made by the superintendent. Further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? And I will join the secretary in a no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the applications for consideration under J4 today. So we move into the K matters, which are Board of Deposits, and I would yield to the Treasurer's Office.
Okay, and Madam Director, if this fits with the board's considerations, what I'm anticipating, we'll take care of these K matters and then take a break for a bit. Probably 20 minutes or so, 20 minutes to a half hour, if that makes sense. And then return for the State Board of Land Commissioners, if that's all the matters we have before the State Board of Loans and Investments.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think you'll probably like this next K matter. It essentially gets rid of BNP Paribas.
I do like that.
So, Mr. Chairman, BMO Harris Bank is merging with the Bank of the West, and it'll eventually be BMO Harris Bank by itself. I have reviewed the certificate from the they're in good standing with the currency, and so there's, I think, everything that needs to be done by the bank to become a state depository has been done. So, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that the board approve BMO Harris Bank as a state depository.
It's been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nays? That's a no for the secretary.
Mr. Chairman, K2, essentially, now that we have a different bank on here, we have to approve the entire list, which adds BMO Harris Bank. They're out of, actually, I think they're a Montreal bank, but for organizational purposes, they're out of Chicago. So we traded San Francisco for Chicago. So I think that's probably an upgrade in that regard. So essentially, it's just to approve the list of state banks eligible to be designated as state depositories.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Just a point of information for me. Are they going to maintain the balance that Bank of the West had for their collateral? Do you know? Just curious.
We haven't got those collateral reports. That'll be they'll be available to us, in the next quarter when we do our TDOA program.
Very good. Thanks.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, the motion is that the board recommend to accept the treasurer's recommendation of the list of eligible depositories to receive public funds on deposit.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Yes, and no on the secretary.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just like to explain my vote. In absence of any, contrary facts, I assume they're adopting the policies of, BNP Paribas. It's just a marketing change. I was always been moved by the governor's statement, in the primary there in August that we're not going to engage with the BNP practices. So that's why I voted no. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, for clarification, is that basically BNP Paribas was bought out by BMO at Harris, and so it's a clean cut.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that doesn't mean the policies have changed. And so it could just be a marketing change. And, I think absent any discussion or briefing, I believe we have good stand. I'm taking that stand so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Treasurer?
I think we're going to find out which way they fly their kite, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, Madam Director, is there anything else to come before the State Loan and Investment Board? And if there isn't, we'll
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the State Loan and Investment Board meeting agenda for October 5th, 2023.
Okay. So we can adjourn that meeting, and then after a break, we'll take up the State Board of Land Commissioners. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Adjourn or recess or?
Well, we're actually closing
Oh,
this
okay.
board.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the treasurer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned, and we'll come back into session here in about quarter of 1 o'clock, if that makes sense.
No problem, Mr. Chairman.
6 after 1 o'clock, and we have a full quorum. So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are now to the agenda for the State Board of Land Commissioners. The first item on the agenda is to approve the August 3rd, 2023 State Board of Land Commissioners meeting minutes.
Commissioners, you've had an opportunity to review the minutes. Are there corrections or comments? If not, I would appreciate a motion to adopt them.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
would move to approve the August 3rd minutes.
Motion's been made by the superintendent. Is there support for it? Second. It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, once again, we've provided the board with the usual reports behind tab B. We have nothing further at this point, but if there are questions, we would stand for those at this point.
Are there any questions for the matters behind tab B? Hearing none.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, we've provided the materials to the board in advance of the meeting and have briefed each of you individually prior to the meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list.
Thank you. Without objection, I would entertain your consent list for consideration by the commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The following items on the October 5th, 2023 agenda appear to be amenable for treatment on a consent list. D1 through D12, E1 through E8, F1 through F6, G1 and G2, H1, and I1 through I5.
Commissioners, you've heard the suggested consent list, D1 through D12, E1 through E8, F1 through F6, G1 and 2, H1, I1 through I5. Deputy Crowder, I took a cursory look at all these. I'm okay?
Mr. Chairman, I did the same, and I believe you are.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman? I guess if time allows, Mr. Chairman, it maybe might not hurt to get the Trust Land Preservation Enhancement Account Project, maybe a little bit of public information on that on H1, if time allows. So at the end of the meeting.
Sure. Do you want to remove it?
So
from
I would remove that, Mr. Chairman, and if time allows, so we could have some information and let the public know what's going on with the preservation enhancement.
Very good. Thank you. So you now have a proposed consent list, D1 through 12, E1 through 8, F1 through 6, G1 and 2, and I1 through I5. If anybody wants to make that motion, I'd appreciate.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the enumerated consent list with the adjustment by the treasurer, please.
Is there support for the auditor's motion? Second. It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. We have a consent list. I will now entertain a motion to adopt the director's recommendation on the items on the consent list.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded by the superintendent. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That'll bring us to the C matters, the policy matters. The first item for the board's consideration is C1, which is to review the service impact payment schedule for easements and for temporary use permits. The board does this annually. I would yield to Cody Booth to discuss the specifics.
Mr. Booth, good to have you with us today.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Board Matter C1 pertains to surface impact payment schedules for the easement and temporary use permit programs. Chapters 3 and 14 of the board's rules and regulations direct that the surface impact payment schedules for the subject programs be reviewed and approved by the board annually. This board matter serves to satisfy this directive. Surface impact payment means money paid by an applicant in compensation for potential negative impacts to the leasehold estate. Negative impacts include, but are not limited to, the destruction of forage, disruption of grazing, agriculture, or commercial operations, nuisance, and inconvenience. Today, the director is recommending to update these schedules by applying a CPI of 3.75% to account for inflation. With that, we're happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Are there any questions? Hearing none. What is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend or move the director's recommendation of the revised surface impact payment schedules for easements and temporary use permits as set forth in the board matter.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there support for the auditor's motion? Second. It's been seconded by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, we are now to C2, 3, and 4. We have a number of rules that, as you know, have been open and in the formal rulemaking process. They have been through the public comment period, so this is final adoption of those rules. I will yield to these. The rules concern Chapter 4, Grazing and Agricultural Leasing, Chapters 5 and 6, which are the special use leasing and wind energy leasing, and Chapter 26, which is our land acquisition and disposal rules. And I will yield to Deputy Crowder to take you through each of those and the recommendations.
Deputy Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the director mentioned, this is the final review of these rules. They have been initially moved forward by the board back on June 1st, 2023 for chapters 4, 5, and 6, and April 6th of 2023 for chapters 26. At the same time, all 4 sets of those rules were also given emergency rule authorization so that we could immediately, or as the legislation required, employ those changes in the statutes that the director mentioned into our existing processes. And we've been doing that through those emergency rules. So I will walk through the rules one by one, starting with Board Matter C2, which is Chapter 4. Again, as the director mentioned, this is modifications made by the legislature during their general session in 2023. At a high level, they changed the grazing and leasing process within our office for these 4 specific areas. The first is it changes the core requirement for an agricultural lessee to be qualified to lease state land by adding a definition for actual necessary use, which states actual necessary use of the land for the production of agricultural commodities. And that is the core requirement to be eligible to lease state lands. The second is to increase the minimum amount an improvement needs to be, the threshold, I guess, before an improvement needs to be approved by the board from $2,000 to $4,000, and to add the definition or change the definition from contributory value to current market value. The third is to add criteria for when a action that we have historically deemed to be a sublease may not be a sublease, and that is when a lessee may be running livestock that they don't own or grazing unowned livestock. The legislature put in criteria on what that looks like before the board needs to approve it and before excess rental needs to be assessed. The fourth is to add what we call a grace period. It changes the renewal application process as far as the deadlines, how our office is to communicate with lessees who may have missing or delinquent or deficient applications, and the response periods for all of that. We've included all of those within these proposed rules. Again, we've also been operating under these premises, under emergency rules, and feel the proposed rules do match what little we've been able to employ them. Obviously, we are in the lease renewal process right now, so we're actively working that grace period and having those conversations and starting to begin those certified letter mailings for those that need it. So at this point, the rules as written do meet the requirements of the acts. They also appear to be lost the word that I'm looking for, but we can employ them on the ground and do that in an efficient way. Mr. Chairman, we have offered Chapter 4 to the public for public comment, did that for a period of 47 days. Received 2 comments from the Wyoming Stock Growers Association. Those are provided to you within your board packet. The first comment related to a possible redundant sentence within the rules, and that deletion of that redundant sentence could increase clarification and awareness of the rules, and we agree with that. So we're offering within these rules to delete that sentence as noted within your board packet. The second is to address a timing issue or a timing need within the notification period when a sublessee, or what we have historically thought to be a sublessee, is grazing non-owned livestock. The legislature put in a requirement that be documented with the office, and it's important that we receive that documentation, and we agree with the stock growers that needs to be done in a timely way. The stock growers offered that be done at the lease rental stage, at the lease's anniversary date each year, or at the lease renewal stage through the lease renewal application. We feel that could cause a little bit of confusion, especially at the lease renewal phase when we have conflicting applications possibly coming in. And then we don't fully understand if the existing lessee is eligible to exercise their preferred right to renew if we don't have all the information beforehand related to their grazing of unowned livestock, and if that meets the spirit of the legislation, or if it should be considered a sublease if it does not. So we offer a time period, as the stock growers have mentioned, but change that time period to be not more than 60 days following the first day non-owned livestock are allowed on the lease. We feel that keeps the discussion about the non-owned livestock and their ability to be treated separately from a typical sublease in real time. It allows the lessee flexibility to operate as market conditions allow and as range conditions allow, and not be worried about the paperwork until 2 months after they have done that activity. And that we would provide the form that they could submit for documentation, and that ensures that compliance with the statute as prescribed by the legislature is adhered to. One of the other things that this does, and we feel is a great benefit, is it keeps everything in real time. We don't want to run into a situation where a lessee is operating under the assumption that they are grazing non-owned livestock in compliance with the statute and the rule for a period of 2 years, but we don't notice it from possibly a period of 4 years, and all of a sudden we submit them an invoice for those 2 years, and they haven't accounted for that, and they're not expecting that. So we want to make sure that our conversations are very direct to the current practice happening on the ground within that year. Mr. Chairman, we didn't receive any more comments related to those rules, and I'm happy to answer any questions specific to Chapter 4 at this time.
Thank you, Deputy. And I just also note that the challenge when a neighbor points out that that's unknown livestock, so it may not be only the state. With that, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I guess the way I read this is that you could any time during a year, I guess, go below the ratio of 1 to 1. But if you go over that ratio, then you're out of compliance. Is that right? So like if you had one of your animals to 2 of non-owned livestock, you're automatically out of compliance of the sublease portion?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I don't know if I would categorize it as out of compliance, but you're not eligible possibly for the non-owned livestock benefits, meaning you don't need approval by the director and you wouldn't be subject to excess rental. But otherwise, you would likely be subject to a sublease, and we would need to analyze that situation in the office to see if you are. That situation happens all the time. A sublease is not a non-compliant issue. It's just another function of the lease.
Yeah, Joel, I'm just want to be clear because you may you may, right after the sale day, you may have 100% of your cattle, on the operation. But, the day before sale day, you may have 30%. So I'm just wondering how that's actually characterized in the year process, or how does it count in the 2-year process?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we obviously need to ground truth this a little bit to make sure that we have a good communication stream with the lessees as this is working, to make sure that what we're doing here within the proposed rules and what the statutes require is actually what's happening on the ground. In your example, historically, the office has determined sublease is required if the owner of the livestock is not the lessee. There's no timing requirement or no timing provision within there. So if the owner of the livestock is not the lessee, then historically a sublease needs to be approved by the board, and any excess rental for those extra livestock being out there needs to be paid. What this does is allow that situation to occur in 2 years out of any 10 without getting approval and without paying the excess rental. But if it happens in 3 years out of the 10, then excess rental would be, or the lease would be subject to excess rental, and that needs to be approved by the board. That is how.
For all 3 years, or just the last year?
Just the last year, sir.
Just the last year.
Is there, to follow on the treasurer's, I think, interesting point, and I'm going to go with an example that 2 years ago, we had to bring cattle down and put them on a person's allotment, and it turned out we reigned and they didn't, and we took our cattle back. So the question was not necessarily on state land, but just pointing out that, I don't really know what the numbers were, but certainly that opportunity presents itself, that somebody can bring cattle in and then take them out. And I think the treasurer's point is, suddenly that ratio changes pretty dramatically. My question goes to, does that 60-day interval allow for a person to presumably be able to talk to the office and say, what are the circumstances here? But also allow for some flexibility, because 60 days is, most of the summer season, most of the fall season, most of the spring season. So,
yeah.
Mr. Chairman, and you raise a good point, and that was some of the complexity we worked with the legislature to clarify. Not that specific situation, but it's almost impossible to write rule or statute around what could actually happen on the ground. And so when you get as prescriptive as we're talking about here, we're leaving some situations out. I think from our perspective, from the office's perspective, we don't have staff to police every single situation.
Sure.
So these things probably do happen and will happen into the future. What I'm explaining to you is the black and white of how the legislature prescribed this and how we need to comply with that act and put it in rule. And it would likely leave that situation out, needing to have further conversations or a sublease if it would occur.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the other thing that I find problematic is that I think we need to have in the application something in bold and red that warns the leasee that if they violate and do this section 10, just cite section 10, don't have to put it in the application, but if you violate section 10, you may be subject to loss of your preferential treatment. And just draw it to people's attention, because then they'll go read what section 10 is, and we'll probably have a lot of the questions that we're kind of looking at as far as operators. How does it actually work? So, I think and then those have to be spelled out, I think, reasonably clear in the rules, so we don't have a lot of legal fees on both sides of issues from time to time, and people end up in a I guess a position that they don't want to be in. And so I think for this, I think it's going to be a little bit problematic, I think, to actually implement. But I think the intent, I think, is a good intent, but what it actually says and how it's actually going to work, I'm not sure how. But I would like to have some kind of bright red box that says, if you violate this, these are the consequences. So The potential consequences. So people, understand when they sign that lease, that it directs them to the rules. So they at least know that they have to, that there's something that's out there that they better find out about. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Treasurer, to your point, that augurs well, I think, for the 60 days as well. Because if a neighbor does, and God forbid neighbors don't get along,
Yes,
but if a neighbor does indicate that they're not running their own cattle out there, if the 60-day, that's more real time. So I think that probably is a protection. Because if we're in that position, we unenviably were in a couple of times where it's like, well, nobody remembers exactly what was happening on that day. This is much more current.
Yeah. Thank you.
Madam Auditor.
So, Mr. Chairman, if your neighbor is going to tattle on you, it behooves you if it's within 60 days.
Yeah, and I think that's what the rule says.
Great. I understand the issue.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, to your point, subleasing has been a function of a grazing lease for quite some time, probably from the beginning of grazing leases. That situation also occurs, and the spirit of the statute says that needs to be approved before the situation presents itself. However, we don't come to you asking for cancellation every time we find one. We work with them to correct and remedy that situation, and I would assume the same would be here.
Yep. Very good. Further comments? All right. Are there comments from the public? Mr. McGagnon. You look awfully cozy there with the oil and gas industry. Just kidding, Steve.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't intend to comment on this. We're fine with the rule, the way it's being proposed. The difficulty that's been discussed here, I think, was imposed on us by the legislature as a very last-minute compromise that we weren't even aware of. And the problem is, and I'll use a brief example, if I run 100% of my livestock on the lease for 90 days, and then to help a neighbor out who's gathering or something, I say for the next 5 days, you can put your livestock on, and mine are gone. Have I violated this principle? And we would rather have seen that the percentage of the forage that's harvested by owned livestock versus non-owned, which would have been cleaner, but we're stuck with what we have, so we're comfortable with what's being proposed at this time.
Thank you, Mr. McGagnon. Deputy, there would be latitude for, that was the point of my first question. There's latitude for the board to be able to initiate a conversation.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's correct. The situation at renewal phase, when we've come up with all these other problems that we've addressed previously this year, I don't know that this process alleviates that. If for whatever reason the lessee has grazed on non-owned livestock for 3 out of the 2 years, they still may not be eligible to exercise their preferred right to renew. But in the intervening years, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, great. Thank you, Mr. McGagnon. Any further comment, question? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I move the director's recommendation that the board adopt the proposed rules for Chapter 4 grazing and agricultural leases, including the changes described in the board matter, which were made in response to the public comment received.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded by the superintendent. You can see the men on this panel have all been taking lunch. So just kidding, just kidding. With that, is there any further discussion? None? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. C3 is the next set of rules. It is chapters 5 and 6. Again, these rules were offered to you back in June 1st, 2023 to initiate the regular rulemaking process. Emergency rules were then approved and effective August 1st of 2023 as well, and we've been operating under the changes since then. This is another change made by the legislature, so changes of the rules is required to conform with the act of the legislature, and it's a simple notification change. When the office anticipates going and issuing an RFP, that it provide notice to the current lessees of the state lands, adjoining landowners, and in a paper of general circulation in the county or the counties where the property is located, of the office's intent to issue the RFP. It's not when the RFP is issued, but 30 days prior, noticing its intent. The two commercial rules where this would be impactful are only Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, so we've offered to insert that change pursuant to the legislature's direction into those two sets. We have not had the opportunity to issue an RFP yet under the emergency rules, so we don't know in practicality how this would work, but understanding how often we do RFPs, and the sole purpose for RFPs is to gather as much notice and as much awareness and hopefully as much responses as possible. This is a good change to that process. We've offered these changes to the public for a period of 47 days, only received one comment from Genesis Alkali, and it was not germane to the topic of noticing for an RFP, but how a separate situation within our commercial leasing rules or special use leasing rules is had when you combine that with their mineral lease. So we didn't feel it warranted any changes to this particular set of rules. And it's certainly a point of discussion with Genesis Alkali and all of the other producers in the Trona Patch to understand how their mineral lease does fit with the board's rules and how, if any, changes to future rules or future legislation needs to occur, or if we just simply need to require more compliance from that industry to the board's rules. So at this point, we're not offering any changes and don't feel the comment warrants changes at this time.
Thank you, Deputy Crowder. Any questions? Any comments? The director will remember that one of the hopes I have, and I don't know if there's a chance for this board to kind of look at something in a policy framework, but obviously how all of these various competing resources in the leasing go. I'd love to try to figure out a framework by which we can kind of look at that and examine that. Perhaps there's a rule that can come from that, but just the point, the Trona Patch and wind leases or solar leases, and if there is subsidence, what that does, obviously issues ongoing between oil and gas and coal, between oil and gas and Trona, and whatever else might be developed in minerals. So I'd love to spend a little time kind of working through the policy on that.
Mr. Chairman, and to that end, I didn't realize how lucrative solar was. A neighbor that's leasing ground out for $800 an acre, and it's pasture. So I don't know what we're getting for windmills, but I think if we do some kind of common denominator as far as dollars per acre or megawatts per acre produced, and I think if you put wind over the top of solar, then it could be a gold mine in certain areas. But I think that the wind people should be paying at least as big as amount of and vice versa, should be some common denominator on dollars per megawatt per acre type of a ratio that would be I think reasonable to try to get into a range, or at least a discussion on it.
And I'm somewhat mindful, and I think this is maybe a discussion that we shouldn't really belabor here, but I think part of my concern is if we issue leases that preclude other uses, we should be mindful of that. So, thanks. Very good. Further comment? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation that we adopt the proposed rules for Chapter 5, Special Use and Leasing, and Chapter 6, Wind Energy Leasing.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Oh, you'll be a no. Okay, I'm sorry. Thought I heard you say aye.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. C4 is the last set of rules for consideration for final adoption. They are related to Chapter 26, Land Acquisition and Disposal. These rules were initially approved by the board to move forward in the process, the regular rulemaking process on April 6, 2023. And also at that time, the board approved emergency rules for the office to operate under while it underwent the regular rulemaking process. Those emergency rules did expire on August 31st. This is another direction from the legislature. It's a notification to an added notification process within the office's exchange process. It is to provide opportunity to comment to interested persons and direct notice to leaseholders of state lands to be exchanged, owners of adjoining lands, and county commissioners from the affected county or counties. As we've mentioned in the past, the office does do a lot of notification that is not prescribed in rule or statute, but part of its normal process when doing a real estate exchange. This does codify a lot of those existing processes the office undergoes, with the addition of two pieces of notification. It's the direct notice piece to the leaseholders of the state land to be exchanged, and the direct notice piece of owners of adjoining land. So we've added that to our process moving forward. We've offered these rules to the public for a period of 45 days for public comment. Only received one comment from the Stock Growers Association related to the rules. Feel as though the comment was addressed within how the rules were originally written, and don't offer any changes based on the comment. However, when we were reviewing the comment and how it plays into how the rules were written, we noticed a typo that the office made within section 4E3. The word acquisition was written when the word disposal, which should have been written, so we're offering that change for board consideration. But outside of that, Mr. Chairman, we're not offering any other changes, and happy to answer any questions for Chapter 26.
Thank you, Deputy. Are there any questions for the staff? Mr. Magagna, I see you're here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and very briefly, and I first want to apologize to the Deputy Director. We had spoken earlier, and I thought I was fine with the explanation he gave to me on Section 6, which deals with expedited exchanges. And as he pointed out correctly, the land that's being acquired is surrounded by one landowner, so the party who's acquiring, so there isn't a need there, but it occurred to me afterwards, does that language on adjacent landowners still need to be in there to be applicable to landowners who are adjacent to the parcel that the private landowner is transferring to the state, in order to be consistent with the other sections of the statute? So if I'm correct with that, it would be just adding that same phrase that's in the other two sections that says, and the owners of adjacent lands.
And Mr. Chairman, that would be a fine addition. We can make that change very simply. I think it would be within subsection 4 of section 6D4. We can add that notification piece.
Section 6B4?
That's my recommendation, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
And the intent of the voluntary land exchange, Mr. Chairman, is to expedite a process where lands are solely within something else to lands that are accessible. So we would have additional landowners in the parcels we would be acquiring.
Right. So that, what does that language, what would your proposed language look like so we know what we're voting on? It's the language from...
Would just be inserting owners of adjacent lands, or adjoining lands, I'm sorry.
Okay.
To match, it would be the same language that exists in section 2 and section, whatever those other two sections, section 2 and 3.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, there's not a new Romanet D4. We did make edits to Romanet D4 to insert the statutory changes, but this would be an addition to that edit.
So if you could just read the proposed language so we all know exactly what.
I'll read all of section D4. Once the detailed analysis is published, the office will notice and solicit public comment from interested parties for 30 calendar days with direct notice provided to leaseholders of the state lands to be exchanged, comma, owners of adjoining lands, comma, and the Board of County Commissioners from the affected county or counties.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So, Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I don't feel too terribly strongly, but if you're a person who is just going to sell your private lands, whether it be to a private party or the state, is it really all of your neighbors' business? I understand on the other side of the transaction. And again, I don't feel that strongly, but I think that's an interesting concept, that if you are thinking of selling your land, all of a sudden the government has notified every one of your neighbors. I said I don't feel strongly, but I'm just curious if that's what we want to do, and I don't know that I do agree with that. And again, I think the intent, I think the notification on the other side is substantially more important. If the land adjoining your land is state-owned, because you sort of know what that situation is, and it is going to become private land, I think that could be substantially more impactful to your business and your property ownership, but please correct my thinking if it needs to be.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if it's state land, then there might be some people wanting to get an easement across that land to get the state land. And so you could have trespass issues coming across the state land. So that's where, I think that the adjoining landowners might want to know that, but to your point I think your point is valid.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, I would point out that, first of all, the reason to do this to be consistent with, that's what the legislature specified. But quite aside from that, this is only done in the circumstance we're talking about after there's public notice of the land to be acquired and sold. So it's not disclosing anything new. It's simply making sure that those particularly defined people get a direct notice rather than just be depending on the reading the newspaper or whatever the publication method is.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGagnon. Further comments, questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
I would move director's recommendation as amended to adopt the proposed rules for Chapter 26.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Is there a second?
Second.
Very good. Any further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, would any of these rules prohibit us from entering into and I guess hiring representation to sell a parcel? No. So we can do that. We can sell it any way we want to. It isn't prescriptive, saying that it has to be by auction.
Mr. Chairman, the only way that the prescription about selling at auction is a constitutional requirement, so it doesn't alleviate that requirement. Regardless of how the property is sold, we still need to go through the whole process as relayed or detailed within the board's rules. If we allow a realtor or somebody to represent the board, the rules don't stop that, and these changes don't stop that. The board would obviously have to agree to that.
Oh, okay. Constitutionally, we have to auction it off in some manner.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Further comment, further discussion? Hearing none. Or I guess we already did that. Let's go to vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That brings us to the E9 matter.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be recusing myself from this topic and exiting the room. For the record, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. We'll wait until you've exited the room before we proceed. The superintendent has left the room, so you may proceed.
Mr. Chairman, this is for the board to consider the results of the July 12, 2023 State of Wyoming oil and gas lease auction with respect to parcel number 194, for which Kirkwood Oil and Gas LLC was the successful bidder. This is Sublette County, Wyoming. Essentially, this parcel number 194 was nominated by industry as part of our normal oil and gas lease auction process. We sent the list that was to go forward for that July auction to Game and Fish and SHPO. The list came back with their recommended stipulations to place on all the different parcels that were at issue for that auction. You'll notice in this board matter, there are the standard stipulations that are listed with respect to parcel 194. We're not suggesting that that be disturbed. We're suggesting that those would go ahead and continue to be applied to this parcel. Game and Fish did flag for us that this parcel was recognized by the Game and Fish as an ungulate migration corridor. However, the corridor had not been formally designated pursuant to the Governor's Executive Order 2020-1. They did not have a stip, if you will, to give us, and we did not believe it appropriate to put the EO 2020-1 stip on the parcel since it had not been formally designated. We did our due diligence and looked at the parcel. We determined that there is ongoing oil and gas activity on the parcel. In fact, I believe there were 6 injection wells. There's a paved county road that was heavily trafficked with oil and gas traffic coming off the Pinedale Anacline. We understood that there were operations activities going on out there without timing restrictions. We talked internally about the parcel. We decided, based on our fiduciary responsibility to the trust beneficiaries, to offer the parcel for in the auction. The auction moved forward, and as I mentioned, Kirkwood Oil and Gas LLC was the successful bidder. At that point in time, we received public letters, comments, that sort of thing about concerns about the migration corridor issue and the migration activity. So we decided to pull parcel 194 off of the final approval list that was before the board on August 3rd, 2023, to allow us more time to consider what was going on with the parcel. We met with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department as part of our consultation process. We also met with Mr. Degenfelder with Kirkwood. We wanted to understand the development potential and all the concerns about the migration issues. After we had that consultation, we felt it necessary to try to address some of the unique wildlife resources that are apparent on parcel 194. Again, in consultation with Game and Fish, we came up with the draft stipulation that's in the board materials. That's the proposed standard stipulation number 149. The idea was to address the need for the lessee to coordinate with Game and Fish to ensure surface disturbance did not occur during critical migration periods, while understanding that there is more analysis and study needed before a designation can occur. Should a formal designation occur during the term of the lease, the lessee would be required to comply with the executive order guiding that designation. But we feel like stip number 149, as set forth in the board matter, allows the board to exercise its fiduciary responsibility to act within the trust beneficiary's financial interests while also promoting responsible development in what may be a sensitive wildlife area. So what we're recommending here is that the board approve the result of the July 12, 2023 State of Wyoming oil and gas lease auction specific to parcel 194 by approving issuance of oil and gas lease number 23-00230 to Kirkwood Oil and Gas LLC on the current oil and gas lease form with the specified standard stipulations, including the stipulation 149, which is set forth in the board materials, effective August 2nd of 2023.
Thank you, Madam Director. I know we have a number of people here to testify on this particular issue, but let me just first ask of the members of the board if they have any questions for the director or the staff. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, so it was currently leased prior, given that there's current development and current production on the section?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, the lease is subject to an easement for the county road right now and a special use lease for the injection wells the director mentioned. It had previously been leased for oil and gas development. No oil and gas development occurred pursuant to those leases, with the most recent lease expiring in 2022.
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, and how long has the lease for the injection wells been on that piece?
Mr. Chairman, 2006.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
I want to make it clear that what the industry negotiated with was parcel 194 with step 1, 5, 117, 136, and 147. Is that correct?
Deputy.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Those were the stipulations presented at the auction, and the parcel was bid with those stipulations applied.
And the terms of the auction, the winning bidder was that final? I mean, any finality to it, or because it seems like now we're coming back in and asking for something else that wasn't bargained for.
Mr. Chairman, the bid was won in a final way. The auctioneer closed the auction with the winning bidder in place. Those leases are not finalized until the board approves them. So the auction was final, the lease is not final at this point.
Then I've heard, and I don't know whether or not this was true or not, but maybe you could tell me, was there unqualified bidders within the bidding process that may have or may not have, I don't know, driven the price up artificially?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to the board's rules, there were not any unqualified bidders within the bidding process that we're aware of.
And Mr. Treasurer, I think there may have been bidders who were not interested in producing the minerals.
Yeah.
But unlike the grazing, where we have actual and necessary use of the land for agricultural production, I don't believe we have the same criteria for state lands.
I hope the legislators are listening to this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I have Deputy Director Bruce here if she would like. I think perhaps, Deputy Director, you can put some color on this conversation.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. I'm going to give brief testimony on just the value of this particular area of the state, the Sblc antelope herd, and then also briefly talk about how we would use this proposed additional stipulation in our consultation. So this parcel is in a very critical area for the Sblc herd migration. It's interesting, this migration in this herd is probably the most studied in the world. We have over 20 years of GPS data trying to understand the movement. And so it's a pretty incredible set of data. And really what this area provides is a pathway for the antelope to move to summer range or winter range. So they're crossing through this particular area in the spring and the fall. This became even more apparent this last severe winter. My local biologists talked to me about the antelope in the area, and those that were able to migrate through this area had a much higher chance of survival than those that didn't. So in those critical severe winters, this area becomes even more important. So with that, this additional 149, I believe it's called, stipulation, allows us to have additional consultation with proponents if they were to go to develop in this area. The department has a long history of working with industry in the state. We like to work with them early in their planning stages, get out on the field, and really work to minimize impacts to wildlife. I don't view this as any differently, and this additional stipulation allows us to do that. It is important to point out that the sage-grouse stipulation also is on this parcel. And that sage-grouse stipulation also allows us to work with the proponent to minimize infrastructure and minimize impacts of siting. So actually looking at where we put future infrastructure as well. So with that, I'll just pause and stand for questions.
Deputy Director, thank you. One quick question. The studies and those data have mostly been initiated by the state of Wyoming, have they not?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to say that we are the leaders in not only the nation, but the world in understanding big game movement.
And it appears to me, too, that the industry has been particularly interested in supporting this work as well. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, a lot of the studies are actually funded by our partners in the oil and gas industry. I can think of numerous ones. And that's a lot of the reason why we've been able to gain so much material over the last 20 years is that partnership.
Great. And has the federal government done that as well?
Mr. Chairman, that might be a trick question, but I'm trying to think of a study where the federal government has actually contributed. We have maybe gotten some work over the years from the BLM to pay for partial studies where we are the lead and we're trying to gather, but they have not been the leaders or the instigators. We have, and they've contributed some.
And it seems to me, Director Brisson, thank you for that answer, because you know, it seems to me when migration corridors were first brought up, they were brought up by research funded by the Wyoming Game and Fish, and Arthur Middleton and others were working on that. I think Commissioner Lee was partially responsible for helping to collect all that stuff. And it was interesting to me because the only data that I saw the federal government demonstrate for their rigorous, I'm being a little bit unkind here, but for the study they had done was a spaghetti map that kind of covered all of southwestern Wyoming. And I guess and by that I mean it really looked like a bowl of spaghetti. And what concerns me is that that's a wonderful notion, and Wyoming has been a leader in conservation on so many different stages. And, you know, I guess as a rancher, when I look at conservation, it's typically things I've done on the ground. I could draw stuff on my map of my ranch and I could say, wow, look at that great conservation. But unless I demonstrate, and you could look on our website and see where our range has improved over the years, unless I can demonstrate that, maps and lines on a map don't designate necessarily conservation. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit on a rant here, but the point of it is that I'm very concerned the federal government is weaponizing our work against what is funding our schools, against what is educating our kids, without necessarily doing good work on the ground in conservation. And for federal, I certainly don't blame the public. You see, you know, maps and you want to react to them. But unless you have the real science, then, you know, all you're doing is cluttering up the process. So I want to think this is an unfortunate set of circumstances because, you know, there is development, there's a road. We have data, which we developed. We understand the survivability of the antelope, and we understand how important this area is. We have industry partners that are anxious to help with that. But we have a federal government that wants to sort of grandstand on conservation. We have perhaps national environmental groups that have been impatient with the very diligent and careful work that this administration has done, not to just throw stuff on a map, but to demonstrate verifiable, reasonable, thoughtful, stakeholder, engaged, property owner supported work. And anyway, I know you've heard all this before, but it is particularly frustrating that, you know, a posteriori, somebody shows up, and if to note that, speaking about the whole southwest of Wyoming being a spaghetti map, and we have a BLM that has just decided that they're going to take that pro forma to shut off education for our kids, to shut off how we take care of our seniors, to shut off the very work that we do to protect the wildlife that every Wyoming citizen loves and cares for. I'm really struggling with this a posterior, and it's no criticism to you or to the agency, but it was brought up by environmental groups and now seems to have been promoted as some litmus test, which, God forbid, we have so much litmus tests in our society at this point. They don't recognize real work, but they have a litmus test. And so, forgive me my rant, there's a question there, and there's, are you enjoying being here today?
Mr. Chairman, I actually find this very interesting. I think this is my only second one in the 6 years I've been in Wyoming, so I do appreciate being a part of this. If I could elaborate just a touch on your thoughts, we've had a lot of things happen lately, right, to Wyoming, and the recent actions by the federal government relating to migration corridors are extremely disturbing. What they do not allow me to do my job, and that is manage big game in this state. And I talked about how we work with proponents such as Degenfelder and others in the state, and their actions recently allow me not to do that. We have a long history of doing that. We still have the iconic species in the states where other states don't. I think our track record shows that we can do it and do it well. And by their recent actions coming in and trying to trump that work is very disheartening. And again, does not allow the game and fish to do their job.
Thank you, Deputy Director.
Mr. Chairman, follow up?
Please.
Yeah, looking at step 5, that's a crucial winter range. You're off between November 15th and April 30th. Now, on the shoulders of that, I guess, then you have the migration time periods. So give me the date after April 30th. To what date is that shoulder on migration time period?
Mr. Chairman, State Treasurer, that's a really good question. The migration time period we're really looking at is the month of May, and then mid-October to mid-November. Now, that is a wide range. That's a month on each end, and we will tighten that down, and we do tighten that down. Like I said, we have that exact data, so we know when, because those antelope have been collared, we know exactly when they're moving through a particular parcel. We can very much narrow it down. Those crucial winter range timing stipulations are very broad. They're applied across the entire state. But when we actually work with a proponent out in the field, we look at that particular area, what's occurring there, and narrow those down. What we like to do with the stipulation is give them a heads up and give them some idea of what this might look like. And so that's what that's about.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
There's current activities on their injection wells. The injection wells, I'm assuming you can't have, I don't know if they have that by pipeline or whether they have it by truck or just how. But if it was by truck, then essentially they're barred between the 15th, November 15th to April 30th now. And they very well could be barred from October 15th to June 1st, subsequently to the implementation of this, because I'm assuming all leaseholders would be subject to any new stipulations. They kind of, you know.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, very good question. Thank you for that question, because to clarify, those stipulations only apply during construction and not during operation. During constructions where the most activity is out there, you know, lots of truck traffic, lots of people traffic, that's what we're really honing in on, is that time period. It is not for operations.
Mr. Chairman, I think I saw a road in there. Is that a public road, county road? Is it gravel, blacktop, what is it?
Yeah, I think I have the road here. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I don't know if it's blacktop or, but there is a county road in there.
Yeah. So there's no travel restrictions on the county road?
There is not. One of the things we often do to minimize impact when we're working with proponents is say, okay, this is when you need to develop. Okay, one of the things you could do is bus in your employees, minimize the traffic. We often see that happen a lot with wind development because there's a lot of people at once to cut down on traffic. So those are just some of the tools that we'll recommend to minimize impact. Not to stop it. We know people have to get in there and do it, but just some tools in the toolbox.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Madam Auditor.
So if you had a parcel like this one that you know has a significant amount of migration, but it is currently leased and you don't have STIP 149 on it, do you reach out anyway? Just with the end, you know, and the question I'm trying to get at is if something doesn't have that stipulation on it, are you going to reach out to that producer anyway and say, hey, we know you don't have to, but could you move that massive amount of activity 10 days? You know, could you move it back 10 days or forward 10 days? And of course they could say no, but I mean, from what we know here and the responsibility of most players in the industry, I mean, does that happen and what sort of response do you get in those?
Mr. Chairman, State Auditor, absolutely. This one, if this additional parcel or STIP is put on or not, we would be consulting with them because of those other stipulations, right? So we're already going to be at the table. But I will have to say that our industry reaches out to us all the time. A few months ago, I sat down with one of our Wyoming developers and they said, this is our 5-year plan. We're in sage-grouse core, or maybe not, or near lac. We want to make a long-term plan. We have them do that all the time. So a lot of them are planning ahead, looking at, asking those questions without formal stipulations on as well. So, thank you.
Thanks. Any questions or, nope. Couple of questions then, Deputy Director. You know, one of the challenges, I have alluded to 2 challenges here. One, I think for the industry is getting a rig set up, scheduled, and having a drilling schedule is a complicated thing, and I know you're aware of that. You alluded to the fact that we have pretty good data about when animals move. And I guess this is sort of just setting up, because I'm sure we'll have some other testimony, but really, you know, can we work reasonably with the industry to indicate so that they can build their drilling plans and mobilization and keep their costs down? As we've done this in other places without affecting wildlife.
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. So when your executive order on migration corridor was put in place, the idea was that was the idea behind a lot of it. So BLM leasing, it's not to stop the leasing, it's just to give industry a heads up. And so the stipulations, the special lease notices, those that are put on the lease to give that heads up. So then if they do decide to go into development, the state permit will say, did you consult with Game and Fish? So there's a checks and balances there. But because we have these notices or stipulations, it gives them that idea early on, what it might look like. And to be honest, we work with, you know, once in a while we'll get a new company from out of state that maybe takes a little breaking in, But for the most part, the companies in Wyoming, they're very familiar with all of these. They're used to working with us. These aren't surprises for them, is what I'm saying.
Well, thank you. And this other challenge really goes, I think, to the director and sort of the constitutional obligation we have to maximize the benefit from our state land. That's what supports our schools. And it has been always a bit of a tension and a challenge. And I guess the question I have here really goes to, do we see that these stipulations have caused problems, or has the federal government caused bigger problems? No, I only know, but go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, to my knowledge, these standard stipulations have not caused problems. Perhaps the deputy has different information, but I think in our role, obviously, we have a fiduciary duty to the trust beneficiaries, and that's both to look out for their financial interests as well as their environmental interests. And so sometimes, we have the push-pull between competing stakeholders in situations like this, and we're trying to look for how do we get to the financial piece, which is really to develop the oil and gas. We understand that in this case that likely if the parcel is drilled, it would likely be with a lateral anyway. So I don't know, if the stipulation 149 is going to be a huge handicap to industry or not. Perhaps that's a question for Mr. Degenfelder. But we struggle because obviously in order to continue to generate revenue for the trust beneficiaries, we have to look for any way possible to do it, but we want to be responsible because we do have to look out for both financial and the environmental interests.
Yeah, thank you. And Deputy Director Bruce, and then Mr. Treasurer.
Mr. Chairman, if I could make one final comment too. Sitting down with Degenfelder was very enlightening. I always learn more and more about the industry when I do so. But he may talk about, and I think it is important to mention, that this is one lease surrounded by many others. When you defer leases or don't lease a parcel, which we hear that ask a lot for wildlife, I'm actually going to tell you that that's bad for wildlife. And I say that because I want the flexibility to move that infrastructure around. Because of the technology these days, they can horizontal drill many miles, and we have great flexibility. But if you lock up some of that land, which is what our federal partners are trying to do, it doesn't allow us to have that flexibility, and we could actually do more harm for wildlife by not leasing.
Yeah, and Mr. Treasurer, I'll recognize you just a sec, but that really is an interesting point. So antelope always follow exactly the same route?
Mr. Chairman, they're not the same as mule deer. They don't have that tight fidelity. They are a little bit more flexible.
Okay. And we have to note that this last year was devastating to particularly antelope. In the southwestern part of the state, but pretty much everywhere. And so I don't want to minimize the import of having what I'd characterize more as a pinch point, if that's the appropriate term, an alternative migration corridor where we had a lot more survivability. But at the same time, to have that herd regenerate, what timeline might we expect under whatever they might be, sort of standard conditions of winter?
Mr. Chairman, well, we had a really good spring and winter, didn't we? So I think we're going to see that pretty quickly in just a few years.
Great, thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
The standard stipulations, I guess really maybe 147, but do any of them drive industry to contact the game and fish or not?
Mr. Chairman, State Treasurer, any of them that deal with wildlife, they do need to consult with Game and Fish. That drives them to reach out to us. There's a whole other suite of stipulation with cultural resources, and those do not, but the specific wildlife ones do.
Yeah, the sage grouse one.
Absolutely. The sage grouse, the winter crucial range is on there, and those both would.
Yeah, But I guess when they're in your office or they reach out to you, I don't think there's any prohibition about you saying, if you can, in the auditor's words, come in a couple of weeks later or a couple of weeks earlier, it might be beneficial to the species that we're trying to, that are of concern to us. I mean, there's no prohibition about, communication and working with people.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, you're exactly right. We just have a consulting role, a recommendations. We're not a permitting agency, so we're just having those conversations with them. What we do with that information, though, is then we formalize it in a recommendation letter to the permitting agency. So in this case, it would be Office of State Lands and Investments, and it would be up to them what they would put in the permit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Director. Any further questions? If there are none, please stick around. We may have others. Thanks. Does anyone else want to, I guess, Mr. Bump, do we have somebody online? Yeah, and Mr. Bump, do we have Renee Seidler?
Mr. Chairman, we do.
Recognize you. You're muted if you're trying to talk to us.
I think maybe I just unmuted. Can you hear me?
You can.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I am Renee Seidler. I'm the executive director of the Jackson Hole Wildlife Foundation. It's an organization in Western Wyoming that partners closely with state and federal agency partners to reduce human-wildlife conflict, making the landscape friendlier for wildlife through projects like removing obsolete fences, planning with WYDOT and the county, wildlife crossings, et cetera. Despite our name, we do work in multiple counties in Western Wyoming. And so there's interest for us in Sblc County. We do actually do a lot of work with our volunteers and our partners in Sblc County as well. Earlier in my career, I was one of the early scientists to study the Sblc pronghorn herd, both their migration and their behaviors on winter range in the gas fields. And that was work that I did through the Wildlife Conservation Society. That early work was funded by industry as well, so partnership there. And for over a decade, I studied the migration, pronghorn interactions with and behaviors around human development, infrastructure, roads, fences, and natural gas fields. I particularly studied the Sblc pronghorn herd and published multiple peer-reviewed journal articles and reports on that about the effects of the natural gas field development on pronghorn and ways to mitigate the impacts, particularly on this herd of interest. Among our research findings, pronghorn significantly changed their behaviors when migrating and seeking forage around natural gas field development. And these behavioral changes are similar to those that we see in animals that are reacting to the presence of natural predators. However, the changes in behavior due to development are chronic and can lead to reduced fitness and resiliency, shorter individual lifespans, reduced herd sizes, and possible full abandonment of seasonal ranges. In sum, from that research, an unmitigated migration impediment such as natural gas field development could eventually extirpate a migration route. Further, this research over a 13-year study where we combined our data with work that Hal Sawyer was doing demonstrated that pronghorn were displaced on average by a mile due to natural gas well pads on winter range, and that 60% of these animals actually abandoned winter range near the natural gas development. So as you know, and I'll try to skip some of the things, Deputy Director Bruce was great at covering a lot of the things I wanted to touch on. So I think I'm going to try and skim through just a little bit of what I wanted to say, so I'm not taking too much of your time. But obviously the pronghorn in this system, they rely on their ability to continue moving south to more forgivable climes in severe winters. And so past research has shown very clearly that this migration bottleneck that actually goes right through parcel 194 is really important to those animals in severe winters, and they need that landscape to be able to survive, as Deputy Director Bruce mentioned. I also want to point out the value of this pronghorn herd. So there was a report that came out in 2015, the Sblc County Hunting and Fishing Spending Report from Wyoming Wildlife Federation, that estimated that the Sblc pronghorn herd brings in $1.5 million annually in hunting revenue alone. So it's not just the history and the spectacular long distance migration, but it's a huge revenue source for the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. I want to share with you that I'm a proponent of no further development on State Parcel 194 in order to protect this herd. There's also crucial winter range for moose, and obviously there is some sage-grouse core habitat on this parcel. Other existing developments that are already on this parcel, the road, the injection wells, in my mind, it's like we get pretty immune to little steps and their impacts on our wildlife, that whole classic death by 1,000 cuts. And I worry that adding gas drilling on this parcel, in addition to the other infrastructure that's there, may surpass a final threshold for these pronghorn. This is one parcel out of so many where I believe, really want to be careful. I don't believe that seasonal stipulations alone will be enough to protect the pronghorn migration, because the impacts from gas field development are not simply from the activity, the human activity, but importantly from the footprint of development itself. And that's what our research had also showed. I recognize that there's an opportunity here for compromise between protecting a valuable wildlife resource and gas extraction, and it's really important to come to the table and be able to compromise. But I do feel that just seasonal stipulations alone are probably not adequate to protect this herd. So at the very minimum, I would suggest there also be no fences on this parcel. I know fences are pretty common in gas development. And I did hear somebody mention vertical access directional drilling, which obviously gives a smaller footprint, and then strategically place that small footprint to incur the least disturbance to wildlife. I would avoid avoidance of development in the migration corridor itself, as I'm sure Game and Fish has a very distinct migration corridor they've been able to map out with their data. And then also avoidance of sage-grouse core area. And then finally, I think it would be really helpful too to consider removing the existing wastewater injection wells and the associated fences with those injection wells. Thank you so much for your time. I know it's not an easy conversation or easy decision, so I really appreciate your time and consideration of my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seidler. Any questions? Secretary Gray.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Seidler, appreciate you joining us today and appreciate your point of view. I guess my question is more 30,000 feet up, because at the end, I think you were a little bit conflicting, but I also think maybe you were just caveating what you said, as you appeared to suggest that you were opposed to any development, and then you said some compromises that are maybe on the table. But I'm very curious about some of these conservation groups. What is the bright line? Like, how do you determine, because every single level of development could arguably have an effect, right? And I was just, what often is not talked about is how preventing development affects human beings. I mean, I was just talking with someone in Rock Springs who can't afford to fix his refrigerator. I mean, and I'm very troubled that all these, you talk about death by 1,000 cuts, all these attacks on our industry, or all these times when our industry is not able to reach its full potential. What is the human toll of that? And what's the human cost of that? And, I hope that one of the things I hope to do is bring that to light. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to get involved in Wyoming politics. But I guess, what for you is the bright line? I mean, at what point do you say that there's enough of an effect on animals to where you're going to oppose any sort of development in an area? And how do you weigh the human toll? How many people are not going to be able to reach their full potential in our state because we aren't able to develop that area? So, you know, this is a really good faith question. I want you to know, I just want to understand from your perspective, how you weigh those things. Is it an economic analysis? Do you put numbers? I mean, I've seen economists try to put numbers on everything. The effect on a wildlife herd versus the effect on, I mean, how do you weigh that tension there? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Boardman. That's a fantastic question, and I take no offense to it. So thank you for asking that. And you're very astute. Yes, it's I feel challenged on being able to explain like sort of my personal feeling with my education and background and my understanding of pronghorn antelope in this herd and their migration and all of their behavioral reactions, and knowing what all those are, but then also saying, like, I've learned through the years, if we're gonna get conservation done, everybody has to bend and flex, right? So that's why I say, you know, if we're gonna compromise here, let's compromise, in my opinion, a little bit more than perhaps what has already been suggested, because I don't think that just some seasonal stipulations are going to be enough for the animals needing to migrate through there in a severe winter. And then very much, I respect your question about the human toll and the bright line, and where do you figure out, how do you know where this threshold is? When do you make a decision one way? When do you make a decision the other way? And I don't have like a canned answer for that for you, except to use parcel 194 as my example. So there were multiple, and there are often multiple state land parcels up for lease and BLM parcels up for lease, et cetera. And multiple parcels were up for lease when 194 came up. And yet this is the one, you know, that I think I'm here because I'm concerned about this one parcel. There's a bottleneck through this route. Yes, pronghorn tend to be more nomadic. They aren't like a mule deer sticking right to a route. But what our past research has also shown is that as the Pinedale anticline was developed and it broadened sort of in that east to west, mostly that west driving development, we could see over the years from our GPS collars on pronghorn that the pronghorn year after year were just shifting a little bit, shifting their movements away from the gas fields as the gas fields continued to expand. So it's very clear that they have a reaction to that footprint. And at the same time, there are certain places along these migration routes that are more critical than others. Somebody had mentioned Trapper's Point, or maybe Antelope Alley, you know, where these animals have been bottlenecked into these little places, whether that's through topographic reasons or through human development. The animals get channeled and narrowed in, and this is one of those places where that's happening. And I think this last winter is such a great example and has made it really clear in our minds, as Deputy Director Bruce just said, all the radio-collared pronghorn that migrated this winter and made it all the way down to I-80, they all survived. The ones that for whatever reason didn't make that full migration, they had, I think it was like a 70% mortality rate. So that's just very demonstrative to me that being able to get through these bottleneck areas is critical if we want to keep our herds at our objective levels for game and fish, for hunting, for wildlife watching, and all of that. And I'm sorry, that was a little long-winded, and I maybe didn't quite answer your question. It's a really hard question to answer, and I think it's a very fair question.
Thank you. Ms. Treasurer.
Are you saying that all the animals that didn't reach I-80, it was due 100% because of some bottleneck?
Chairman and board member, and I'm sorry, I don't know everybody's name, forgive me, but no, I'm not saying that. Just looking at the data from the radio collared herd, from the collars that Game and Fish had out, the animals that made it down to I-80, all those collars are still on the air. The ones that did not migrate that far south, approximately 70% of those radio collared animals died. I don't know the reason that they died, but it was a severe winter. There was an M. bovis outbreak, which we haven't seen anything like that in Sublette County and pronghorn before. And so likely those animals were not in the best of condition for making it through that harsh winter.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know about pronghorns. I do know a little bit about, whitetail and mule deer. And I can say that, that you'll see the same deer time and time again in the same places, different times of the year. And it just might be that the deer that didn't make it down to I-80, their parents and their parents before them never made it to I-80. So I think there's some behavioral aspects there in migration that necessarily that the callers might be able to help us with in far as that historical thing. But yeah, I'm not sure, we've got enough data to actually say that in all circumstances that this particular so-called choke point is has restrictions in it that are insurmountable from the pronghorn population.
Well, thank you. Are there further questions? Appreciate if you, and Ms. Seidler, I really appreciate your commentary and willingness to take questions.
Mr. Chairman and Board, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Further comments? I see Mr. Kirkwood's here, and I also recognize Pete Obermuller from Petroleum Association are here. Would you like to address the board? Did I say Mr. Kirkwood or did I say Mr. Dagenfelder? Mr. Dagenfelder, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, my name's Steve Dagenfelder. I'm the land manager for Kirkwood Oil and Gas. Kirkwood Oil and Gas is located and headquartered in Casper, Wyoming. It's a family-owned and operated oil and gas exploration company that operates and employs quite a few people, been in Casper since the mid-60s. Our main line of business is exploration. It's the very first thing that occurs in the oil and gas business. Somebody has an idea and the geologist has an idea, and we go out and obtain leases and try to get a well to be drilled and test the theory. The reason why I'm here before you today is to ask that you issue Tract 194 that we bid on in the July lease auction, but ask you to not add the additional stipulation 149. The maps that I've put before you, I think, along with a little bit more testimony, will give you reasons to support not adding that additional stipulation on there. The maps that you have before you, the first one shows the section in question and the proximity to the Pinedale anticline. Other attributes on the map, the Pinedale anticline, by the way, consists of 2,500 wells or so, and even the roads that are depicted on the map. And because the Wyoming Department of Transportation is so good about wildlife strikes, we incorporate them in on our maps too, and you can see those where the wildlife fatalities actually occur in this area. But really the main point is the proximity of section 16 and tract 194 to the Pinedale anticline, just less than a mile away. The next slide shows tract 194 in yellow and shows all the existing leases around it. This is surrounded by leases that don't have any of those stipulations. The next slide is a several sections, a Google Earth map that shows section 16 and also the county road that runs through that. The next slide is a close-up of Google Earth section 16 that shows the county road going through it. And I think there's only 4 injection wells that are active on there. The director said 6. I only know of 4, but they're not owned or operated by Kirkwood. They're operated by Ultra Petroleum, or I'm sorry, Pure West now. And then the last slide that you have is a very important slide, I think. What we did was, and a lot of publications, they show this map with the yellow path of collared antelope through the area. And we think it takes on a greater significance when we took the shapefile of those 2,500 wells and laid it on top of the collared pathways that have been documented over the number of years that Ms. Bruce mentioned. I think what it shows you is that in this area, the path of the antelope is approximately 15 miles wide. In my opinion, it shows that antelope don't stop in their path. They go around if a obstruction, maybe a pickup or even a county road or what have you. I think that these support you not adding this additional stipulation 149. I'd like to give you a little back history on this. In addition to we are bidding on this in July. Deputy Director Crowder was correct to the State Treasurer's question about the only person that they know that was bidding on it was a valid bidder, because technicality on the answer to your question, and Deputy Crowder's correct, the information they request from Energy Net that conducts the electronic auction is they just ask for the successful bidder, which was us, which was Kirkwood Oil and Gas. There were 2 other bidders, because we can see in the sequence of the bidding electronically, and one of those other bidders was Ultra Petroleum, because they won another tract and they were identified at that number. We didn't know the number of the other bidder, the underbidder of our tract, but we got a letter from the Wyoming Outdoor Council. We contacted them and they asked us to relinquish our rights, and we were just gathering information, but asked them, told them we didn't know who the underbidder was, and they said that they were the underbidder. So those, to the best of my knowledge, those are the 3 bidders that were bidding on that tract: Ultra Petroleum, Kirkwood Oil and Gas, and then our underbidder, which identified themselves as the Wyoming Outdoor Council. But we won the tract at auction on September. It was deferred, of course, that you're aware of. And on September 19th, I met with the state land director and the deputy director, along with the same representatives of Wyoming Game and Fish. And following that meeting, I got an email that said that the Game and Fish had requested an additional stipulation be added to the lease. I was sent that additional stipulation. Well, my initial reaction to the deputy director was, since my lease already prohibits human activity for 5.5 months of the year, what does construction activities on the surface may only occur outside critical migration time periods? Basically, I wanted to get an idea of what would that leave me on time, because I had already agreed through the auction process prior that we would avoid activity for 5.5 months. The answer that I got from the deputy director was that time period is to be determined by the Game and Fish on a year-to-year basis, and they indicated that weather and other factors dictate those time periods and can't specifically set a specific date. I hope you can understand why this additional stipulation is difficult for me to accept, because on any given year, no matter, it's out of my control, it could be the rest of the year. I feel adding this additional stipulation at this time gives the appearance or creates the precedent that once a lease is fairly purchased by a company at an auction, if an outside third-party group protests the issuance of the lease, then the rules change. And what industry needs after my 45 years in this business is a predictable business environment. I don't think that that precedent setting sets a predictable business environment. I have a very similar situation that we are experiencing right now with the Biden administration over the December 2020 lease sale. December 2020 was when the former president was still in office. We bid on several leases in that sale. Those leases, almost 3 years now, have not been issued yet. The BLM keeps sending up trial balloons saying that because of the Inflation Reduction Act on August 16th, 2022, that they cannot issue royalty and rental rates at the same rate that were prescribed for the leases in the December 2020 lease sale. And they have to offer them a higher royalty and higher rental rate. As you can see, this is a situation where what you see is not what you get. So with that, and to create a predictable business environment for us to operate in, I encourage you to approve the lease as it was bid at auction with the stipulations that were identified at the auction and not with the additional stipulation 149. Thank you. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dagenfelder. Please, Treasurer.
You know, when I started looking at the compression of when you have to drill, and then I looked at it like industry-wide, and I see all of this red out here that's federal, and I'm saying, okay, we set this precedent. The federal government says, that sounds like a great idea. Let's take it down that you can't drill, 7 months out of the year. And so, automatically that just reduces the efficiency of any rigs. So, well, I mean, you'd have to have twice as many rigs to get the same production because you're, basically in twice the capital in it. And so it takes, to me, it takes a lot of potential exploration, off the map in Wyoming, because they could go someplace else where it's private land and essentially drill, year round without these impediments. And it just, because we're, 60+% federal, then it just really exasperates our ability to, as to the governor's assertion that they're interjecting regulation that's defunding our schools and our way of government. And so I'm just, how long does it take to drill a well up in that area if you're going to do a horizontal completion?
Mr. Chairman, State Treasurer Meyer, in answer to your question about the timing stipulations, it compounds itself because all lessees have these similar timing stipulations. And what on one lease might not be a big deal, if everyone can only drill or have activity 4 months of the year, then everyone wants those services that 4 months of the year. You can't spread that out, and it creates even more activity because it is like somebody threw down the checkered flag and it's off to the races to get as much as you can get done. Some of these wells are the more recent wells out there in that area at depth of 10,000 feet and a total measured depth of 20,000 feet, have taken, to drill and complete at least 4 months. It's a long period, especially to complete the well. To drill the well, drilling technologies are getting more advanced every day, but the stress on services and the supply chain of everyone needing those services at that critical time during the summer creates even more activity than it would if it was spread out over the winter months as well. And I think that's some of the initiative that has been proposed in the Powder River EIS, that you have actually less activity on year-round drilling than you do when everybody goes after it like crazy for the 4 months of summer.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I guess to understand the industry a little more, is that just one 20,000 foot lateral one way, or is that like 4 5,000 foot laterals? Or
well, most, Mr. Chairman, State Treasurer Meyer, most of the Pinedale anticline was developed with vertical penetrations and directional wells, and now they're starting to drill off the flanks of that. And I saw an interesting figure from the Petroleum Association that Pinedale anticline produced $2.75 billion. I heard the antelope hunting was $1.5 million per year. It was $2.75 billion in education funding that occurred from that Pinedale anticline, which is significant. The state educated 3 of my kids. So
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For the question, Mr. Jagenfelder, I have just a couple. And I think, the couple of considerations about that particular road with regard to winter, and maybe this is more appropriate for Angie, or Director Bruce, Deputy Director Bruce. There appears to be some current activity out in that direction. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes, there's a county road there. I don't know the travel, if there's ever been a travel monitor. Sometimes we do that in the oil and gas business to see what actual travel is on a road, but we know there's activity in and around from the Google Earth map because there's road in there, and I don't know if that is sourced by pipeline or by truck, but I would think it would be by truck from the looks of the facility.
Sure. And the reason I ask that is that, two photographs from last winter were remarkable to me. One showed probably 120 antelope outside Jeffrey City that were migrating down the road because there was no way they could migrate on either side of the road. It was a kind of a bowling lane, which is the issue for the second video clip, which one of our troopers took of a bunch of antelope approaching him at night, because the road was, there just was no way to, if you got into Sublette County, even this spring, you couldn't even see a fence because the snow was that deep. So, I guess all things being equal, perhaps passage was a little bit easier because there was a road, there. But I also, I guess my question really comes to the fact that if there is other activity there, and presumably this is to develop the mineral, which, as you pointed out, the way we used to do, Jonah, was vertical penetrations. And now we do laterals. We have a much different approach. And yeah, the equipment's much more expensive. Rigs are much more elaborate, but they're much more remote. And I guess my point here would be, are you able to consider ways to locate around this particular mineral position to be able to access those, or what are the problems that might happen if you were going to directionally access these minerals?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think theoretically, any tract can be exploited from a location away from it. One thing that I tell you from surface operations, that, the idea of just plowing your road in the wintertime, you create all these windrows on the side, and operators, including Kirkwood, have worked with Game and Fish to make breaks in those so that the antelope don't walk down the roads, that they have a passageway, they can get across the road, if you will, if the snow is piled 8 feet high or so. But my emphasis today is that will this be exploited with horizontal wells? In all likelihood, from your representation and the director's representation on the Oil and Gas Commission, you see the horizontal well permits well outnumber the vertical permits. And so I think there's probably a good chance. I just think at this point in time, after the auction has been held, that you risk giving the idea to businesses that a predictable business environment is not there. And I think that's what's troublesome to Kirkwood.
And I absolutely appreciate that. And my concern is the fact that if you went back a few years until we started developing the science with more collared data and actual ground truth fact, people could perhaps suggest that any area in Sublette County was critical migration corridor. And, going back a little bit further than that, there was a time when everybody thought the world stopped at the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, wherever that stopped. But it was actually our work that indicated that the migration comes from outside of I-80 up through the park and through all that direction. Well, and I do appreciate the precedent that you're talking about. The other thing I wanted to just think a little bit about is a point where this is obviously an incredibly sensitive area. Wyoming has worked very hard to make sure that we've done the best job we can with protecting these incredibly valuable animals, not just because of their economic benefit, but because people in Wyoming love wildlife. Wyoming, the Department of Transportation built a wildlife crossing, and I remember being up there with Secretary Jewell to sign a sage grouse critical. We were one of the first 6 critical areas that we signed a sage grouse agreement. So I think Sublette in particular has been very mindful about wildlife and so on. The challenge here is the precedent that you point out, that people can just nominate after the fact these areas. From your map, it indicates that there's a tremendous amount of leasehold potential that is out to the west of this particular parcel, which this administration has yet to lease, I presume. Development has changed over time. Our knowledge of how to develop these fields without complications to wildlife certainly has improved. And so it's really a struggle here, because we feel like the federal government's weaponized the own data that we've tried to sort of work this out with them. So I'm trying to figure out why we would, I understand the conservation need here. I just don't appreciate the tactic. So.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I can assure you, I think Auditor Racinas mentioned, aren't you guys ever going to get together on this? I think stipulation number 5 already requires us to get together with Game and Fish, and it says to consider alternative practices and plan a development that will provide similar resources, protection, and mitigation. I think that helps you know that we're going to be in consultation with them if you approve the lease without this additional stipulation.
And so just to follow up on that, Mr. Eggenfelder, there unfortunately has been this assertion that's sort of been rumbling around that somehow the state of Wyoming is totally complicit with the oil and gas industry. Has that been your experience?
It has not been my experience, Mr. Chairman. It's, in fact, even with the implementation of the fracking rules by the state of Wyoming before the federal government did, what our air quality issues are with the Department of Environmental Quality as compared to other states. When we bring in machinery from other states, it has to be retrofitted with best available technology. Obviously, it wasn't on there because their DEQ doesn't require it. I think that Wyoming departments are very strong in their adjudication of these lands, whether they're with respect to the environment.
Appreciate that. And the last question I had is the proposed STIP 149. I do understand that we're sort of talking about mid-October to mid-November, April, May timeframe. Those do overlap with some of these current STIPs though, don't they?
The only stipulation that's specifically, Mr. Chairman, that's outlined is STIP number 5, which denotes November 15th to April 30th. That's the only spelled out one on this state lease.
So would it be reasonable to assume that in consultation with the Game and Fish, you'd be amenable within, I guess, economic considerations to taking advice as to when a good time to develop would be and when a good time not to would be?
Mr. Chairman, I think that it's a good business plan not to make enemies. And so if there is a situation where we have the upper hand and we can trump in this situation, I always try to tell our people that let's make sure that this is the only time we're going to have to ask for we're going to have to deal with this party, because if it's not, then the next time they have the upper hand, we will not like it. And so that is a lot of the reason why most oil and gas operators try to get along, even if the stipulation is not spelled out with additional stipulations.
Yeah.
I hope that gives you some confidence.
Thank you. Is there further comment? Mr. Obermueller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Pete Obermueller, Petroleum Association of Wyoming. I don't want to belabor the point, but I do want to respond a little bit to the Secretary's great questions regarding what is the bright line. And previous testimony has a different bright line than I might have, that anyone in this room might have. And on this particular lease parcel, in this particular room, that actually is not where the debate should happen. It's unusual for the association to step in on one particular company's application like this. And the reason why I'm here is because of the broader implications, Mr. Chairman, to the executive order on wildlife migration that you worked so hard on and that I admit was a thorn in your side on, quite frankly. That is where this discussion takes place. And because the other board members weren't a part of that, generally, just remind the board and everyone that that process is in place to allow Deputy Director Bruce and the experts at Game and Fish to determine, in their view, what should be a corridor. And then that goes to a process where it is perhaps accepted as a corridor, an official corridor, which triggers the creation of a local working group of experts and county commissioners and others in the area to take a look at what the corridor is, what the collar data is, and what that means for management prescriptions. And then, and only then, is when management prescriptions for wildlife migration corridors should be put in place. So
Mr. Degenfelder brought up that, the Pinedale Anticline itself annually provides about $183 million just in education funding alone versus the 1.5 million. But I recognize that money is not the only thing. And wildlife protection is not the only thing. There are lots of considerations. And the EO provides a mechanism to evaluate all of those fairly and make a decision. And if this lease is issued with the STIP put on after the fact, the message that sends to all my other members is the EO cannot be relied upon for making those decisions. It's not a process that's going to be relied upon. That's where I'm concerned, is that we need to follow that process put in place that is in place currently and not change it after the fact before going through that process. I appreciate the time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Obermueller. The STIP itself, were it to come a priori, what would your view be on that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I still don't love it, to be honest, because the STIP is entirely about management prescriptions related to big game wildlife migration. And we have a process for that. So I just believe that we should follow it and that my members need to be able to rely on it. There are other stipulations attached that are a result of other processes already in place, sage grouse, et cetera. And those are fine. And again, whatever Mr. Degenfelder and Kirkwood works out with Game and Fish and with the office and the director, that's their prerogative and their business. From my perspective, for my other members, we need the process to hold so that we have some certainty.
And I do understand that. I guess the reason there are two issues here. One is the stipulation, and the other one is coming back for a second bite at the apple. And the reason I ask about it, I don't believe we have a STIP like this for migration corridors. Yeah, we can kind of cover a lot of it sort of with that, and I don't really want to add a tremendous amount to that. But one of the challenges I think we have is a perception that Wyoming is not working diligently enough, which I hope we've dispelled here, because it is very much part of your industry's mission to fund the science that has done so much to advance our knowledge. We've heard that from a number of people. But I guess thinking about this as a specific step for where we find this kind of activity, that's, I guess, the question I'm asking you.
Mr. Chairman, you're asking me whether or not it's okay to have that STIP in these particular areas?
No, I'm asking you if this STIP makes sense to you.
Mr. Chairman, the words on the page make sense to me. Yes, the process does not. Circumventing the EO is what gives me heartburn. And you know that I had difficulty with the creation of that EO, but it is what it is, and we're prepared to follow that. And to your point, much of that color data has been funded by members of my association, and we're not afraid of that science and that data. We're happy to continue to be a part of that and to do best and to operate under best practices based on all of that science. So in terms of what you're trying to get at with that STIP, I don't have trouble with that, and I think you heard Mr. Degenfelder say the same. Again, for us, it's the process.
I guess my point, and this will go to the director, is this a valuable piece of the toolbox that you might have? Because the EO, as you say, points out a process. But at the end of that process, in terms of being able to lease on state land, was something that, and I'm very mindful of the particular challenge that we have. Our duty is to make sure that we maximize profits off of our state holdings. That is a constitutional requirement. But do you find this to be a potential valuable tool, something along these lines?
Mr. Chairman, I do. And in particular situations such as this, where a parcel may be recognized as having, migration potential, but the process itself has not had the opportunity to work itself out. And to Mr. Obermuller's point, I agree. If I had this to do over again and I knew that about this parcel, I would have recommended this prior to the actual oil and gas lease sale. I do appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Further questions? And Mr. Obermuller, hearing none. Sorry we spent so much time on this, but it is important. Anyone else, Mr. Bump? All right.
We got another person, other individual. Someone got some hand up.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Megan Riley, and I'm here on behalf of the Wyoming Outdoor Council. And before I dive into my testimony, I hope you'll indulge me in just responding to a couple of points that I heard just now in other testimony. If you'd refer to the map that Mr. Degenfelder shared with you showing the so-called spaghetti strings, I think I just wanted to point out that that is route data. Those are just lines of animals going back and forth over decades. It's not the actual modeled corridor that the Game and Fish will come up with. And those animals have been passing through there for decades. So it's hard to say the correspondence between a line and well pads that exist today. I think we'd probably want to look into that a little more carefully to make any assumptions about how animals are interacting with that development. So I guess I'll just leave it at that. So before I dive into testimony, I did want to just say that we as the Outdoor Council do really appreciate the role that OSLI plays in serving and providing for trust beneficiaries in the state. That revenue is vital to providing public services for all of us who live here. I myself have 2 children that attend a really beautiful school in Du Bois that was paid for in large part by revenue from oil and gas development. So I do understand the fiduciary duty and role that this agency plays, and we are not anti-oil and gas. I think in response to the Secretary's question about a line in the sand or a bright line, I would say that the fact that this parcel is in a bottleneck is that bright line in the sand. There was a lot of good habitat scattered throughout this last auction in July, including parcels within the yet undesignated migration corridor for Sublet Pronghorn. But the fact that this lies squarely on top of a bottleneck, that is that line in the sand that we have identified and do not want to see surface disturbance on this parcel. And whether that is through a denial of the lease or a stipulation that lays firmer guidelines and groundwork as to how development can proceed, that's sort of where we're coming from. And of course, as you've mentioned, Governor Gordon, Wyoming has been investing enormous resources to benefit our migratory big game, and you've really been a visionary in this field and have done so much for these animals. And of course, bottlenecks represent the most sensitive habitat within a migration corridor because the movement is constricted. The animals don't have a lot of wiggle room to go in other places. So we have a much smaller margin of error for disturbance. And as Ms. Seidler referred to, any kind of development, I think, in addition to oil and gas, development does not benefit ungulates. And at some point, even if there's existing development, there is some threshold that could be crossed. And I think we want to be really careful about crossing that threshold. And of course, Wyoming's migration corridor executive order recognizes the importance of bottlenecks by offering them the strongest protections of any type of habitat within a migration corridor. And I would point out that bottlenecks are not something that occur willy-nilly all over the place throughout a migration corridor. There are very few of these. For instance, Sublet mule deer, there are only 7 identified bottlenecks in the whole corridor, and my understanding is that Sublet pronghorn are similar. So this was a very unique situation that unfolded, and I don't think that you would see anyone requesting new stipulations added if it weren't such a sensitive resource that unfortunately wasn't caught until a little bit later in the process than any of us would have liked. And of course, Deputy Director Bruce and Ms. Seidler pointed out how important this crossing across the New Fork River is to survival of these animals being able to access range further south in the winter where they can escape harsh conditions. And I think the fact that this parcel was offered without the necessary stipulation to give industry a better idea of what they were dealing with is just an example underscoring the need for these corridors to be officially mapped and recognized so that everybody knows what's going on without having to go talk to the biologist who's on the ground opening fences to let these animals move through the landscape. So because this was such a unique circumstance, we do really want to commend OSLI for, in an unprecedented move, taking a pause and delaying issuance of this lease to allow time to confer with the Game and Fish Department and try to put accommodations in place that would better protect migratory pronghorn on this parcel. And we are fully in favor of a new stipulation being in place to make sure that development is done responsibly. However, we do not believe that the protections are sufficient on this parcel when weighing the cost benefit to the state of Wyoming. The fact of the matter is, it doesn't seem that the income generated from this lease is very much if we're justifying endangering connectivity for this herd. And so if you look at the handout that I gave you, you can see just something, if you'll indulge me, a little bit of context. And again, this doesn't reflect royalties. That's something that we might need to turn to Mr. Degenfelder to give us an estimate of what kind of royalties this one parcel might generate. But the high bid and total due the agency for this one parcel was a little over $13,000. On the first page, you can see that the total amount of income due the agency in this July auction was a little over $1.6 million. So this is already less than 1% representative of the high bids and total due agency that went in July. If you go to the second page, we have the same two things, parcel 194 and the July auction. And just past that, you can see the past 5 years of total due agency for OSLI auctions dating from 2019 to the present. And now we're up above $20 million. And at this point, the money that we've raised from leasing parcel 194 doesn't even show up on the map. And finally, because we know that so much of what we're doing here is to provide for the people of Wyoming and particularly K-12 education, I did just want to remind everyone that the K-12 budget is a little bit, it's nearly $2 billion. And just to keep in perspective how much this one single parcel represents in the grand scheme of things. And again, if Kirkwood is able to provide an estimate of how much royalty revenue would come in, I'd be very curious to hear that. But I just wanted to keep that in mind when we're kind of weighing the cost benefit of leasing here. And so given that information, it just doesn't seem worth it to allow additional development in a known bottleneck from our perspective as the Outdoor Council. And we really think that the state can afford to be conservative on pronghorn here. I think the public at large is in agreement on this. I expect you've heard from some members of the public about this. We'd be happy to share summary data of some of our members that we know have reached out. And so what we want to do is ask that this board exercise its discretion not to lease parcel 194. You do have broad discretion to not lease, and one of the concerns you can look to is natural resources and environment. So I think the state has worked so hard to support maintaining movement for these animals and invested so much, it would be a shame to risk that connectivity at one of a handful of bottlenecks that Sblc pronghorn are relying on. And if we have the means to protect this essential crossing the herd needs to access winter range, I would just ask, why wouldn't we? And I hope that you might consider using your discretionary authority to do just that. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. Are there questions? I have a couple, and one of them that I'm concerned about. Oh, sorry there, Christy. I'm overusing my time of comment, but you know, it is important. I mean, the reason I referenced the spaghetti map is because we know that those are individual paths, and we had to do the science to figure out where the corridors were. That science wasn't immediately discernible. It took time, and it takes time over a number of years. And yet, publicly, there's this impression that somehow we've been dragging our feet and that we aren't moving with all due speed to try to figure out how to find a migration corridor. Now, you superimpose over that what the Bureau of Land Management has just done to the Rock Springs resource management plan, and it appears that they didn't look at compromise. They didn't look at the potential to sort of find development. They took the ceiling, and they perhaps thought that by imposing that over the top of all the other stuff that we have without doing the science, that somehow they could pull off a feat to sort of designate a whole bunch of stuff, when they seem to ignore stakeholder like yourself and your organizations that are locally there and invested, working with companies on the ground, and instead it seems sought to take a much more of a blunderbuss approach, and then to suggest that that's somehow conservation is just boneheaded in my mind. You know, true conservation takes work. As Teddy Roosevelt said, conservation means development as much as it does protection. This Bureau of Land Management seems to have forgotten that conservation is those two things. And so I understand what you're saying here, and I think the concern that Mr. Degenfelder brought up about precedent and what's next, and my worry that the feds will say, well, see, there we are, they can do the whole thing like this, is really concerning. You know, where we've had a somewhat beneficial, mutually beneficial relationship, it really now seems like they're just going to take everything we do and just throw whatever they think is important on top of it. And you know, admittedly, I think they are absolutely opposed to oil and gas, not necessarily for any other reason than just opposed to it. And so my question here is, do you think the Outdoor Council can work to help to sort of refine those areas that are of value, like this one, and actually come to the aid when we have to push back against federal organizations that aren't on the ground and, you know, are simply looking for click opportunities wherever that may be in DC for their fundraisers?
Thank you, Chairman. I think because I came here today prepared to speak to this specific parcel on Office of State Lands Management purview, I'm not really prepared to speak to broader strategies around the BLM. I could offer to bring up my program director from the Outdoor Council and see if he has any additional information for you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Could you repeat your question? I was listening, but I was trying to understand the narrative there.
I've been talking a lot, so I apologize. It's just very frustrating because it appears that this was notified sometime afterwards. My fear is that when we initially looked at the maps about potential migration corridors, it really did look like pasta fettuccine from the Olive Garden. It was just everywhere all across the Southwest. And as we've heard testimony here, you know, we had to refine those down to the important. That was part of the piece with the executive order, was how do we find the science and refine the science to be able to move forward cooperatively to balance the resource going forward. And this is not related specifically to this parcel, but it brings the concern. We're talking about the potential of a loss of a wildlife corridor. We're talking about the potential of loss of mineral rights. And I guess I'm also talking about the potential of a foreclosure of any opportunity to develop our minerals by the federal government. None of which is good. So my question to the Wyoming Outdoor Council was, with your help, with Renee Seidler's help and others, to be able to help identify some of these areas, and then also to stand by as we have to combat a federal government that has imperialistic notions about what the colony of Wyoming ought to do for them. And so my question is, will you participate and will you help defend the decisions that are made?
Mr. Chairman, board members, yeah, I think on the Wyoming Outdoor Council, given our organizational values, we're more than willing to come to the table at any time with any natural resource issue and work with any stakeholders. As it pertains to this particular issue, Rock Springs RMP aside, I'm not sure if that's part of your question here directly. We feel as though this particular parcel warranted a harder look. And I mean, I think that's why our organization, has come to the table and said, what additional stipulations can we look at for avoiding a major conservation conflict on this parcel? So did that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess so. So thanks. Okay, you can charge my time a gripe. I am in great debt to the rest of the people here, so. Any further questions? If there are none, is there anyone else to? Please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I will keep this very brief. I know we're getting later in the day. I'm Jess Johnson. I'm with the Wyoming Wildlife Federation, and we have sent in a formal comment yesterday. You have the details of that, but I felt compelled to stand up and reiterate a point that I think is developed here in light of that the admiration, respect, and support that the Office of State Lands has for this STIP 149, and how important that at the very least we see this kind of thing on this parcel as it goes through. I know this is a bit out of order when we're looking at how the EO is functioning, but we're in the midst of, to your question of the previous speaker, really defending the EO in the face of what came down through Rock Springs, and working to support the state's management and the state's plan that we have all just gone to bat for from the beginning. That this may be a little bit out of order, but it's really important to put onto this parcel at the very least. And certainly we would prefer what we've asked for in our formal comment, but to thank State Lands for putting this in there and working with Wyoming Game and Fish Department, and to thank Wyoming Game and Fish Department for rising to the occasion in that sense.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, please.
Chairman, members of the, excuse me, members of the board. My name is Josh Metton. I'm the Wyoming Field Manager for the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership. Appreciated the Theodore Roosevelt quote earlier. I definitely would echo that, and I think this puts this situation puts the board in a difficult situation of trying to meet your fiduciary responsibility while also recognizing the important wildlife values that we have in this very unique situation. As was explained earlier, this is one of many parcels that were put up for auction, and there was a specific reason to select this parcel and not others. So I don't see this as being a real huge precedent-setting concern. It's something that was missed, unfortunately, and we're trying to course correct here. As someone that lives in Wyoming, works in Wyoming, and appreciates getting to hunt and fish in Wyoming, I know that a lot of the people that are working in the energy industry are also doing the same things that I like to do. And so it's important that we as a state come to the table, work in partnership, and identify when there are reasons to compromise. This is an example where I truly believe we should compromise and conserve this area. That's why we signed on to that letter that was mentioned by the Wyoming Wildlife Federation, asking for no surface occupancy was our preferred request. I think it might even be possible that under a no surface occupancy agreement, the owner of the leasee may be able to even avoid some of those timing restrictions that they were concerned about by simply laterally drilling. I'm not an expert in oil and gas, which is why I appreciate that the members of that organization are here today. But thank you for your time, and appreciate your consideration. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, thanks. Thanks very much. Anyone else online? All right. Do we know where our treasurer went?
I thought he was supposed to ask permission.
Yeah, he snuck away before I had a chance to get it.
You're quiet.
Yeah. He's coming back?
Okay.
Oh. Mr. Treasurer, we've come to the point.
All right. Can I make a motion?
Sure.
Mr. Chairman. I move that the board approve the result of the July 12, 2023 State of Wyoming oil and gas lease auction specific to parcel 194, as described above, by approving issuance of State of Wyoming oil and gas lease 23-00230 to Kirkwood Oil and Gas LLC on the current oil and gas lease form with the specified standard stipulations without standard stipulation number 149, effective August 2nd, 2023.
And motion's been made. Is there a second? Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded by the auditor.
And Mr. Chairman, just to make clear for the record, I said without. I could have just also excluded it, but decided to say without just to be clear. If you want me to just take out any reference to it.
I think the motion's clear enough.
Okay, thank you.
So, further discussion, Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, there's been a lot of really, I think, good discussion and appropriate frustration at the situation Wyoming is in when both conservation groups and the industry have done so much work on these issues. And I think what we have here is a little bit of a perfect storm of bad timing. You know, we have multiple processes going and industry doesn't stop. Industry cannot wait for our government bureaucracy to churn, because we churn slow. We know that. My children need educated now, not 2 years from now or 5 years from now. And so I don't necessarily think there were mistakes made here. I do just think this is a question of we have parallel processes that are not as perfectly aligned as we would like to be. And a lot of the testimony and commentary has been about our constitutional duty and whether it's worth it, whether the money from this parcel is worth it for what we're giving up in terms of wildlife in the corridor. I view it a little bit differently. I don't think that's what the argument or the decision point that I view myself making at all is today. I think that's the argument that we would have made had this lease not been issued. I think that's where all of the very, very competent and intelligent and testimony and opinions and expertise that I very much respect, that's a conversation we could have had if the lease had not been issued. So I'll compare this a little bit to some of the grazing lease issues we've had where we've had these timing things go wrong. The state, we cannot go back on our word. We cannot bait and switch. So at the end of the day, if we strip away the subject matter of this discussion, that's sort of how I'm viewing it. And this would, and forgive me, I know we've been here for a long time, but I think if I was under contract, or if any of us were under contract to buy a house and committed and went to the bank and got the loan and signed the documents, and then the seller says, but you actually only get to use 3 rooms of the 5 rooms, and we may kick you out at the, you know, if we decide to down the road, it becomes clear how, you know, this STIP 149, I think absolutely would have been reasonable and or appropriate had that been the situation going in. And yeah, so that's sort of my point. This is a tough vote without a really, this is, I don't want to say it's a lose-lose situation, but we are definitely choosing between a couple of not ideal opportunities here. And so I do plan to support this motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I look at this and I think there's more emotions involved at this point in time than the science and the cooperative nature of implementing an executive order, or and I'm not even the science that has been brought to me at this point in time. I don't believe even moves toward an executive order at this time, as far as the amount of science that I've seen today. Stipulating that necessarily, I'm not privy to all of the discussions, talks, and details that could be made available. But I do think it does rely on, I guess, the integrity of this process. And I think that the integrity of the process is that the auction process should be followed and not necessarily modified after the process has been completed. Arguably, the last completion is our vote and our stamp on it, but we're really not in the habit of changing things a great deal afterwards. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to support the motion. I think excluding is probably a better word than without, but I'm not going to split hairs. I think it does what excluding does do, would do. And the topographical map that I see here, I don't see a bottleneck. I see section upon section upon section that looks almost the same. It might be appropriate sometime to fly that or travel in that area and get a better idea. But I see a lot of development on both sides of this stream. And I see a lot of development already in section 16. And I haven't seen anything but some concerns, and I'm not sure they're well founded. I think they're the legitimate concerns on the part of the Outdoor Council about their concerns about the pronghorn herd. I'm more concerned about the Teton to Sblc County pronghorn herd. I think that's a lot more devastating numbers there than in this particular herd. But it's something that I think what we should learn about last winter is that we need to, I think, have a concerted effort on how do we mitigate another circumstance like that. And I think that's the one thing that we should draw out of the last winter, and not necessarily point fingers in areas that may not have the science behind it to back it. But I think what we do need to do is we do need to work together to figure out how we don't have a devastating herd depletion like we did last winter. So that, Mr. Chairman, I'd call for the question.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary, I appreciate your call, but I'm going to have the Secretary have a chance. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think that was a good suggestion to make it excluding instead of without. So I'd like to amend the motion to say excluding standard stipulation number 149 instead of without. And obviously the seconder would have to second that, but I think excluding is a better legal word.
Is that
Yep.
appropriate? Okay. You know, what I wanted to say here, and with all due respect to the treasurer, there is good science. We have worked very hard on getting that science. And I think it is all too easy to look at to look at a shallow level and make assertions about what's going to happen. And unfortunately, I think that's what happens a lot in national resource management discussions. In this particular case, I think the issues are well joined, and I want to commend I guess the director and deputy director. Cody, to what extent you had anything to do with this, and also the Game and Fish, for working on what sounds like a proposed STIP, which makes a lot of sense for the future. What is particularly frustrating to me is that there has been so much attention applied to, you know, Wyoming keeps talking about this migration corridor, and yet we don't see a line on a map. And the problem there is that the science had to be developed. The science had to be worked with. It takes time to get people to think of it as a valued commodity. And ultimately, that makes that effort valuable because it's more durable. In the case of what we've seen, I think, in the Rock Springs RMP is that you had the heavy hand of federal government decide enough is enough, we're going to do it this way. And I think that does not represent conservation to me. That represents only somebody trying to make points. True conservation work requires field work, requires science, requires analysis. And in this particular case, what I'm very optimistic about is that we seem to have agreement from groups that are on the ground, Wildlife Society, the Foundation from Jackson Hole and others, Wyoming Outdoor Council, to work together to try to identify these things. And I think it does give us a tool, quite frankly, Director, that we can apply when we've had these difficult circumstances in the past, where we've been confronted with that constitutional duty without tools to really figure out a way to mitigate that. So I think, and I would hope that members of this board would support the proposed standard stipulation 149. I know it's not part of this particular motion for the reasons that have been articulated, but from my standpoint, I think it is a valuable tool going forward. It might even be something that can be designed, it may be thought about a little bit more, Deputy Director Bruce, without the sort of immediacy of this particular set of circumstances to make it even more valuable. So with that,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did you end or?
No,
Okay.
Yeah, I think I made my point.
Okay. Well, I think, Mr. Chairman, where I fall on this and have thought a lot about this issue as a legislator when you announced the migration corridor and now getting heavily involved in pushing back on this outrageous BLM proposal in Southwest Wyoming. To me, the science, we can debate the science, and I know the governor's worked a lot on that, but you also have to look at the other side of this, which is what is the cost to people with the implications of these proposals? How many people who are homeless right now would be able to afford a home because of the work that the development would bring to? How many people that are suffering right now that are dealing with mental health issues because they can't afford to do basic things in their lives? How many people are going to be able to overcome that suffering and be able to live their lives to their fullest potential? And when we don't engage with that part of the discussion, you end up with where we're at with the BLM, where it just becomes a bright line because everything is about that perspective. Okay, you have to see the other side of this. And that's a very important part of the discussion that I think going back 2-3 years, it should have been from the start. And we have to change the way that society thinks about these issues to look at everything in a balanced way. And that's the way I approach these issues. And you know, I always want to get it right. Like our motion to reconsideration earlier. I mean, I think there are contractual implications, and I understand Mr. Dickenfelder's argument, but I'm about getting it right. So I look at it also facially on what we're doing, and that's the way I approach these issues. So anyway, I'm going to be supporting the motion. Thank you.
And Mr. Secretary, I think what we're talking about here is a tool to balance that, because in addition to all of the, you know, standard of living issues that you've brought up, there's also something that Wyoming people value very much, which is being able to go out, see wildlife, maybe go hunting, be with their kids. And that's also a very important part of why people, and it made very important part of the mental health of, and I know you're not denying that at all. I point out the
I
balance.
said it's a balance. And
Anyway,
you gotta
long
see
story
both
short,
sides.
let's go to the vote. It's been called for. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And I would be a nay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I do want to, clarify, my I guess, position on the science of it. Where I'm at, Mr. Chairman, is that I don't have the science before me to make the decision. And I think that the decision would be better made, within the framework which you set forward at the local level with the proper data that is there. And so from that perspective, Mr. Chairman, that's where I said I think the science is lacking. It's lacking in our process. And even though that a lot of times we get decisions that we're supposed to make, and that we do so, I think, handicapped from the standpoint of not having all the data, all the knowledge, everything that we do need to make a totally informed decision. The board does the best they can under circumstances that we're put into, but this was one that I just felt that it's this particular decision is probably better left at a different time, different level with all the facts in front of them. And I guess from the circumstances that I commend you to moving the discussion forward in an appropriate way and not having a decisions as such as what has been attempting to be perpetrated upon the Wyoming people by the federal government in the Rock Springs case. And that could go in a lot of different directions that we don't want to see.
Thank you. Sorry, Director, for that departure.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item on the Board of Land Commissioners agenda is G3, which is consideration of an easement application filed by Brenda H. Portugal and Ruben R.C. Portugal. This is in Albany County, I believe northwest of the city of Laramie, Section 12 of Township 16 North, Range 74 West. I would yield to Mr. Booth to provide us with the high level.
And before we do, the secretary wanted to say something, and I think we can get
I just
superintendent's coming back.
clarify, was the vote 2-2 or 3-1?
3-1.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, could we take 10 minutes for a break?
Without objection? Okay, we'll do that. Thanks.
matter G3, which is for the board's consideration, a roadway easement application that was filed by Brenda H. Portugal and Ruben R.C. Portugal. This is in Albany County, northwest of the city of Laramie. I would yield to Cody Booth. He's going to bring the board up to speed on the factual background here. It has taken some time, but there's some reasons for that. So, Mr. Booth.
Mr. Booth, thank you.
Thank you, Director, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Board Matter G3 describes an easement application where the recommendation is being made to deny approval of the application. I'll begin with the history. In August 2012, the board approved a restriction of this section located northwest of the town of Laramie, which closed the section down to motorized vehicle use except for on the county road. This was necessary to curb resource damage due to vehicular travel. April 30th, 2020, Brenda and Ruben Portugal submitted a roadway easement application to reach their private lands. After inspecting the location, meeting in person with the Portugals, and discussing the application internally, staff identified other possible routes that better conform to the board's rules and regulations that we asked the Portugals to consider. On August 17th, 2020, the Portugals withdrew their application. On October 20, 2021, the Portugals submitted a second application. The second application was not significantly modified to address OSLI's initial concerns. OSLI's same concerns were communicated. On August 31st, 2023, the Portugals submitted a consideration offer for the easement, which completed the application. This leads us to where we are at today. Reasoning for the alternative route. Rule directs staff to consider width and location when reviewing easement applications to ensure state land is not unnecessarily encumbered and does not impact future development. The Portugals application requests a 40-foot wide road through the center of the parcel. The typical easement of this nature is 30-foot wide. Further, there are other possible routes on the north and east sides of the same parcel that follow section lines. These routes are preferred because they lend well for future opportunities that allow the board to meet their fiduciary responsibilities that are constitutionally and legislatively mandated. Therefore, we recommend denying this application and offer that we're happy to work with the Portugals on securing an easement in a preferred location. We're happy to stand for any question.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Are there any questions from the board? Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have you calculated over at Osley what the projected decrease in the value of the land is from allowing this? I mean, it's all, you say there's a potential decrease in value. I mean, how do you quantify that? Have you done that? And how would that play out practically?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, we haven't done that analysis, and obviously it's different parcel by parcel, region of the state by region of the state. The impacts that we're seeing are potential, and without doing all of the analysis, that's all we can provide to you. But what we do know is that once you encumber a piece of property with a perpetual easement, that's obviously there forever, and any future use of that property would be diminished, therefore diminishing the value of it. When we've done appraisals and have looked at how the easements on that property would impact the appraisal, obviously it has to come back to a comparable situation. Can you find parcels of land that are not encumbered versus parcels of land that are encumbered, and the difference therein lies the diminishment in value. But what we're representing here is that once you put an easement where it's been proposed to be placed, you reduce the board's ability to further optimize the performance of that property, which is why, as Mr. Booth stated, the rules indicate go where there is existing disturbance, go to the periphery of the parcel, so you don't further limit the board's ability to develop and further optimize the performance of that asset.
Mr. Chairman, just for a follow-up, Mr. Crowder, I mean, certainly though, I mean, you've got a lot of experience there. You've been doing this a while. I mean, do you have anecdotes on where an easement was granted and there was a reduction, or any way of just your view on what the monetary reduction might be and how this would play out in 10, 20, 30 years. I mean, I'm just trying to put color on that because to me, it's kind of tenuous. I mean, but you've insisted it's real. So, I mean, there's got to be some experience there. Can you put some color on it?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I don't know that we can because we need to do that analysis. We need to do that comparable analysis. We haven't done it in this area of the state, so we can't tell you it's $5 an acre, it's $100 an acre. We just simply don't have that information to provide. We're telling you the potential. In this area, with the amount of roads on this parcel, it may be negligible, but we just don't know. And what we're representing is that the application doesn't follow what the board's rules require. And so we're offering you that information and giving you context of why.
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's difficult for me because we talk about the fiduciary duty a lot, and I mean, they're going to pay for this. I mean, so if there's no idea of what the diminishment in value is, why not? Why isn't it zero? I mean, and then from a fiduciary perspective, suddenly this becomes the proper alternative. And I understand it's a huge stretch to say it's zero now, but I'm just, if you're not going to have any idea, to me, that makes it difficult to say that, no, this is not acting in a fiduciary for us, not for us to grant the road. I mean, I understand the easement. I understand your rules say what they say, but I'm wondering whether these rules might be a little too prescriptive. I mean, we're spending a lot of time passing these rules, and there's reasons for them, but I'm not so sure they're getting the nuance in some of these situations. So,
Mr. Chairman, if I could respond, please.
Sure, please.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I understand your frustration. I think we have to view this parcel of state lands, just like every parcel of state lands. It is a trust asset. We have a fiduciary duty to maintain the trust asset for future development and revenue generation for the trust beneficiaries. That's why, in my view, the rules say what they say, which is that when we're looking at granting easements, we need to look at the least impactful manner. And generally speaking, that tends to be along section lines as opposed to right through the middle of the parcel. Now, we don't know what the future holds for this parcel, but it may well be that there could be some subdivision that goes on, or maybe there's another a project of some sort that goes in there, and right where that road is negatively impacts the ability to subdivide that in just the right way to maximize the benefit. So the point is as Deputy Director Crowder stated, we don't know what the future holds, but in my view, our fiduciary duty is to maintain the trust asset in such a way that that potential to negatively impact a potential revenue generator in the future is not impacted. Now, we're not saying we aren't willing to work with the Portugals to find an easement to their place, but we just would prefer that it go along the section lines so that we can minimize potential unknown impacts in the future that could greatly, potentially, impact revenue in the future.
Any further follow-up?
no, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. I guess the current usage of this land is leased for cattle grazing.
Mr. Chairman,
And,
Mr.
and,
Treasurer,
and
you
do
are
you
correct.
have an idea about how much we're getting off of it for cattle grazing?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I don't, but I can look that up.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess from my perspective, if I'm, have I'm the guy that's leasing this for cattle, and you're telling me that you're going to put roads along my section lines, and it's going to be exclusive perpetual easement, then what am I going to do when I want to fix my fence? I mean, I can't get on it because it's an exclusive perpetual easement. So I've got basically one whole section down on the one side where the red line is, all the way across the other area where the red line is. And you're telling me that I can't get access to fixing that fence because there's an easement on it. To me, that if you're going to have the least impact of the current leaseholder is that you're going to want to have something that's not on a section line. And, you might say that's the way it works with the rules, but in the current leaseholder is going to be impacted more with an easement along the section line than they would, with an easement right down the center of it.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I might have a different notion. I think, roads probably can be built where it's most efficient to be built. And there's certainly an argument to be made that having a road on one side can make that all pretty available for the cows. It looks like it's about 3 cows that we're going to lose.
3 cows on that. It's
yeah.
very, very, very diminished.
If it's fully developed at 40 feet wide. But anyway.
Yeah. And Mr. Chairman, I guess to me, I'm doing an analysis here in that you're impacting less grazing with the shorter blue line than you are with the 2 red lines there. And then that area up on top, when you look at it on top, it looks like it's more of a higher plateau. It's flat, and so you're going to have better access to and from that. I'm not sure what the topography is of the other red lines there in that area, but I think that blue line looks like it's up on top of some high ground. The change in the $40.05 a rod, is that a fair price? Is that in the ballpark or what we get for easements?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, it is.
It is. So that's a fair price. So there's no argument about the price, even on a 40-foot right of way on that. And at 30-foot, 40-foot, I think the county roads that we have in Goshen County, I think are 80-foot easements. And the top of the road is about 45 feet. And then it's sloped off on each side. And so you can, let the snow in the wind blow off in its crown. So, this isn't as big as a county road. And if you got a 40-foot width, you are going to still have some crown. So that's going to reduce the amount of top travel. So you probably want a road that at least 2 people can, not a cow path, probably a road that 2 people can cross on without running the other one off into the ditch. So, I don't believe that 40-foot is an exorbitant amount of width. And I'm not sure where the 30 feet came from. I'm not sure where the 40 feet come from, but but 40-foot isn't that wide to get a crowned raised road or something that's reasonable to travel on in, all days of the year. It just seems like if you got less feet represented in a road, you're going to have less impact to the current leaseholder. And the other thing is that, if you made it non-exclusive perpetual easement, which would mean that other people could drive on it in the state lands, then your idea about it interfering with ranchette development or any other development goes away, and it's probably actually enhances the potential of some kind of a rural development. I guess that's about all I've got on this one at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I guess in one of the treasurer's questions made me realize I was probably looking at this wrong. I understand the blue line is the proposed easement application. This brown line is where OSLI would consider to be a better location. Is that accurate? And then I have a follow-up question after that.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I would like to point out that yes, the blue line is what the Portugals are proposing, and then that brown line to the north running east to west is the preferred route. The brown running north and south is what we would also consider if it would be amenable to the Portugals having further discussions.
Your follow-up?
I guess well, it was going to be, Mr. Chairman, about the other landowner, Mr. Scales. It's brownish red.
Okay, these here.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what, yeah.
Auburn.
There we go.
So I'm assuming that Mr. Scales or that landowner maybe he's not participating in these discussions at all.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I spoke with him personally in the past, and I believe he was involved in conversations, and that route through his place was potentially a historic route that they would use to get their property. And in conversations with him, he said he was still amenable to issuing an easement to the Portugals. And since then, I believe they have said that might be off the table, but if they're allowed to speak, that might be better for them to speak on behalf of.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? So, Mr. Booth, it strikes me that, and I can't remember from history, but it strikes me that a 40-foot easement allows for potential subdivision. A 30-foot easement does not. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not 100% on that, but I believe that could be true.
Okay. Just to answer your question. Oh, well, I was just saying a 40-foot easement allows for subdivision. If I remember correctly, a 30-foot easement is considered a private road. Yeah, but that's the magic of those numbers. So.
And if I may make a clarification.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, exclusivity is not being considered here. And so there shouldn't be a change to the grazing lessee's access to that fence. The width, I'd like to touch on that. When we look at the past and comparables, 30 feet for a private access road has been determined sufficient. And just want to make that clarification and further want to say that we did receive an email from the Portugal's representative last Friday indicating that they may be potentially amenable to 30 feet wide. And we asked for further conversation on that and we weren't able to connect. So just wanted to point that out. If they're allowed to speak, they might be able to confirm that or not. Okay. And then one other thing I'd like to point out is on that northern route, it appears there are other users that are potentially using that. And so the idea with denying this would be to, limit the encumbrance to that northern point where multiple users might need an easement. Instead of that northern being encumbered by a different neighbor, and then also having this piece in the middle of the parcel be encumbered as well.
So Mr. Booth, I'm a bit confused. You're saying that the brown line on the north end of this is currently in place and is being used by a number of different parties?
There's a warrant, Mr. Chairman, there's a warrant to track there, and we have reason to believe that others are using that. And we've reached out to them with letters and continue to do so to determine whether they need an easement there or not, but our guess is that they will.
But it's not a potentially high standard road?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Okay. All right. Very good.
Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Yep.
The letter from Albany County Road and Bridge, I just need a little help understanding. I understand that he's saying that one place is preferable than the other in terms of safety issues, drainage, et cetera, but I don't understand which which route is he preferring? Sorry, this was in the packet we were giving.
Yeah.
Is that, yeah. So I can't, he says at the half-mile point in section 12, I'm not sure. Is he saying that, which route is he saying would have better site distance and water drainage?
Independent third party.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I think the packet you're referring to is something that was provided to you by the Portugals.
Gotcha.
We
Okay.
don't know what the context of that letter would be.
Okay.
All right. Well, the Portugal's here. You've been troopers all day long, so.
With Nicholas and Tangeman in Laramie, Wyoming. Our office represents Ruben and Brenda Portugal, who are here with me today, sitting on the front row. They've been patiently waiting this to come before the board, and we're glad that we're able to meet with you and present our concerns on our application. The application was before you now was originally submitted in November of 2021. The packet I've handed out to you contains some photographs of the various different proposed routes and then the state's preferred routes. And I want to just kind of take you through this because I want to answer some of the questions that I think have been raised by the state, which I understand primarily to be two issues. One, width, and two, location. My clients just want to have the most reasonable, convenient, and efficient access to their property that makes sense. And in the consideration of all this, we looked and communicated with numerous different folks along the way. But if you look at the packet that I've given you, the front page of that shows just the general overview of the area with Laramie. You see the city of Laramie, and then up to the northwest, you see a yellow highlighted box. That is the Portugal's property northwest of Laramie off of Welsh Lane. Their property is located in section 7, and the state section that is adjacent to it is section 12 of a different township and range. But that's generally where we're talking about. And so when the Portugals are coming to and from their property, they're obviously traversing primarily from their property south to the city or to the highways that would service that road. If you turn to the second page, this is a map that we've created that just shows the preferred application route that the Portugals have requested from this board. And it does come off of Welsh Lane, and it's a total of about 1,162 feet. That is the shortest route. And not only that, but that route connects with an existing gate that has been on that property in the fence line of the Portugals since as long as Miss Portugal can remember. And her parents bought this in the 1960s, and it was her childhood home from the time she was about 5 years old. Miss Portugal and Mr. Portugal inherited this property in 2019 when Miss Portugal's parents passed away. But that proposed route that we've applied for goes to that existing gate, basically straight from the existing county road. Now, I need to let you know that the county road, Welsh Lane, is an easement that the county has across the state property in that particular area. And so that'll become kind of important when we talk about the width issue here in a second. But what we have highlighted there in the green when we originally applied in November of 2021, the Portugals also own that. That is east of a canal. Unfortunately, the Portugals were faced with the decision of having to sell that, and they sold it to a neighboring landowner who has other access and other property on the east side of that canal, and that's Two Circles Land. So while that was in the original application in November of 2021, it's not, the access that we're asking for does not need to benefit that property. It only needs to essentially benefit what is now the northwest quarter of Section 7, and the little carve out that you see there that incorporates their house along the canal. The next slide, if you will, is the—
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. So the red box here is where their home is located. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent. Yes, the little red box is where their house is located on that particular map.
Great, thank you.
The next page is a picture of the Portugal's residential structures, originally constructed in 1915, but as I said, her family purchased it in the 1960s, and that was her childhood home. And it's important just to know that that is in their in the southeast corner of their property, as we talk about these routes. The next page is a survey that was done. They engaged a civil engineer and surveying company when they originally acquired the property through inheritance in 2019, and they learned that they didn't have legal access to come out and do some surveying and find the best location. The surveyor surveyed the route that we have proposed and have applied for. The surveyor is the one that came up with the 40-foot wide, okay? And we're gonna talk more specifically about that 40 feet, but I just wanted to show you here where that is and the location of it with respect to the surveys. If you flip to the next page, this is simply page 2, a more detailed outline of that. The way the survey was written, it was a center line survey. So if it needs to be a 30-foot wide instead of 40 foot, it still goes off of the center line. It's just the distance on each side of the center line. The next page is imagery of the Portugal's proposed route. This is imagery prior to their acquisition of the property that shows on the right-hand side, you can see the fence line and you can see the gate in the satellite imagery. And you can see the Warren 2 track going across already at that time, straight across, perpendicular to the county road. And I just blew up the area there where the gate was located. Well, the one thing that I know coming from a ranching family is that ranchers don't put gates in areas of their fence that aren't useful, and this one is particularly a metal swinging gate, and there was a reason why they put it there. The next page, if you turn to it, is a picture of the Portugal's proposed route. This is taken on the county road facing east to the Portugal's property. That is a total, if you figure out 1,162 feet, is about 387 yards. But you can see the fence at their property and the gate where this particular route goes to. You can see that this route is, as the good treasurer pointed out, is on the upper part of the property, is on an area that would be wind blown. It's relatively flat. And so its propensity is for it to stay open in the wintertime because of the nature of where it's located and how it's located. The next picture is the existing gate on the Portugal's property. As I said, as Miss Portugal, as long as she can remember, this gate has always been there during her parents' ownership, dating back a long, long time. The next page is the Albany County Approach Standards. And this comes into play, and a lot of people don't think about this when trying to get easements to access a county road. In addition to getting an easement from the state, the Portugals, because it is accessing a county road, would also be required to get an approach license from Albany County. Albany County has approach standards that have to be met in order to obtain that license. This is their approach standards for the construction of the road. Section 9 of your Chapter 3 Rules and Regulations requires that the easement applicant comply with the laws and also comply with public safety standards and so forth. That's what this is for Albany County. If you look at this particular approach standards, it shows that the approach needs to be perpendicular to the county road. It's showing you there that it needs to be 90-degree to 75-degree approach. That the minimum for the residential width at the point where it leaves the county right-of-way needs to be 18 feet minimum of traveled roadway. But as you enter into, you can see there's a culvert that's required to be placed, and then it's required to branch out. And so when you start to add up 18 feet, and it shows that it's supposed to be a 15-foot radius for that curve that goes onto the county road, when you start adding that up and you start doing the math and the construction, you get almost to 40 feet. So that's where the 40 feet originally comes from, is to try to comply with these standards for the approach license. Now, what the Portugals, one of the misconceptions is Portugals are not going to build a 40-foot wide road. They have no reason to do that. This is the area where the 40-foot wide easement is the issue. Once you leave the approach area and you get out of the county's right-of-way, then that easement area can narrow. And the Portugals have no problem with that. But the reason why the 40-foot was originally proposed is so we can comply with these standards of Albany County for the approach onto the county highway. Now, these standards apply regardless of where the approach license is got. And there's some other things that you see on these standards. For example, the side view down at the bottom shows that coming on and off of the county road, it needs to be a minimum grade of 3%. It can't be steeper or less than that for a 20-foot minimum. And so those are the standards that we considered as well in the location of this easement, in addition to what's the shortest route, what's the least impactful route, what's the route that's going to stay open in the winter, or these types of things. In addition to these measurement standards, they also have standards with respect to site viewing as you approach the county road. And so if you look at the next picture, the next picture would be standing at the county road as if you're going to drive your car onto the county road and looking to the north or to your right. That shows you the sight distance at the proposed route of the Portugals is a very good sight distance with flat Traverse County Road for quite a significant distance. If you turn to the next page, this is from the same position but looking south at the Portugals' proposed approach with the state easement. And you can see for quite a ways from that distance as well. And so there were a lot of things that went into consideration of this route, including complying with all the different regulations of the county and just what makes practical sense. So that's why the location was picked, and that's why the 40-foot easement was requested. Like I said, the 40 feet is not the traveled bed width, and they don't need that. And as you can see, if you look at the gate as it goes into their property, it's probably a 16-foot gate with a couple feet on each side to connect it. And so that would be the maximum that they would actually have as a traveled width. The next page is one of the state's suggested routes with respect to where the state wants the Portugals to go. This would be coming off of, and you can see the black line coming off of Welsh Lane. The bottom of the page is south, the top is north. They want to follow the section line going straight north off of Welsh Lane. As you can see right where that happens, there's a curve and the road starts to go to the northwest. Now there's older maps from the 1912s and 1930s that suggest that the county road used to originally follow that line and they moved it. Don't know why they moved it, but if you look at the topography, you can probably figure out why they moved it. We're going to look at that in just a second. But that's one of the areas that the state wants to go. The next page is a letter from the Albany County Road and Bridge Superintendent. And what he's talking about is the standards that they look at. And then the middle part is he's talking about the where the fence is parallel to the road on, so this southern route going straight. And he mentions that this point doesn't allow for perpendicular access to the county road. It's at the top of the hill where the road curves to the northwest. And then at the bottom, he talks about putting an approach on Welsh Lane at the half-mile point, which is our preferred route. And our applied route has better sight distances, ditch drainage, less snow drifting problems, and et cetera. So if you go to the next page, to kind of follow up on what the road superintendent is saying, this is on the county road at the very southern part, where you see the cattle guard and the two tires leaned up against the side. That is the southern line of the state section. And so as you would come up on one of these proposed state routes that would follow the section line, you see you're cresting a hill. And it's right at the top of that hill that you crest that the county road turns and goes to the northwest, and where the state would want the Portugals to go straight. So if you look at the next picture, the next picture has the hood of my pickup in it. And off to the left, you see the county road. This is where the county road, right at the crest of the hill, as the county road turns and goes off to the northwest. And you can see the fence line where the state would propose that the Portugals should travel and go north. Ironically, when I was stopped taking this picture, someone stopped, and I thought they wanted to see if I needed help. I rolled down my window and they cussed me out for parking right there because they just crested the top of the hill and thought they were going to hit me. And then they proceeded to ask me where the state section was so that they could go hunting. But regardless, the point being that that's not a good place to have an approach onto the property. Now, the state talks about this being along an already established road, and the next picture shows you what apparently is the established road along the section line where the state would like to take us. You can see a 2-track there. It looks like someone recently traveled there, either fixing the fence or doing whatever, but you can see, and then there's another 2-track that's more dug in, that's grown over, but there's definitely not a well-traveled path there. But as you look at that picture, you can see the problems with this proposed route as it comes crest the hill and then it goes straight north. People coming on the county road wouldn't know whether they need to go left or straight. Creates an issue, but if you go straight with this road, it goes through 3 drainage ditches before it gets to where it would connect with the Portugals' property. Now, the next page is a map showing the state's preferred suggested route, which would be the northern, along the northern section line. In order for the Portugals to get here, they'd have to obviously go another half-mile north on the county road. And then instead of going 1,100 feet across the state, they would go 2,300 feet across the state, which would connect them with the northwest corner of their property. And then they would have to go all the way across their property to the other side to get to where their structures are. Basically traveling back where they had just come from, off the county road. There's no gate at that particular location. They'd have to establish a gate. The next picture is on the county road. The fence that you see there in the cattle guard is the north section line of the state area. So that what the state is proposing is that they would come off of the county road at that area, and you can see from the picture coming the other direction that it crests the hill coming from the north southbound coming there, but it would go off to the right at that point. When the state talks about there being others that are using this property, the next picture shows you what that road is that they're talking about, apparently that others are commonly using, and that's an established road, according to them, where they would prefer that they go. And so you can see that it's not a well-traveled road, it's not a maintained road, it's not a constructed road. Obviously, there have been people there in the past that have traveled that, whether it's for fixing fence or whatever the case may be. But you can also see when you look at this picture, you would be traveling east towards the Portugal's property, that this drops you, it's on the low side of the hill, the lowest part of the property, and then it drops you down into another valley before you get to the Portugal's property. So both of these areas that the state is suggesting create very significant snow drifting issues, as well as all the perpendicular road access, safety issues, and their longer routes to get to the property. And so that is essentially where we come to you and we're asking you to approve of the Portugal's application for this roadway that they have proposed, which is the shortest distance from the county road to their property. We believe it's the most practical, economical, and makes the most sense. When it comes to the issue of compensation and how it might hurt the state land, the state statutes and the state regulations require that they pay consideration for this at market value. Those are things that are taken into consideration. The market value that's been established for this is $40.05 a rod, which the Portugals are willing to pay, and we've already paid 3/4 of that to the state to get here today. So those considerations that the state is bringing up about, the value of the state lands, that's what that market value analysis is for, to determine the consideration, and that's what the Portugals have paid and are willing to pay. So with that, I don't have anything else, but I would stand for any questions that the board might have.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Treasurer.
Yeah, you may be able to clarify what the width of a legal road within a ranchette subdivision is, whether it's 40 or 45 feet or just what it might be.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer. The state standards for subdivision vary depending on the type of subdivision, but it can be 60 feet or 80 feet. For an exempt subdivision, the minimum, which would be like a family lot subdivision or something that's done through the court system, that is 40 feet minimum required to do that. In Albany County, the minimum is 80 foot.
Wow.
Wide. And so, but there's no concern that this board should have with the Portugals, even if it was 40 feet wide easement, of them being able to use that to subdivide their property, because your easements are written for a specific purpose, and we're asking for the easement for agricultural and a single family residence. Your regulations and your leases or easements specifically say that they cannot be used for anything more, and they can't be used for the subdivision of property. And so even if you gave us 60 feet, the Portugals couldn't use that to subdivide their own property.
So Mr. Chairman, it's a prescriptive easement. It's not non-exclusive. So you can use it for those two, for agricultural and for personal access to your property. And essentially that's just about it. That's what I'm getting on that. But what I'm looking at is that wouldn't prohibit somebody, a developer in, 15, 20 years from now, to be able to come in and overlay that easement with an easement that was for subdivision. If I'm trying to figure out whether there's any leverage that we could get with an existing easement for a subdeveloper at a subsequent time.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I think I understand your question better now. If the state grants this easement, 40-foot wide easement, my understanding is that if the state wanted to sell this and it went to a developer and to develop it, my clients have an easement. They could incorporate that into their subdivision plan that the developer had for when they purchased this state property. They could use that road. It's a non-exclusive easement. Now, if somebody else off of some other property that didn't buy the state land wanted to use it, they couldn't use the Portugals Road without coming and asking the state for an easement. But the state could grant another easement to some other property owner, say Mr. Scales, across that same easement if need be. And so I think there's a lot of value to be had here, potentially, if the road is developed. If somebody wants to develop this later, even if they want to put solar panels out there, a solar developer could utilize that road in order to do its solar panel development.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Yeah. I'll have the auditor and then you, auditor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's getting late in the day but I don't know, this looks like a highway to me. We're in Wyoming. Thank you. That was a very comprehensive and helpful presentation, and the visuals are very helpful. How are the Portugals accessing their property now?
Well, currently my understanding is Mr. Scales, to answer the prior question that was asked, has told us repeatedly since 2021, they're not giving us an easement. So when the application was withdrawn in 2020, and I was engaged, one of the things we did was talked with Mr. Scales about that. He was adamant that he's not granting any easements across that. The Portugals did lease this property from him. So for a time they could get in that route. But since that time, the lease has come up. And so you can see that it does appear that there's been driving on the route to get to that gate. And they've been using the route that we've been proposed from time to time.
Okay. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, regarding this 30 feet versus 40-foot entrance, I mean, do you need to amend the application to consider that possibility, or is that something you'd entertain, or do you want us to just take action with considering that concession, or? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, to answer your question, I don't believe, so the requirement in the code is easement should be limited to the narrowest possible width. Applicants had the burden of justifying the width requested in the application. Like I said, the only reason why we were requesting the 40-foot easement was for that initial approach onto the county so we can comply with county standards. After that, it's not a problem. So if the board wants to approve the application of a 30-foot wide easement, my client's more than happy with that. We'll have to figure out how to work with the county in order to make sure that the approach fits within 30 feet, but we don't have a problem with that because they're not even going to build a 30-foot wide road, let alone a 40-foot wide road. So it's only necessary to build a sufficient road for somebody to travel back and forth on, and then to have proper drainage off the sides.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
Just discussion to that point, it seems, I mean, roads are not cheap. So I'm assuming they would probably limit it to the 40 feet just at that point, and then only as wide as need be for the rest.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, yes, you're correct. I mean, there's no reason for them to spend additional money to build a wider road than that would be necessary to travel.
Yeah. But you are talking about 15 feet from the center line, which is not for a 30 and 20 feet, which if you're doing crown a ditch, that's pretty easy to get there. So, yep.
So would something that along the lines of 40 foot for 100 foot from the center line of the county road and then 30 foot thereafter to the Portugal property be reasonable, or would it be 150 feet, or what's a good line from the center line of the county road? They're 80 feet, so that's 40 feet there. If it was 100 feet, that would be 60 feet from the border of the county easement. So that would probably be more than enough to do the approach.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, yeah, I believe that would be plenty to do that. I don't know that even that amount is necessary. And like I said, I think we can probably work with the county. If it was at 30 feet from beginning to end for a width of the easement, we could work with the county to make sure that approach still meets their requirements. The radius might be off by a foot or something, but I don't think that they're gonna beat us up over that.
Okay.
All right. Any further questions? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
I would make a motion that the board approve the above described application for a roadway easement with a width of 30 feet.
Second.
And that the amount, that would be agreed upon by the two parties. And if the Portugals owe more money, that's fine. If not, then the state will basically refund the overpayment to the Portugals. I don't know what the math is there, unless you guys can figure it out right now. And yeah.
Sure, you can approach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what he's getting at is if the 40-foot wide easement is $40.05 a rod, and 30 feet is less than that if we've overpaid. I think my client is fine with $40.05 a rod regardless, so I don't think we need to worry about, regardless of whether it's 40-foot wide or 30-foot wide.
Yeah, and Mr. Treasurer, I see your motion seconded by Secretary Gray. I don't know if I missed Marguerite Herman. Without objection, if you'd like, I can. I know it's a little bit out of order. Not yet.
No?
There you are.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And the board, thank you. I didn't know if public comment was appropriate now. I mean, after the motion to speak to the motion, but so I appreciate the opportunity. I'll be brief. My name is Marguerite Herman. I'm here in my capacity as a member of the Advocates for School Trust Lands, former trustee. I understand the trust questions well, and let me just say that the discussion we had on that stipulation 149 was the exact wonderful discussion of competing interests, well thought out, well balanced with an overlay of the fiduciary duty. This does not rise to that, in my opinion, and I think I would support the director's recommendation to deny the request for easement, whether it's 39 feet or 40 feet, it's an encumbrance. And there are reasons why the state has rules that limits activities on trust assets, on sections. You can't camp, you can't build a fire, you can't go off-road, various things. There was a section up near Grable that was named Tin Can Alley because people were using it for various things. And it's about preservation of the asset, its value now, and its potential for revenue in the future. And the road, the easement as proposed, would absolutely be an encumbrance on that land. And for that reason, I would suggest that that overrides, yes, the admitted inconvenience. I understand completely why the lessees want the road where they proposed it. I would say it is outweighed by the other considerations, the fiduciary duty to maximize the potential. Who knows what's coming down the line? It's an encumbrance. Encumbrances affect the value of the property today. And so for that reason, I would just say, and there are reasonable alternatives, not preferred, but they're reasonable. And I would just urge you to accept the director's recommendation as being carrying out your fiduciary duty as trustees for the land. And if any questions, I'm happy to stay here.
Thank you, Ms. Herman. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony. All right, we have a motion. It's been made and seconded. You've heard testimony. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I believe that everybody has a right to get access to their property. To me, I think this is the suggestion that encumbers the land the least because it's the shortest route. And, for that reason, Mr. Chairman, I think it's the preferred alternative. And I stand by the motion that I made.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Further discussion? Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has kind of been a difficult one for me. I agree with the public comment that was made in terms of fiduciary, but seeing that we have that county easement does, I suppose, make a difference to me in that way, and so I'm inclined to support, but this decision not taken lightly in that sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Thank you. And Mr. Booth, we take your advice seriously and appreciate your research. Just want you to know that we appreciated the effort. Same Deputy Crowder, Director.
All right, are we ready to move on, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, we've been trying to keep Kelly here till after supper.
We still have H1, which is the Trust Preservation and Enhancement Account Project. And Mr. Ben Bump is here to speak to that. So Mr. Bump.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Bump.
I will try and be as elaborate as possible here and go into a ton of detail. Just start by saying, I'm just kidding, of course. Start by saying that the Board of Land Commissioners owns many excellent state trust assets. One of the gems is the X-Bar Ranch. It's over west of Laramie at the foot of Sheep Mountain, south of Lake Hattie there, about 13,000 acres. When the board acquired it in 2007, it acquired the ranch, all the meadows, the hayfields, and all the improvements in an as-is condition. Various levels of upkeep. Once the board acquired it, one of the first things that the office efforted to do was to do some repairs. Most of the buildings needed new roofs, some structural components, worked on some access projects for the public to access it through the Trust Preservation and Enhancement account. But those are great uses of that account. What we have here is 16 years have gone by. There's a number of different projects dealing with the interiors of the homes and some of the buildings, and then a roof and siding on one of the larger barns that have fallen into disrepair. We've got some maintenance issues here that we need to take care of. We've talked with X-Bar Ranch, great lessee, and have kind of come up with this idea of doing a cost share using the P&E account. So that's what we've got here. We're looking at a total project estimate of $55,000 with a 2/3 cost share and not to exceed $36,800 coming out of the P&E account. So keep it brief and stand for any questions.
Great. Any questions? Thank you. Thanks very much, Mr. Bump. For the new members, I would highly encourage you go take a look at some of the assets that the state has. They're pretty phenomenal.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, it's right at about 13,000.
13,000. Any of it's good for wind or solar development?
Probably.
Oh, it is. Okay, all the time. All right. Well, Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's rec.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there a second?
Mr.
Oh,
Chairman, is there a motion? Do we, sorry.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
approving expending the funds.
Gotcha, okay. Second.
Oh, okay. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Madam Director, thank you. Sorry about being so late.
Mr. Chairman, that takes us to the final matter, which is Kelly Norris, the Wyoming State Forester, with her forestry and fire update.
And I promised I'd get her here before 6 o'clock.
Did we do it?
And I'm doing it before 5, 1 minute before 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, my husband's in California getting his CLE, so I have to get to Latchkey by 5:45. Otherwise, I actually emailed them to drop off the children. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We're going to talk about trees. I'm going to begin my report with a fire update. Over the last few months, we've had quite a quiet fire season in Wyoming. Wyoming had a few low pressure systems that moved through the area, brought more precipitation throughout the state. Although the state did experience higher than normal temperatures across the state, we still didn't see much for wildfire activity. Outside of that, we're expecting near normal precipitation in Wyoming in the next few months. The temperatures are going to continue to stay above normal through November. Normal fire potential is expected across all predictive service areas within Wyoming. As of October 3rd, Wyoming has recorded 450 fires for a total of 10,079 acres. This is well below our average in Wyoming. We typically average over 700 wildfires a year, and we tend to burn over 115,000 acres. Our seat contract did end at September 12th. The seats responded to 15 wildfires for the season. Our helicopter contract ended October 3rd. Helitac completed 22 missions with a total of 9 trainees. Both contracts were well below our average, almost by half for response. Interestingly, though, the helicopter spent well above the average number in the Casper Airport for cover throughout the season than any other season combined due to the weather. State forestry staff had 8 staff, mainly fire staff, assist with out-of-state wildfires. 3 of the staff assisted with the Wyoming Type 3 team, and 2 assisted with the local regional complex teams, which allowed many of them to keep their qualifications and get task books signed off. I'm going to move on to staff updates. We have successfully hired a few new staff for our division, and we're continuing to make offers. We are in the process of hiring an assistant state forester operations. We have hired a new assistant district forester in Newcastle, who is coming from Minnesota DNR. We've hired a GIS forester and a new community resource forester. We are currently actively recruiting for our fire trainer position, along with our crew supervisor positions. We have recently lost one of our GNA foresters, whose position was the shared position with the Medicine Bow Route, Wyoming BLM, and state. We are meeting with the Medicine Bow Route and BLM on the next steps for the hiring of that position. Speaking GNA, I'm going to give a quick GNA highlight that has occurred over the last few months. So State Forestry has recently sold 5.7 million board feet of timber in Region 4 between 2 national forests. The Roughneck GNA timber sale is 1,400 acres in size and was awarded to the Wyoming Mill South and Jones. This is our largest GNA timber sale we have sold to date. A second smaller 100-acre sale was awarded to a different smaller contractor from Idaho. Both of these timber sales are first timber sales on the Uinta-Wasatch National Forest for GNA. In the same time frame, State Forestry, our State Forestry Bridger-Teton GNA forester was able to sell an additional 3 GNA timber sales on the Bridger-Teton National Forest. In the Black Hills, State Forestry currently has 8 active GNA timber sales being harvested. One of these timber sales is from the new salvage sale it's harvesting the timber from last year's Fish Creek fire. On the Medicine Bow Route National Forest, the Fallen Pines timber sale is being prepped, and it's the up-and-coming, one-of-a-kind cross-boundary timber sale, as it is going to combine state, Forest Service, BLM, and private timber under one timber sale. This will be our first combination timber sale where we're going to be combining Forest Service and BLM under one timber sale. It might be one of the few in the nation, actually. Outside of that, in the Bighorn, State Forestry is reoffering the Montley GNA timber sale. This timber sale was awarded last year and then turned back by the Livingston, Montana mill, RY Timber, when the mill closed. That mill is recently working to reopen under new ownership, which will help Northern Wyoming's forests get more management done again. I do want to give a real quick update, statewide forestry activities. State Forestry conducted forestry best management practices audit in the Black Hills and Bighorns this week. BMPs are voluntary in Wyoming, And the last audit was done approximately 4 years ago, so it was time to do one. This year's audit will review federal, state, and private timber sales that were completed in the last 3 years. This audit included reviewing G&A timber sales. For the first time, we had 2 G&A timber sales that were selected to be audited. I believe both of them were in the Bighorns. This audit is especially important because it's including Wyoming DEQ as part of this audit committee. Over the last year, State Forestry has been working closely with Wyoming DEQ to update and improve our BMPs. And this audit really helped us take a review of those drafted updates and how they're going to be applied in an actual audit. An update on the northern long-eared bat and timber cutting restrictions. State Forestry met with Wyoming U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service about options moving forward on harvesting and timing restrictions within the known northern long-eared bat habitat. We will be conducting an informal consultation with Wyoming U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to allow for summer harvesting activities for the Sheldon timber sale on state trust lands in Weston County. There appears to be numerous unknowns as to how we can best move forward with timing restrictions for harvesting in this known habitat areas until the bat is officially listed in April. Lastly, a LiDAR update. All LiDAR flights have been completed in the Black Hills National Forest. State Forestry has completed 75 LiDAR data verification plots with the help of our G&A forester, our field staff, and the conservation crew supervisors. With the completion of the Helitac contract, we are taking our Helitac crew up to the Black Hills, and we'll be completing LiDAR plot data collection for the next 2 weeks with the crew. So State Forestry is on track to complete all of our 120 plots we agreed to do to help Bear Lodge Ranger District by the end of the year. So with that, I will end my report and open it up to any questions the board may have. Thank you.
Ms. Norris, thank you. Are there any questions?
Just thanks for the updates.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're very welcome.
Boy, we should have put you at the first.
You would have missed all the fun.
Don't tell Bill you suggested that.
Madam Director, thank you.
Thank you,
Ms.
Mr.
Norris.
Chairman. That concludes the agenda today for the State Board of Land Commissioners.
I very much appreciate everybody sitting through this and the spirited conversation. I thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for the work you all do. Without objection, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved. Is it seconded? Is it seconded? It's been seconded. Thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Crickets, we are adjourned. Thank you, Madam Director.